Hello everyone, welcome to this series and this is the day 1 PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the 0 to hero in 30 days. So day 1 we are going to install the PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. This is the first day class and this is the complete beginner to the DBA setup guide, and in this tutorial I will learn you how to install Postgres 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS, and step by step we'll go through this. So this is the PostgreSQL repository setup, PostgreSQL 18 installation, service verification, user and database creation, and SCRM authentication security. So this guide is perfect for the beginner, Linux user, database administrators, DBA developers, and PostgreSQL learners. What you will do in this tutorial? By the end of this guide, you will be successfully update Ubuntu packages, add the official Postgres repository, then installation PostgreSQL 18 and client, and verification of PostgreSQL service start, and then we'll go to through the access also. So verify the Ubuntu version. So before installation, confirm your Ubuntu is release version. So you can run with this command and it will give you the version. So we are running with the Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS, and my server is running on VMware workstation. So this is my server, Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. Now I am going to access my server. So SSH DP Chirag at the rate 192.168.130.50.128. So this is the IP address, and password is admin at the rate 123. While installing, I have given username and password. So with this, I am going through this. So now let me check. So we are going with the novel. So this is the Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. So next is the step 1, update the Ubuntu system packages. Update and just install the required packages, just CS certificates, curl, like that. So after this, we'll go for the add official PostgreSQL repository. This is the pgDG, and install the Postgres common packages. Then so whenever you have installed the packages, you should refresh the package list. So I will run the sudo apt update. Now alternative manual repository setup is this one. You can go through this. So we are going through the automatic, so not manual. So next, install the Postgres 18. So we have already updated the packages. Now I am going to install the PostgreSQL 18 client and contribution libraries. So this is the day 1 PostgreSQL installation on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. So there is a 30 days class. I have created this one. Day by day I will post the video. Just go through these videos. Next is that verify the installation PostgreSQL service and version. So I'll run this command. So it will give you the all the PostgreSQL service and details. So service is running. Now let me check the Postgres version. So PSQL. So this is running with the Postgres 18.3. Now let me check the version from command. So sudo -u post postgres postgres psql -c, and command is select version. So run this command. Okay, pSQL. So we are running with the Postgres 18.3 and PgDog is 24.04 and other details are there. Q for exit from this command. Now let me log into the PostgreSQL database. So sudo -u Postgres pSQL. So here /du/du. So that these are the database user. So there is a user is Postgres. Mine /l list of the databases. There is a three databases are there and /q for the exit from pSQL. Now I am going to create a Postgres SQL user. So sudo -u postgres create user pwprompt password prompt and my user. Username is my user. So here I have to give the password. So I'm putting the admin@123 admin@123. So we have created the password. Now I'm creating the password and giving the ownership for this one, my user. So how will write sudo -u postgres create db and database name is mydb owner owner is equal to my user. So we have created. Now, so we have created the databases also here. Now alternative SQL method is you can go to the console and you can create like this. So create role my user with the login password is this one and database owner is this. Create database mydb which owner is this. Now 11 now enable the SCRM authentication highly recommended on the Postgres 18. So Postgres 18 recommends using the SCRM SH256 instead of MD5 authentication. So let me open the Postgres configuration file. So this is the main configuration file and I will modify the password. So Control W password E encryption. So password encryption just enabled using just remove the hash from this. So we have enabled this. So Control X, Y and save. So we have saved this one. Now reset the user password to store it securely on the SCRM format. So run this command. I'm going to alter the password admin@123 to this format. So done. Alter role is completed. Now find the Postgres configuration file. So we can run this command and it will give you the configuration file. So this is a configuration file. Already we have edited that file. So conclusion is that congratulations, you have successfully installed the Postgres 18, configured the Postgres on the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS, created user and databases, enabled the SCRM authentication. Now we are ready to continue your Postgres DBA journey. So disclaimer is there all this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. No copyright infringement intended. For copyrights concern, you can mail on this email address. And you can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the videos. Questions, drop them into the comment box and like, share, comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the 0 to hero in 30 days. So in day 2, we are going to configure PostgreSQL 18 remote access setup and pghba.conf file configuration. So pghba is the host-based authentication file configuration. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. So complete pghba.config and remote connection guide. So in this tutorial, you will learn how to configure PostgreSQL 18 for the remote access between two Ubuntu servers. So we'll use server role and IP address. One first server is that the Postgres server, PostgreSQL database server, and there is a remote client server. So the IP is 192.168.1 50.128. So this is the first server, and this is the 129 is the second server. In my case, my both the servers are running on VMware orchestration. Here you can see server 1 and server 2. Both the servers are running on VMware orchestration. Now I'm going to access my both the servers using the CMD or any SSH tool you can use to access that. So SSH Chirag is my user and IP address is 192.168.50.128. So let me access. So done. Next, I'll just copy this one and there I'll put 129. So let me rename this one server 1 PgDB server, and this is server 2 remote. I'm giving the name remote. Okay. Change the tab color red. So now whenever you're working on this type of servers, we should update and upgrade the system packages. Now, so this guide will cover PostgreSQL 18 installation, network configuration, PostgreSQL.conf file setup, pghba.conf configuration, SCRM authentication, firewall rules, and remote connection testing. So perfect for the PostgreSQL beginners, Linux administrator, DBA students, and backend developer and DevOps engineers. So lab setup. So there is a database server, hostname is PG server, or you can server 1, server 2, you can change as per your requirement. And there is a remote server. This will just assume that this is a app server, application server. We are going to access the database server from the application server. So our goal of this tutorial is by the end of this guide, you will have install Postgres 18, allow remote connection, configure Postgres SQL.configuration file, and configure the pg underscore hba.configuration file, SCRM authentication, firewall. 5432 is the default port for the PostgreSQL, and connect PostgreSQL remotely and verify the remote database access. So in step 1, install the Postgres 18 on database server. So I have accessed this server, and there update and upgrade system package I have already done. So now I'm going to install the required packages. Go to the server 1. I'm going to install this. Done. Next, add the official repository. Press enter to continue. Now I'm going to update my server. So sudo apt update. So this will update the package index. So done. Now I'm going to install the Postgres 18. Copy this. So we are going to install there PostgreSQL 18, Postgres Client 18, and Postgres contribution library 18. All the we are going to install there. Now enable the PostgreSQL service. So sudo systemctl enable now PostgreSQL. So done. Whenever the system will boot, automatically the PostgreSQL service will start. For that, we are enabling. Now check the version. So we are running with the 18.3. And you can verify with this command also -u postgres psql -c command, and there is a select. So we are running with the Postgres 18.3. Okay. So this is completed. Now I'm going to create a database. So sudo -u. First we'll create the user remote. Okay. Create user. Password prompt and username is remote users. Giving the password admin@123, admin@123. Okay. So done. Now similarly, I'll create the database. So sudo -u postgres create db remote db. So create db is the command and remote db is the database name. Port owner we will give. Just now we have created remote user. So create it. You want to verify, then we'll log in into this sudo -u postgres psql /du. Here you can see one remote user is created. /l. Here you can see there is a remote db is created. Okay. So done. /q means exit from this. Now I'm going to edit the configuration file. So sudo nano and configuration path will be the etc postgres /18 main postgres.config. Here we'll search control W password encryption. So just remove the hash from the starting. So this is done. Control X, Y, and save. So now I'll change the password, or I'll just update the password because we have changes the encryption method. So sudo, let me get the command. This is simple command. So here I'm going to put the strong password @123. So my new password is strong password @123. Now I'll edit the configuration file again to allow this server to access from the remote server. So here connection listening address. Here I'll go an instant of local host. I'll put extract. So control X, Y, and save. So this will allow Postgres to listen on the all the network interfaces. Next, we are going to configure the pghba file. This is the host-based authentication file. So same path pg_hba. So same path will get this. Go to the end, and here you will type host remote db and remote user 192.168.50.129. This is the target IP 32, and password method will use encryption method will use the SCRM SHA 256. So control X, Y and enter for the saving. So now we have done these things. So explanation is that host is TCP IP connection, remote user, this is a database name, remote DB is the database name, remote user, this is the Postgres SQL user, and this is the IP address, allow remote server, and SCRM is the secure authentication. So now whenever you are doing this thing, restart your Postgres service to apply the changes. Now let me check the status. So this is active and running. So our PostgreSQL database is working fine. We have configured for the remote server also. But if firewall is on, then we have to allow the port. So default port of the PostgreSQL is 5432. So now I'm going to allow this one sudo ufw allow 5432 slash TCP. So rule is updated. Now let me reload the firewall ufw reload. Okay. So in my case, firewall is not active, so this is not enabled, but and you can enable and you can reload. So next, we'll verify the Postgres listening port. So let me check SSL, SSL, NLT, grep 5432. So this is working fine. Okay. Now I'm going to install the PostgreSQL client on the remote server. So this is my remote server and this is a 129 IP. Let me check IPA. Here you can see this is a 129 IP. Here let me install the package repository. So done. Now let me update. So sudo apt update. And next I'm going to install the not here. I need only client. So I'm going to install only Postgres client 18. So this is done. Now I'm going to install access the database from the remote server. So psql -h hostname 192.168.50.128. This is a host of the PostgreSQL database server. -u remote user and -d. This is the database remote db. So it will ask you the password. So password is strong PASSWRD @123. So we have logged in. Now you can check /l. So you will get all the databases and we're accessing the database. Database is present on the server one. So we have done. So next is verify the remote server access. So you can run this command address. So address is 128 and in client address server address is 128, client address is 129, and current user, remote user, and current database is remote db. So So all are working fine. So now you can exit the SQL. So important PostgreSQL configuration file is that postgres.config file, main PostgreSQL setting file, and pghba file. Client authentication rule is defined here, and this is the main path for the log where slash log slash PostgreSQL. So Postgres log. So recommended security best practices allow only the trusted IP instead of 0.0.0. Slash 0 use this IP already we have used. Use the SCRM instead of MD5. So we have used this one, and enable the firewall rule. Only allow the required host. Use the strong password. To use strong password, don't avoid the weak password like admin123 password 123456 like that. So troubleshooting PostgreSQL remote access. If you are getting any problem, check the status, verify the listening address should be a strict instead of localhost, and pgHBA file config entry should be there. So here we are allowing the remote server access, and restart the PostgreSQL firewall blocking ports. So allow the firewall, and final architecture will be there, remote server 129 and the Postgres client only install there, and this is accessing the PostgreSQL DB server. This is 128 and Postgres 18 is installed there. So conclusion is that congratulations, you have successfully installed the PostgreSQL 18, configure the remote access, edited the PostgreSQL.conf file, configure pg underscore hba.conf file, enable SCRM authentication, and open firewall port 5432 and connected PostgreSQL remotely. So you are now ready to manage PostgreSQL server remotely like a DBA. So in day 2, we have seen about the PostgreSQL 18 remote access configuration for PostgreSQL database. So disclaimer is there, all this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under fair use section 107 copyright 1976, and all trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. And for copyright concern, you can send a mail to this mail address, and follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. So, and don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe to Chirag Mahto official tutorial. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the date 3 for the 0 to hero in 30 days. So in date 3, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 configuration explained and best performance and security settings. So we'll go for the performance tuning, security hardening, best settings, and optimized database. So we'll go through the step-by-step process for that. So here, building on the day 2, we have a remote access setup. In this tutorial, we'll learn why PostgreSQL configuration matters, Postgres 18 best configuration setting, memory tuning, and while optimization, connection tuning, logging configuration, query optimization, security hardening, and performance verification, and real-world examples. So lab environment will be there. We have two servers. One server is PostgreSQL server and another is client server. So IP address 192.168.150.128. So my both the servers are running on my VMware workstation. Here you can see server 1 and server 2 both are running with the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. Now we'll go through the access, and first thing, why PostgreSQL configuration is important. So default Postgres settings are the designed to compatibility, low memory system, and generic workload. But in production, servers needed the best performance, faster query execution, lower disk I/O, input output, and better memory utilization, improve security, and better logging and monitoring, and higher concurrent connection. So without tuning, we have a slow query, high CPU usage, disk bottleneck, random crashes under load, and poor scalability. So in step 1, we'll verify the Postgres installation, and from day 2, if log into PostgreSQL database. If not login, then we are going to through the login process here. So now let me open the day 2 also. From here, I'll take one thing only. Update the packages. So here my username is Chirag. So now let me access my server. So Windows R, CMD, SSH, DP. I have already copied that one. So paste and just put the password. So while installing, I have given the username and password, same username, password, and IP address I am using for this server. First, we'll update and upgrade the system packages. Next, I'm going to install the repository package. So enter to continue. So packages are installed. Now, next is that we'll update and just remove this one. We'll update and then we'll go for the installation of Postgres 18. Update. So whenever you are changing any repository changes, so you should update your system packages. Now, finally, I'm going to install the Postgres 18. Here you can see Postgres client 18 installation, Postgres 18 is installing. So all the step-by-step process will go. So we'll enable the service. And now let me check the Postgres version, PSQL. So we are running with the Postgres 18.3. Okay. So we have done this. So next step 2 is that locate the Postgres configuration file. So configuration file, main configuration file, settings file is the postgres.config. So this is the slash etc PostgreSQL 18 and main, and this was the path. And HBA file authentication file will be on underscore HBA. This is the same path. And log file with the where slash log slash Postgres. There will find the log. Next, backup existing configuration. So before going to change anything, I'm going to take a backup of the configuration file. So done. Now let me check the files. So ls minus lh slash etc postgres 18 main. So here you can see one backup file is there. So previously this is the postgres main file is this. Now I will just edit the configuration file. So with the name of editor, I'm going to edit this. So connection setting, find the listening address. So instead of localhost, I'll push strict why. So this is the answer for this why question is allow PostgreSQL to accept remote connection. Without remote connection, it won't allow to connect from the another server. So listening address will put into strict. So go down here, you can find connections inside the connection. There here instead of localhost, I'll put strict. Okay. So this is done. So without this, only local can be connect and set the maximum connection. So maximum connection is 100. I'm going to change this one up to 200. So Control W and search this one. Here maximum connection is 100. I'm changing into 200. Next is that why control how many users and apps can connect the parallelly. So example is this web application API, multiple developers and monitoring tools. So too low connection refuse the error. So too high, so high RAM usage. So then we are coming for the memory configuration. So there is a shared buffer. Shared buffer, the default is 128. I'm going to give you the 2 GB. So 512 MB for the testing purpose I'm going to do. So this is a one calculation is there. So why Postgres cache memory more cache, fewer disk reads. So recommended is that if you are using the 4 GB of RAM, then shared buffer is 1 gig and 8 GB, 2 GB, and there is 16 GB. We have 4 GB. So 1/4 you have to give to the shared buffer. So my memory is 2 GB, so I am giving 512 MB. Next is the work memory. This is a workman. So work memory is the 4 MB each default. I'm going to give this one is 16 MB. So this is a 4, change this to 16. So why memory used for the sorting, joins and hash tables? So if this will be low, then slow query and too high memory exhaustion. Next is the maintenance work memory. So find the maintenance memory. This is the default is 64 MB and change this to 512 MB. Why? This is used for the vacuum, create index, alter table, improve the maintenance speed. So let me search this. Now effective cache size. If effective cache size is default is 4 gig. Now I'm going to change into the 6 GB. Next is the why this required. So help the Postgres plan and estimate available OS cache, improve query planning. Next is the wall and checkpoint optimization. So wall level. So wall level default is this is commented, but I am going to change this one for the replica, and this need for the replication, backup, and recovery. So this is very important. So wall log will created, and there's a wall type is the minimal, replica, and logical. Next is the checkpoint timeout. So find the checkpoint timeout is the 5 minutes. I'm going to the change to 15 minutes. So reduce the excessive disk writes to frequent checkpoints. So high IO usage. So change 5 minutes to 15 minutes. Next is that wall max wall size. So allow the larger wall size before the checkpoint. Improve the write performance. So may wall default wall size is the 1 GB. I'm changing into the 4 GB. So this is a write ahead log 4 GB. So allow the larger wall before the checkpoint. So improve the write performance. Next is the query performance setting. There is a random page cost. This is 4.0. I'm changing to the 1.1. So what it will do, optimize the SSD storage, improve the index usage. Next, the effective IO concurrency. So this is default is 1. I'm changing this one to 200. Why? Improve the parallel disk access. Next is that improve the parallel disk access and best for the SSD and NVMe. Next is that logging configuration. So enable login. So just enable the log collector should be on. So in default, this is commented should be on. Then log directory. So default is log. I'm changing this to giving the name Postgres log. And then file name, I'll change the file name into uncomment this home, and this will be, if you want to give day by day, then no need to give the minute, hours, minute and second. So changing this one. Then log mean duration statement. This should be instead of -1. I'm going to change into the 1000. So why we need log slow queries longer than 1 second, useful the performance tuning. Next, the security setting. So password encryption. So password encryption, I'm changing to the SCRM SHA-256. So enable this one. By default, this is disabled. So enable this. So remove the hash from the starting. It will enable automatically. Next is that, okay, why? SCRM is the more secure than MD5. Next is the hide version information. So find the cluster name. So after this, add below SSL on. Why? Encryption network traffic. Next, in step 6, so Postgres configuration file basic configuration is completed. So now Control X, Y, and save. So this is done. Now open the HBA file. So pg underscore HBA dot config. So here I am going to add this one. So here host all, okay, all the databases, all the users, and 192.168.50.0 means it will after 50 whatever the IP will come in subnet 24. So it will come for the, it will allow for the access. For that we are using this, and this method is SCRM SHA-256. So why? So here host is the TCP connection, all is the all databases, all is the all users, and this is allow the subnet, and SCRM is the secure auth. Next in step 7, configure the firewall. So 5432 is the default port for the PostgreSQL. So I'm going to allow this port and reload your firewall. So in my case, my firewall is not enabled. So this is not an issue. Status. Next is the restart the Postgres. So whatever changes we have done in the configuration file, this should be reflect. For that we need to restart the configuration. So restarted now. Let me check the status. So active. Okay. So it's working fine. Next is the verify the Postgres listening address. So here you can see there is a 5432 listening address is there with the 0.0.0.0. Next is the create example database. So let me log in this, log into the database. So now we are logged into the Postgres database. So next I'm going to create a database. So first create user. So there is a admin user with the encrypted password admin@123. So done. Next is the create database. So database is production DB, owner is admin user. Admin user just now we have created. So now and slash L list of the databases. So here we have created the production DB. Next is that we should give the grant all privilege to database protection DB to the admin user. So this is a very important to give the permission, otherwise it won't allow to do any changes on that. So done. Now I'm going to exit from this. So next time I'll test the connection from the remote with this user. So what I'll do, I'll just connect with the another server. So that is SSH and Chirag at the rate 192.168.50.128, 129. This is a new server. So let me just install the client here. So I'll go through the first, I'll get the code. So install this. First, I will update and upgrade the system packages. Always do this whenever you are installing the new uh, package. So enter and continue. Now I'll install only client. I don't want to install full Postgres 18. So remove this only client 18. So from the client server, 128 is my IP address of the database server. Just now we have created the admin user and this is a protection DB. Run this command and password is admin@123. So we have logged in. Now you can check we have logged in from the another server. This is a server 2 and we have this my database is running on the server 1. That's a 128 IP. This is 129 IP. So we have done the example performance test, created table. So table is created. Now insert the sample data. So insert it. Now check the query performance. Explain, analyze, and there is a select query whose salary is less than greater than 90,000. So here you can see the total row removed by the filter. This one buffer shared is hit 735 and planning buffer shared is hit 2 and planning time is 0.099 millisecond. Execution time is 6.50 millisecond. So this is a quick fast. So enable the auto vacuum optimization. So find the auto vacuum on and ensure that this should be enabled. So let me open the configuration file again. And here we'll find the auto vacuum. So auto vacuum should be on and set vacuum max worker is 5 and auto auto vacuum, nap time is 30 seconds. 5, and this one I'm going to 30s. Home and remove the hash. So this is enabled. So why we need this one? Table bloat for the this will prevent the table bloat, so log queries and dead tuples accumulation. Next is the step 14, the monitor the Postgres activity. Let me save this. Let me restart again. So whenever you are changing anything, just restart the configuration and let me check the status. So active. Okay. Now let me log in, check the active session. So username is Postgres and these are the process ID. So let me check the database size, the production DB. So this is 16 MB. Check the flow queries. Okay, PG state we have to enable for this. Okay, this is not a big thing. Next, we are going for the check Postgres log. So here you can find the logs, whatever the running in the Postgres. So this is the log file. Here you useful was log queries, errors, failed login, and replication issue. So recommended for the production security, allow specific IP address. Don't use the 0.0.0.0. Use the subnet. Use the strong password. Don't use 123456. Use some good password. Admin at the rate 123 is not a good password, but for the example I have given. So this is the better than 123456. Enable SSL. Keep firewall enabled. Common Postgres problem. So not starting. So just go through the general CTL and you can find this one. Verify. Listening address should be strict and check the firewall status. Authentication. So the reset password, if authentication failed, so there is a reset password, alter user and password with the your new password. I recommended set it based on the RAM. So RAM is 4 GB, then set buffer 1, effective cache is 3. So in this sequence, you can just set up your buffer, this one set buffer and effective cache. And next is the final Postgres architecture is there. This is the client port is 54532 and this is the PostgreSQL server, the 18 and tuned and optimized. Conclusion is that we have successfully learned Postgres 18 configuration, performance tuning, memory optimization, wall optimization, security hardening, login configuration, and the query optimization, remote connections testing and monitoring and troubleshooting. Now your Postgres server is faster, more secure, production ready, and better optimized for the Linux server. So we have done the day 3 for the Postgres 18 configuration. And disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks, logo, names belong to their respective owners. And for copyright concern, please send a mail on this address. And follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Question, drop them into the comment box and like, share, comment, and subscribe for the tutorial. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn, and this is a day 4 for the PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days series. So in day 4, we're going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 auto backup and restore lab on Ubuntu and Windows Server. So this is the day 4 and there is Ubuntu server and Windows server. Both the servers in my case running on the VMware workstation. Here you can see Windows server and there is a Ubuntu server 1 and Windows server 2. So here we'll go through the auto backup script, restore lab, bash script and cron job. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. So in my case, environment detail is there. Server 1, there's the main Postgres server. So IP is 192.168.50.128. This is username and password, and Postgres version I'm using the 18, and folder backup path is this. Similarly, server 2 is there. We'll use for the restore and DR setup. So in step 1, SSH into the server 1. So now I'm going to access the server 1. So go with the CMD. So while installing, I have given the username and password. Same username and password I am going to use. So this is server 1, server 1, 128. So next, install the Postgres 18 on Ubuntu server 1. Let me update. Whenever you are working with the any Linux server, any server, first update the server packages. Then install the required tools. So let it complete. Completed. Now required tools already installed. Next, we are going to add the PostgreSQL official repository. This will change it to a source list file. Please enter to continue. Enter. So it will add the pgDG library. So now again I'm going to update whenever you're changing in your source file. So update is done. So next, now I'm going to install the PostgreSQL 18. So sudo apt install, give the permission y, then postgresql hyphen 18 space. So let me copy this. Client 18. So we have installed this one. Now I'm going to enable the PostgreSQL service. Enable means whenever the system will boot, automatically PostgreSQL service will start. For that, we are going to enabling this. So in this video, I am also including the installation of PostgreSQL 18. Enable. Let me check the PostgreSQL version. So PSQL. So we are running with the PostgreSQL 18.4. This is the latest version of the stable version of the Postgres 18. Now we'll create the backup folder where we'll take the backup. So sudo mkdir -p and /where backups PostgreSQL. Now give the ownerships. So sudo chown postgres postgres, and we'll go through the same path where backup Postgres. Now secure the permission. So we'll give the ownership permission only. So sudo chmod 7007 means read write and execute our permission for the owner, and other for 0 slash where backup postgres. So done. Now next we'll create the script. So here create the script file. So here you can see user slash local slash bean pg underscore backup dot sh. So we are creating the script. So I'll go through the all the step. So here backup directory is where slash backup slash PostgreSQL just now we have created. Retention policy I have given the 7 days, means that it will keep the backup up to 7 days. When it will cross the 7 days, it will delete the backup automatically. So this is depend upon your company, what is the retention policy. And timestamps, we are reading out file backup directory, then pg dump all the databases we are taking backup in the gz means zip format, and log file we are creating back pg underscore backup underscore log. Make directory, so dir directory is not available, then we are giving the opening, just create the directory echo. So log file backup started and creating the backup where it will just go inside the log file. Full backup to all database user and roles. So dump all zip and out file. So echo backup is successfully completed, and retention policy, if backup is just retention per days, so retention days is 7 days, more than 7 days, so automatically it will delete. So deleted the backup older than this date, so all the details are there. So now we create the file. So created. So make script executable. So give the change permission. Done. Next, I'm going to create a test database. So sudo -u postgres create db, and I'm giving the database name testdb. Enter. So database is created. Now create the table and insert the data. So here we are creating the table employee and inserting some rows. 3 rows we are inserting. So inserted. Here you can see insert 3. Now let me list the data. So sudo -u postgres psql -d, and database name is testdb -c. You can run in the single line also. You can go inside Postgres prompt and you can run this one. I'll show you the both. Select asterisk from employees. So we have a 3 rows are there. Now I'm going to log in. Okay, /l. So we have a list of the databases /c testdb, and here I'll run the same command as we have run before. Okay, so we are getting the data. Now exit from here. So I will just going to run the script. So sudo, first let me check into the folder. So ls minus lh slash where backup postgres. So with 0 rows. Now I am going to run the script. So sudo, we have created the script inside the user slash local bean and pg backup. Run this one. Now let me ls. So we have a backup of this. So backup is created. Next is that, so this part is completed. Configure the automatic backup. Okay, let me check the log. Forgot to check the log. So all the details you will get. Backup started, creating the backup file. So this is the backup file. Backup completed successfully. Deleted backup are older than 7 days. So all the details you got. Next is that configure the automatic daily backup. So in option 1, you can create the cron job. So let me create the cron job. So 1 for the nano, go to the end, and I will create the cron job. So job file I'll create. So in this code, every day 2 a.m. it will run the job. Now Control X Y and let me check the server time. So date. So this is the 217. So I will just check the 18 approx 219. So I'll change this date. Go to the end, and here I'll change this one 19. Control X Y and save. Now slash etc. Okay. Init cron restart. Let me check the date. So 18. Now list the backup. So we have only one backup. So wait for a few minutes. Let me go up to the 2 19 49 11 seconds to go. Meanwhile, we'll go option B. There's a system retimer. We can create the service file. Okay. So we can create the service file. With this file, automatically the backup will push. Okay, completed. Now let me check. See, so backup is created on 17 to 19. So we have given the time before. So 219. So the backup is created. Here you can see. So backup size is same. Now create the service file. So create it. So here service file we have created and create the timer file. So here calendar is the everyday 2 a.m. So I'm changing this file time to 2 a.m. and here 2 a.m. I'll write here 25 minute. So here I'm writing 25. So let me create this file. So done. Next, enable the timer. Now verify the timer. So 2 uh, 25. So here you can check there is a 4 minutes 22 seconds to go for the backup. 4 minutes 17 seconds to go. Here you can see. So after that it will take a backup. So I'll show you the list of the backup also between. So we have two backups. Just remember that. So wait for some time. We'll move forward and we'll check the backup. So install the Postgres 18 on the server 2. Let me access the server 2. Server 2 129. Done. In in once I'm going to run all the commands, means installation, configuration, and this one enable. Okay, backup is not created till now. Check grep, 3 minutes 5 seconds to go. So Postgres installation going on the server 2. Enter to continue. So whatever the backup we have taken, same backup I am going to run restore on the server 2. So there is a 2 minutes 16 seconds to go. So I will copy the backup. Just remember the name. So next, this is my file name, pg dump. So copy the backup on server 2, create the folder and give the permission ownership. Now I am going to copy the SCP. So copy into the server. Password of the server 128. Such a directory. Chmod 0777 -r. For the testing purpose, I am giving the permission, full permission for this. Okay. So file is copied. So you got the file. You can check with the ls command. So we have a dump all file. Restore the backup on the server 2. So run this command. Here we are calling this one and restoring on server 2. So restore is successfully. Here you can see the output. Now let me log into this sudo -u postgres and psql. So /l, here you can see the testdb is there. /c testdb. Now select extract from employees. So we have the same data as we have on the server 1. And one more thing, the backup is created. Okay. As we have given the 225, so same backup is created. You can check with the size also. Previously we have given the permission. This is a new backup. And if you check the timer, this is on next on it 23 hours something minutes. Okay. So here I will show you. Let me log into this server. So /c testdb and select extract from employees. So same data we have on the server 1 and server 2 means that we have took the backup, auto backup and same backup we have restored on the server 2. So this part is completed. Now we'll move to the Windows server. So this is done. Windows server. So GUI installation. So my Windows server is also running on the VMware workstation. Here you can see Now let me access this server. So remote access, IP is 192.168.50.136. So default username is admin administrator. I've already created video regarding the installation PostgreSQL 18 on Windows Server. You can go through this. So there is a step-by-step process is there. So open your browser, Windows Server, go to EDB, then download page and download the latest version. So we have downloaded, right click on the download, run as administrator and install the welcome and the select the directory. So directory default directory will be there. Select component Postgres server pgAdmin 4. This is a GUI client and option but useful command line tool and stack builder is optional. Choose data directory. Either accept the default or pick the dedicated path. Set the Postgres user password and save this one. And set the port 5432 is the default port. You can want, then you can change it. Choose locate. Wait for the installation to complete, and we have done. So here you can see, if you want, then you can download. I'll show you the download. PostgreSQL. You can go to the download. So postgresql.org/download. Here we have to check on the Windows, download the installer, and we have 18.4. There is options to download. When you click on this, you will get a file. So downloaded file will be, so this is the file we have downloaded and we have installed this file. Next, create the Windows backup folder. So you can create the backup folder by PowerShell or you can create manually. So let me open the PowerShell. So make directory done. Now I'll create the script. So create the script. I'll open into the notepad. So create a new file and there is the same thing. Set backup directory is the C Postgres SQL backup. Just now we have created this file, this folder, and pg bin path is this one. If you want, then you can check. If your path is different, then you have to give the exactly path. So this is the file path. So there is a cluster db create user, create db, create drop user. All the commands are there. So bin folder is this one. Close this. So here PowerShell and date will get, and then set the backup folder with the SQL file and dump all the data that then to the PowerShell compress. Before that, let me log into the PostgreSQL GUI tool, pgAdmin. Meanwhile, I'm going to create this one. Close this. So I'm accessing the PostgreSQL database using the pgAdmin. This is a GUI tool provided by the EDB. Next, we'll set the open CMD and password. Let it open. Meanwhile, CMD. Set the password. Run the Windows backup. So I'll run this one and I'll create the database, and this is first time we are opening the PostgreSQL database. So this is taking time. You can use the command line also to access this one. Okay, done. Now click here, Postgres 18, enter the password. So admin at the rate 123. While installing, I have given the password. So click on OK. So open, we can check the databases. We don't have any database. This is the default database. Now right click on this, create database. By command line also you can create this. So here I'm going to giving the name testdb. Ownership is Postgres, and just click on save. And console or PL SQL console also you can open this. It will testdb. By query also you can run, and you can run with the command line also. Just now, just like I'm going to create a table and insert the data. So all the commands I'm going to run here. So done. So here you can run select extract from emp employees. So you are getting the data. Now I'm going to close this. So here the test DB, go to the schema, and there is a public tables, and employee table is there. Right click on this and just view data. So click on all rows. So you will get a, you can check the data here. So all the data we are getting. Now I'm going to take a backup. So we have set the password. Now run the Windows back. To run this command, we have created pgbackup.bat file. So backup is successfully completed. Now go to C drive, go there, pgbackup, here dump file is there, extract, and I'll check. Done. Now right click on this. Let me open for the testing purpose. So here backup, all the details you can find. So there is a testdb database dump is also there, and all the data. So create this one employee table, default, the data, Chirag IT, Sanju HR, Dhruv Finance. So all the details you are getting. If you restore this one, you will get the same data. So next is the verify the Windows backup. We have done this. Schedule the Windows automatic backup. So open the task scheduler. So delete this one. Put it. So now I'm going to open this one task task scheduler. Go to the create a basic task. Give the name of the this backup. So post GRES SQL PostgreSQL daily backup. Go to the next daily next from today and I'll give the time. Daytime is just I'm giving to 8:13 8:12:00. Okay. So click on next. Browse the file. So I'll browse the batch file here. So that is inside of the C drive. There is a bat file is there. So just give this one. Click on next. Open the this one. So here we'll run whether the user is logged in or not. Run with the highest privilege. Trigger is there. If you want to change, then you can change this one. Action. We have a file. Conditions. Uncheck this one. Settings. No need to change. History. If you want to enable, then enable this. So click on OK. So it will ask you the password, administrator password, admin at the rate 123. I have a password. So copy this one. Now it will run every day 8:12. 8:9 is there. Now right click on this. For the testing purpose, I'm going to run this one. Run. So this is running. File is created. Still running. Refresh. So ready. Means this is completed. Now open this. Here you can find 809 backup is created. So reload, refresh this. If you want to check, then you can open and you can check this one. Next, trigger in 2 a.m. So we have changed the time. So as per your requirement, you can change the time. And action, we have taken the path, batch file path, restore. So extract the backup file. So you can using this command, you can extract the backup file path. So as per your this one file name, you can extract the destination with this. So let me run this command and I'll show you how to extract. So one file, copy. So run this command, save. Open CMD here. Run this command. Okay. CMD. Okay, directly we'll extract. Extra archive path is extract the backup file path is not working. So one more backup is creating. Just I have given the this scheduling time. So here you can see the backup file is created as per our scheduler. So scheduler 8:12 a.m. every day it will create the backup file. So now refresh. So you can go with this history is disable. If you want to enable the history, right click on this and enable all task histories. So it will show you how, when, and when it will run, and all the details you can find there. So we have just now we have created. So if you run this, so still running. So we have done this. You can check with the this one. You can restore with this command, or you can import and restore. So this is a simple thing. So one more backup we are expecting. Okay, backup is created. So here you can check the history now. So all the details is there. Backup task is processed, task started, action started, and task triggered by the user. So whatever the things we have done, all the details you can get in the history. Automatically to run also it will give you the history. So in this video in day 4 on the series of PostgreSQL 18, uh, PostgreSQL 18, this daily back I'm talking about this PostgreSQL 18 auto backup and restore lab Ubuntu. This is the day 4 PostgreSQL 18 backup restore lab on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. So all the step by step process we have done and we have completed all the steps. And final checklist is there. PostgreSQL 18 install Ubuntu backup script created, cron and system configure, retention policy enable, backup tested successfully, restore tested successfully, server to server backup copy completed, Windows backup configure, Windows restore configure, and if this one updated IP addresses and updated user and password you can update. So disclaimer is there, this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only, under the fair use section 107 copyright act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. And for copyright consent, you can contact me on Chirag Mahto @gmail.com. Follow and support on the YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. And questions, you have any? Then drop them into the comment box. Then like, share, and comment and subscribe to my channel. So hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is a day 5 for the PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days series. So in day 5, we are going to learn PostgreSQL 18 performance tuning, and we'll go with the real examples, and before and after the tuning. So before tuning, maybe you'll get a slow, and after tuning, your response time will be fast. So we are using the PostgreSQL, and you can run this performance tuning for the Ubuntu server or Linux server or Windows server also. So here we'll go with the performance tuning, query optimization, configuration tuning, and monitoring the analysis. So we'll go through the step-by-step full process. In day 5, PostgreSQL 18 performance tuning basics, Postgres and performance. So this is the 0 to hero in 30 days. So lab environment, I have server IP 192.168.50.128 and username is Chirag. Password, I am using admin at the rate 123. You can use the strong password for your production. Postgres version 18. OS, I am using Ubuntu 24.04 LTS, long-term support, RAM is 2 GB and CPU is 2 core. So what we'll learn in this video: Postgres 18 installation, performance tuning, and memory tuning, connection tuning, query optimization, monitoring tools, and before and after performance comparison. Best setting for 2 GB RAM server and real performance testing. So in step 1, we'll connect with the Postgres server. So this is my Postgres server. We'll connect with the SSH. And my Postgres server is running on VMware Workstation. Here you can see Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. So now I'm going to access the server. So while installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address for the server. So first, we'll update and upgrade the system packages. So this is done. Next, we'll install the required packages, and next we'll add the Postgres repositories. So by default, Postgres repository, Postgres 18 repository are not coming with the Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server, so we have to add manually. So after doing this, always update your system because we have changes the repositories. Next, I'm going to install the PostgreSQL. So sudo apt install -y and name of the uh, package PostgreSQL 18. We are going to install Postgre client 18. So PostgreSQL 18 and PostgreSQL server and client we are going to install on this server. Here our installation is completed. Now I'll enable the Postgres service. Enable means whenever we'll use the Postgres, we'll reboot the server or reboot the OS, automatically the service will start. For that, we have to enable systemctl and enable now and package name PostgreSQL. So next, let me check the status of the service. So active. So this is working fine. Now I'll check the server hardware information free -h. So we are using this is 2 GB of memory is there. We are using 421 MB and free is 672 MB is free. Now let me check the CPU, LS CPU. So here we are using the 2 CPU and model is 13 generation i7. Now check the disk space. So df -h. Approx 9.8 gig, use 4.8, available is 4.3. Next, we'll check the PostgreSQL default performance setting. So we'll log into PostgreSQL. So sudo -u postgres and psql. And here we'll check the important parameters. So shared buffer. So 128 MB. Next, workman memory, that is 4 MB. Maintenance, work memory 64 MB. Effective cache size 4 GB and max connection, that is 100. wall buffer 4 MB, checkpoint completion target is 0.9, and last we are going to check. If you want to change other parameter also, you can change, but you should know knowledge about that why we are changing this. This is 4. This is done. Here we have a set buffer will effect of the slow query catching. So here, if our low set buffer, this will slow the query catching, small work memory, slow sorting, and high max connection, RAM, and execution, and default checkpoint setting, slow disks, write, and no monitoring is the hard to troubleshoot. Next is the create performance test database. So now I am going to create a database. So we have created the database. Now I am going to log in with this database. So sudo -u postgresql postgres psql -d, and database name is performance db. So we're logged in. Now I'll create the table. So this is simple command will create the table. So table is created. Insert the large data set, large test data. So I'll insert the 1 million of rows. So done. Now we'll test the query performance before indexing. So enable the timing and run this query. So this is taking execution time is so this much. Okay. So now I'm going to create another table and insert some data and running the joining query. So execution time is this one, 272. And finally, we are running a simple sorting query. This took 600 some minutes. Now Q exit from this. Next, we are moving to the backup Postgres configuration. So we'll take a backup of the configuration file. Always take a backup. If you miss something or if you do something wrong, then it will help you to revert back. So we have kept a backup. Now I'm going to edit this one, sudo nano /etc PostgreSQL 18 main Postgres config. So open this one. So I will configure the one by one setting. So first I'll go for the memory setting. So Control W, shared buffer. So shared buffer instead of 128 MB, this is a default one. As per my configuration, I'll go for the 512. My configuration is 2 GB of RAM and 2 core processor. Next is work memory. So this is 4 MB. Instead of that, I will use the 8. Next, maintenance work memory. So I'll go down. Here is the maintenance work memory is this. So this will I'll change 128 and effective cache size. I'm changing this one 1 gig. Move to the maximum connection as per your requirement, as per your configuration. You can go with this. Max connection is 100. Leave it same. Control W. Checkpoint. Completion target. I'll go for the 1.1. Up to 0.9, 1.0 you can give. So 0.9 I'm going to keep. Wall buffer 16 MB. Now move to the next part, that is the query planning. Here I'll go for the random page cost. Random page cost is 1.1. Control W. Effective IO concurrency. In concurrency I'm giving the 200. And next I'll go for the parallelism. Control W, max. Control W, max worker process. To this one I'll move 1, and this one also I'll move 2. Go to the home and comment this. So this is configuration is done. Now I'm going for the logging. So log mean duration. Log mean duration statement. I'm giving 500. Logging collector should be on. Log file name, go down. Log directory is log, and log file name I'll put the Postgres. You can put with the date and time also, but in testing purpose I'm giving the log only. So here we have changed the share buffer that will better query catching, work memory, faster sorting and join, effective cache size, better planning decision, wall buffer, fast write performance, and random page cost, that is the faster SSD optimization, and checkpoint completion target reduce the IO spike. So control X, Y, and save. So here you can give this part. So parameter and benefit. So set buffer, better query catching, work memory, faster sorting, effective cache, better planner, wall buffer, faster write, random page cost, faster SSD optimization, and checkpoint completion reduce the IO spike. Now, whatever the changes we have done, for that we need to restart our database. So done. Now verify the new setting. So log in this and run this command. We have changes this. This should be effective. So there is a 512 MB. This is increased. This is also increased. Before this work memory is 4, and now this is 100. Before also this is 100. So next is analyze the table statics. So let me log in and check the performance. So let's see performance DB, analyze employees. So done. Now let me enable the timing. Timing is on. So test query before index or okay, text query before we have already tested. Now I'll create the index and analyze this one. So this took 49 something, 62 approx. Just assume that 62 millisecond. So previous one is how much? Let me check. So previous is took around 111, and now this is taking half of this approx is 49 approx. Okay. So create join index. I'll create one more index for the join, and I'll run the join query. So this took 39 with this one. This is 239. Before it was 272. So lesser than this. Now I'll go for the sorting one. There is just 600 something is this. Now let me check. So 469 approx. Previously this one 600. So before and after performance difference, the query response is before slow. Now this is fast. CPU usage high and lower, and IO heavy and reduce. The cache usage is poor and optimized. You can check this one. This is a concurrent user limited, and this will be the better. And while performance this is slow, this is improve. So after tuning, everything will improve. So here some example is there. So performance select query is taking this much time. This is lesser time. This is also lesser time, means after that we are getting the less time. So now this is changed. So if you change the value also, you will get a some improvement is there for the single query. So there is a multiple query will run. So sure your database will improve. And use the explain analyze before index. You can run this one. It will sequence scan on the employee, and after index, if you run this, it will just go for the scan IDX department. So that's why this is slow. Yeah, this is fast. So install the monitoring extension. So I'm going to install the PostgreSQL contribution library. Not here. Select queue, and I will just install this. Now I'll open the configuration. So we have opened the configuration file. Now I'll just control W and search sed sed okay shard, it is sed reload libraries. Okay, so here I'll insert this pg state statement, control X and Y. So save this one. Whenever you're changing any configuration file, you should restart your service sudo ctl PostgreSQL. So done. Now I'll create the extension sudo -u postgres and psql. So create extension pg state statements. So extension is created. Now monitor the slow query. You can run this command and you can find the slow query. So total execution time, this took the 17, and maximum execution time is this much. So like that, all the query will come your for your production. And check the database size. So 113 MB. Run the vacuum analyze. So this is done. So benefit of the vacuum is important because remove the dead tuples, it will free the space, improve the query speed, better planning states, and prevent bloat, healthy DB, and better indexing. It will become a fast. So now monitor the live PostgreSQL activity. So state activity, you can run this query. So you will get, we have run this query, Postgres user and state is active. So now we can monitor the performance at top. It will give you the CPU utilization, memory utilization, and services and process ID, all the details you will get. Who is taking the more CPU, more memory, and who is taking the more time. You can click here and you can go with this. So PID, user, there is a Chirag is there, CPU, this is taking more time. So Q for exit. So you can check with the memory usage and disk usage also. You can check with this command. Here is a command, there is SDA, SR0, and KB read per second, KB written per second, and other details are there. So if this is not running, then you have to install the sys So finally, in step 29, PostgreSQL performance best practices. So best practices is that use indexes for benefit for the faster queries, analyze the table regularly, better planning, limit max connection, prevent RAM and tune set, better caching, monitor slow queries, find bottleneck, use vacuum, prevent bloat, and enable logging, easier troubleshooting. So final performance summary is there. Query speed is before tuning is slow, after tuning is fast, cache effective is before low, this is high, disk read before heavy, now reduce, and CPU load is high and this is optimized, user experience is poor and this is excellent. So final checklist is there. Performance PostgreSQL 18 install, PostgreSQL config twin, memory optimization, CPU optimize, query optimization applied, index creation created, monitor enabled, slow query analysis configure, vacuum completed, before and after comparison tested, and before performance improvement verified. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logo belongs to their respective owners. For copyright concern, you can send a mail to this email address. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Questions, for any questions, drop them into the comment box. Please like, share, and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to follow, like, share, and comment and subscribe to this channel. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 6 and here we are going to learn PostgreSQL 18 DBA, and this is a course name is 0 to Hero in 30 days. So in day 6 we are going to learn PostgreSQL 18 pgBouncer setup connection pooling. So day 6 we'll go through the step-by-step process. So we'll install and configure the pgBouncer as the connection pooler for PostgreSQL 18, test its effect on the performance using the pgbench and compare result with and without pgBouncer. So here pgBouncer. What is the pgBouncer? A lightweight connection pooler for the PostgreSQL that reuses the DB connections to improve performance and reduce the server load. Next, there is a connection pooler. So a connection pooler for the Postgres 18 software placed between the app and PostgreSQL to manage and reuse the connection efficiently. pgBouncer is the most commonly used one. So what is the pgbench? So PostgreSQL's built-in benchmark and load testing tool used to the measure PostgreSQL database performance under the concurrent traffic. So in my case, my environment is the this is PostgreSQL version 18.x I am using with the Ubuntu server 24.0 for LTS. pgBouncer version is the latest from the apt PostgreSQL.org 1.23 something. And database, I'm using the my database and OS user, root and Postgres, host name, localhost, and default Postgres port 5432 and default pgBouncer port 6432. In my case, my server is running with the VMware workstation. This is my server, Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server is running there. Now I am going to access my server. So CMD, password is admin at the rate 123. While installing, I've given the username, password, and IP address for this server. So done. Now, if Postgres is not installed, if okay, install the PostgreSQL. If not installed, then run this command. So let it complete. So here we use the pgBouncer as a connection pooler. So this is the lightweight connection pooler for the PostgreSQL database. And using the pgBench, this is the testing tool, the load testing tool for the PostgreSQL. So using that, we'll just test this one. So installing the Postgres 18, so near about to install it. Installation is completed. Now we'll move to the next. Next is the install pgBouncer. So Postgres, this is active. So Postgres is running. Now let me update again. Sudo apt update and install the pgBouncer. So sudo apt install pgBouncer bouncer and give the permission Y. So completed. Now let me check the PostgreSQL version -B. So we are running with the Postgres 18.4. Now pgBouncer. So we're running with the pgBouncer 1.25.2. Next, we are going for the configure the pgBouncer configuration file. Let me open this file. And here, after database, we're going to add this. Next is the pool mode, control W, and pool mode is default is session. I will just change into the transaction. Control W, max client. So max client is default is 100. I will change into the 1500. So I am changing this one 5000. Okay. Next I'll change the 5000. So auth type MD5 instead of MD5. So we'll use the SHA 256 and auth file path is same. Now let me check the admin user. Here I'll put the admin user and Postgres. Control X and Y and save. So enter. So this is done. Now we'll create the user list file. And before that, I need to set the PostgreSQL configuration file and configuration for the password encryption. So I'll open the configuration file sudo nano /etc postgres /18 /main /postgres configuration file. So control W password. So password encryption is SHA-256. Control X, Y and save. Now when you are doing this, you have to update the system, restart the Postgres for update the configuration or apply the changes. So restart. Now I'm going to log into my Postgres database sudo -u postgres and psql. So I'll set the password alter user. My username is postgres and with password, and here I'll put the password. So admin@123 for the testing purpose, and you can use the strong password for your production use. So now let me restart. Okay. So we have done this. So we have done this. Next, log into. We have alter. Okay, alter your password is done. To get the SCRM password hash, run this command. So you got the password, username and password. Keep it this one. Just copy this. Done. Next, edit the user list. So inside that, you copy and paste the entire into the there. So copy this, and in maybe in your case, sometime you'll get if you're using the MD5 instead of the legacy app. So generate it like, so you have to run this command, and here your password you'll put MD5 and just put it password and MD5 password here. Here we are putting the SHA-256 format 4096. So not if you are getting the password blank, then first set the password of the Postgres user. So you can set the password like this. Okay. Next is the Postgres authentication update. So let me open the pgHBA. So in my case, no need to update, but I'm showing you there's a host all 127.0.0.1/32 and SCRM SHA 256. So already is there. Now restart both the service. Next, verify the connection. So direct PostgreSQL with the 5432 port. I'm going to access the PostgreSQL database. So password. So logged in. Now slash, and here I only change the port. So we can log in from the pgBouncer. So both are working. If connected, then pgBouncer is ready. So next in step 7, performance PG benchmark using the PG bench. So create a database. Now initialize my database. Check the max connection. So there is 100 connection. But in pgBouncer, we have a 5000 connection. So now what I'll do without pgBouncer, I'll just run this command. So we are getting the error that sorry, too many clients are already. So here, because of this, we have a limit of connection is 100, but we are trying with the 1000. So now what I'll do, I'll with the pgBouncer where we have given the 5000. So here from I'm going to run. So for the 60-second, there is a connection is 1000 pgbench and my database. So I'm running this. So example output is this. So I'm removing this one. We'll give the correct output here. This is a 1000. So we got this. Now, so number of clients is 1000, number of thread is 1, other duration is 60 second, and there's a latency is the 3196 millisecond. Initial connection time taken is 7432, and transaction per second is 312. So we got this. Now connection overhead comparison with the minus C. So create a small SQL file. Now without pgBouncer, I'm going to run this command. So there is a connection is 20, time is 60, and there's a my database and 5432. This is a default. Without pgBouncer, we are calling this one. So run this command, it will ask you the password. So wait for 60 seconds. So remove this. Remove this. So this both are near, all are same. Only one change is there. 5432 is the default port for the PostgreSQL, and here we are using the 6432. This is the pgBouncer default port. So I'm going through the without pgBouncer and with pgBouncer testing. So let it complete. So there is a number of transaction each process is 17,476. So here we got the output. Copy this and paste this one. Now I'm going to run this one for the 60-second. So we're running the same, only changes is that this is a port number. This is going through the pgBouncer. And here we can see number of clients is 20, number of threads is 1, number of transaction actually processed 3556, number of failed transaction 0, latency average is 337 millisecond, and average connection timeout is 16 millisecond, and total transaction per second is 59 point something, including the reconnection time. So now we'll get something more because we are using the connection pooler. This is a pgBouncer. So this is done. So now you can check the changes. So here we have a actually transaction is processed on the 3556, but with the pgBouncer transaction is 9000, approx 3 times more than this, and latency timeout is 337, and here 133. So this is better. So one you can't say, or 2.5 approx. So average connection is 16 millisecond. This took the only 6 millisecond, and here TPS is the 59, and here 150, means 3 times more than this. So improve the summary. So you can change this value and you can compare this one in your case. So key benefits of the pgBouncer for the Postgres 18 is the reduce the connection overhead, and reuse the backend connection, handle spike in the client load, lower memory consumption on the database, transparent for the application, just change port. So in this video, we have learned on day 6 Postgres 18 pgBouncer setup with the connection pooler. And disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. So for any copyright concern, you can send a mail on this mail address, and follow me and support for the YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question that drop down into the comment box? Like, share, comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 7 and we are learning for the day 7 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days. So in day 7 we are going to configure the Postgres 18 HS setup, Patroni and HAProxy. We'll go through the step-by-step process. So here first question is that what is an HA setup? So HA is the high availability, setup is the system design that keeps application or database running even if one server is fails. So means that we need a multiple server for the HA, high availability. It uses the multiple servers, failover mechanisms and redundancy to the minimize the downtime. Second is that what is it Patroni? So Patroni is the open source tool used to manage high availability for the PostgreSQL. It automatically handles leader election, failover, replication, and cluster management. Next is that what is a HAProxy? So HAProxy is the high performance load balancer and proxy server. It distributes the traffic between multiple servers and helps improve the availability, reliability, and performance. So in my case, my architecture is that I'm running with the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server, and component we are going to use etcd, Patroni, PostgreSQL, and HAProxy. So Postgres version I'm using the 18.x, and there is a 4 machines I'm using. In my case, there is a etcd node, node 1, node 2, and HAProxy node. So in etcd node, we'll install the etcd only, and for 129 and 130, we'll install the PostgreSQL and Patroni, and 30 also PostgreSQL and Patroni, and 131 we'll use as a HAProxy load balancer. So now set the hostname for the servers. So my all the servers are running in my VMware workstation. So here all the servers 128, 129, 130 and 131. This all the four servers are running on the VMware workstation. I'm going to access this server one by one. So Windows R, CMD, and here 128 home. I'll use the SSH. My username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address for all. So now 128. So one server is there, one 129. So I'll access all the four servers here. 130 and my HA proxy server is 131. So I'll give the name for the all the servers. So first let me set the host name. So 128 will set the etcd node, and same I'll just go through this copy, right click, rename, and this IP is 128. So I'm keeping the IP so easily we can identify. So then we have a node 1, and here I'm going to use this. It's a node 1, 129, and second is this is a node 2. So copy this, rename this one 130, and final is this HAProxy node. So rename this one and this one 131. So all the servers are completed. So now let me change the tab color. So here I'm going to change the tab color is red, yellow, and this is the tab color. So black and other colors are there. So next, update and configure the host. So run the following on the all the nodes. So edit the host and add this detail. So add this entries. So all the nodes. So here I'm going to insert the host detail. So with the IP and host name. Control X Y. So done. Next, update and upgrade the system packages and restart all the servers. So update and upgrade the system packages. So done. Now I'm going to restart. So init 6. So here you can see the server is restarted. So similar I will do with all the servers. Init 6, init 6, init 6. So this is etcd, node 1, node 2, and HAProxy node. Now let me access again. So clear. So clear. So all the servers I'm going to access again. So this is the HAProxy node. Clear. So all the nodes we have access and we have done. Now we'll install the etcd on the etcd node. So here install the etcd on etcd node, log into etcd, this one, and install the etcd. So run this command etcd server. So go to the 128 and run this command. Next, edit the etcd configuration file. So this is the configuration file and we'll modify with this. Here we'll put 128 is the peer URL and other details you can find. So just like client URL, default, token name, so etcd cluster default, and enable the version 2 version 2 true. Open this and last add this one. So save. Now restart the etcd and enable the etcd. Done. Let me check the status. So this is the active. Here you can see this is active and running. So we have done this. Now list of the member of etcd. So run this command. So here you can see localhost 3080, name is default, and client URL is this one 192.168.50.128 dot colon 2379 is the port. Next, install the Postgres 18 and Patroni on the node 1 and node 2. So if these two commands run on the node 1, this is 29 and 30. So these two servers. So install the Postgres 18 and Patroni. So add the repository first, update and install the required packages. So 129 and 130. Then we'll install the apt repository, this pgdg libraries, and update and upgrade the system packages. No need to upgrade here. So we run all the commands at the same time. So done. Now run this. So enter to continue. So installation is going on for the Postgres 18 here also. So after doing this one, stop the PostgreSQL. Then we'll create a link for the Postgres to user/admin, and we'll create the Python. So these are the required packages we need to create. So first I'll just stop. So done. Next, create the link. Next, we are going to install the Python 3 on both the servers. I'm talking about the node 1 and node 2. Here we'll install the PostgreSQL and Patroni. And this is for the etcd, this is for the HAProxy. Next, we'll install the Patroni and etcd client. So near about completed. Then now let me install it is Patroni and etcd. So now server is ready. So node 1 and node 2 is there. So next we will create the Patroni configuration file for the each node. So here the configure the Patroni on each node. So create a Patroni configuration file on the both node 1 129 and node 2 130. So open this, and node 2 also. In node 1, scope is Postgres and namespace is /db. Name I am giving the node 1, and REST API is the 50.129.8.0.0.8, and connect with etcd is 128 running with the 2379. Already we have seen with the this one member. Okay, I'm talking about this detail. And next, the TTL is 30, loop weight, and other things are there. So here main part is this one, HBA. So we are allowing this one for the local for the 129 or 130 with the CRM SHA 256. And also I'm adding user admin, and the options we are giving the create role, create DB. And PostgreSQL listening address is 129.5432 is the default port. Connect is the 5432 same. Data directory is /data/patroni, and pg password temp /pgpass. And here replication user replicator admin at the rate 123, super admin Postgres, password is admin at the rate 123, and socket directory is dot, and no failover is false, and load balancer is false, and clone from false, and no sync is false. So this one we have to create. Control X, Y, and save. Now we have to create the folder structure. Then we'll create the service for the Patroni, and here we'll add the service. Now for the node 2, same thing, only the IP address is changed. Next is save and exit, and then create the folder structure. services for the Patroni. Now start the Patroni on node 1 and node 2. Run on the both. Okay, I'll remove this one later. So active and running. So now check the Patroni cluster status. So here 129 is the leader and running and 130 is the replica and this is streaming. Okay. So here also you can check. Here also you will get a same result. So next is that install and configure the HAProxy on the HAProxy node. That is the 131 and install the HAProxy. So update, upgrade and install the .NET tools, install the HAProxy. So run this command, come to the HAProxy and just install the HAProxy. Next is that edit the HAProxy configuration file. So there is a configuration file path is /etc/proxy/haproxy.cfg. So replace the content with this. So I'm going to replace and I'm binding the HAProxy with the 5000 and there is a 129 max connection. I'm giving the 100 and other details are there. So done. Now we need to open the configuration file. So I'm removing all. I will put my configuration. X, Y, and save. So now restart the HAProxy and check the status. So active and running. Q for exit. Next, test the HAProxy connection. So let me open with 7000 port. Let me open any. So here you can see node 1 and node 2 both are running. Node 2 why this is showing down because this is in streaming replication. Node 1 is active connection. So here you can see zoom it and see this one node 1 and node 2. If you click on node 1 it will give you the HAProxy detail and other details are there. Now using the HAProxy we can connect our database. So we are logged in using the 131. So now create a table. We are going to create a table and insert some data. Create table is done. Insert some data. Check the data. Select extract from users. So data is visible there. If you connect this one with the second server also, from here also, you will get a same /l. So we have a database. Okay, default database I'm using. So you select extract from users. So you're getting the same data. You can create the database, you can create the table and all the things. Now verify the cluster. Check the Patroni cluster status. So run this one. So slash L Q. So here 129 is leader and running. So check the HAProxy status. Everything working fine. Now test the failover. So stop the leader node. So this is my leader node. I'm going to stop this one. Check if the secondary node become the leader or not. So let me check. So here you can see 130 is become a leader. Previously this one 129 is a leader, but now 130 is a leader. So running. So restart the stop node and check the list. So here automatically this is become leader and this become a replica and streaming replication is there. So we have checked this one also. So everything working fine and we are accessing through the HAProxy. So that one is also working fine. So in this video we have learned in day 7 HAProxy PostgreSQL 18 HS setup with the Patroni and HAProxy. So what is the HS setup? What is the Patroni? What is the HAProxy? We have learned all the things and we need a 4 server, server 1, server 2, server 3 and server 4. Server 4 is the HAProxy, server 1 the etcd node and server 1 and 2 is the node for the Postgres database and Patroni. So all the step-by-step process we have seen here. Now, disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose and only under the fair use section 107 copyrighted 1976. All trademarks and logos name belongs to their respective owners. And for any copyright concern, you can send a mail to this email address. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them in the comment box. Like, share, comment, and subscribe to the Chirag Mahto official tutorial. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 8 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 8 we are going to learn PostgreSQL 18 backup and restore with pgBackRest. So we'll go through the step by step process for that. So here first question is that what is pgBackRest? So pgBackRest is the powerful open source backup and recovery solution designed especially for the PostgreSQL databases. It provides reliable backup, fast store operations, point in time recovery PITR, while archiving, compression and encryption, incremental and differential backups. So it is widely used for the production environment for the disaster recovery and high availability setup. So key features of the PG backrest. So this is a reliable backup, supports the full backup, differential backup and incremental backup. Ensure consistent backup for large databases. Next, the parallel backup and restore. Use the multi-threading for the fast operations. Compression and encryption. Backup compression save the storage space. Support AES 256 encryption. While archiving, enable the point-in-time recovery PITR. Remote backup support. So backup and restore over the SSH. Backup and integrity validation. So detect the corruption and validates the backup. Next is the scalable architecture. So suitable for the small development enterprise multi-thread cluster. Next is the how pgBackRest work. So stanza configuration. A stanza represent as the PostgreSQL configuration cluster configuration. It's contain database path, backup repository path, and backup parameters. Backup types. So backup types is the full backup, differential backup, and incremental backup. Description: complete database copy is the full backup. Changes in the last full backup is the differential backup, and changes in the last backup. This is the incremental backup. So use case of the pgBackRest. So disaster recovery, high availability environment, compliance and security, large database, backup management. So pgBackRest versus pgDump. So features of this backup type: pgBackRest supports the full backup, incremental backup, and differential backup, but pgDump only support for the full backup. Compression: pgBackRest yes, pgDump also support. Encryption yes for the pgBackRest, AES 256, pgDump no. Backup speed fast, parallel, and this is slower. While archiving on the pgBackRest is the yes and pgDump is no. PITR supports pgBackRest yes and pgDump no. So prerequisites are there. Before starting, ensure you have PostgreSQL 18 installed, Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server, a sudo user, PostgreSQL super user access, and network connectivity for the remote backups. If Postgres 18 is not installed, then install with the below command. So install the Postgres 18 on the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. So now let me access my server. My server is running on VMware workstation. Here you can see Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server is running there. Let me access this server. So SSH username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address for the server. So this is my server IP address. Now, first I'll update and upgrade the system packages. Add the PostgreSQL APT repository. The PostgreSQL common package provides a script to configure the PgDG. This is a Postgres Global Development Group repo for you. So run this command. So after adding the repository, update the package. So we are going to update the package. Then we are going to install the PostgreSQL 18 server and PostgreSQL 18 client. So sudo apt-y install PostgreSQL 18 Postgres client 18. So here you can see there is a Postgres client 18 is installing, and now Postgres 18 is installing. So after that we'll enable the service so that PostgreSQL service will start automatically. Its system will boot, or OS server will restart. So sudo systemctl enable now PostgreSQL. Okay, systemctl. Then let me check the status. So active. Okay. So working fine. Now install the pgBackRest. So again update the system packages. Install the required dependencies. So these are the dependencies we are going to install. Now I am going to install the pgBackRest. So sudo apt install backrest -y permission to start installation. Now let me check the version. So pg. So we are running with the pgBackRest 2.58.0. Now configure the pgBackRest. So create a backup directory. So we are creating backup directory inside the where lab pgBackRest and giving the Postgres permission there and Postgres ownership and permission 750 permission. So ls. So we don't have any data there. Now configure the create the configuration file. So edit the pgBackRest configuration file. Let me open the configuration file. So we'll add this. So here repo one path is already there. So same path we are using where lib and pgBackRest. So I'm not going to change this one. And remaining we are adding the retention full, retention difference and console info debug log path. And there is a we are running with the Postgres 18. So Postgres 18 path, port number and user is Postgres. Now set the permission for the configuration file. So it is inside the etc there is a pgBackRest. So change the permission and give the ownership for Postgres user. Configure the PostgreSQL for the pgBackRest. So enable the archive mode. So edit the configuration file. So archive mode should be on and archive command. So we'll give the pgBackRest stanza and this is the archive command. Next, wall label should be replica, max wall, max wall sender. I'm giving 3. So we have done this one. So we have changes the configuration file to, so we need to restart the services. Systemctl. So restarted successfully. Now we'll create the stanza. A stanza represents a configured database cluster. Run this command. So created successfully. So stanza create command is successfully. Now check the stanza status. So completed successfully. So testing data. Let's perform the following step to create the database, create a table, insert sample data and PostgreSQL 18 for the testing purpose. Now I'm going to access my database. So create the database, test DB. Connect to the database. So connected with the database, previously this was a Postgres database, now this is changed to TestDB. Now we'll create a table. Simple, we'll create a table with the employee and employee ID, name, position and salary. So create it /dt. So we have an employee table. Now insert some sample data. Select, insert it. Now let me check the data. Select extract from employee. Done. So we have a 3 rows. So we are getting the 3 rows. So exit from the Postgres cell and perform the backup, full backup. So I'm going to perform the full backup. So /q and complete the full backup. So here we are passing sudo -u postgres pgBackRest stanza pg 18 and type is equal to full backup. So backup, full backup is creating by pgBackRest. Next we'll move for the differential backup. Before the differential backup, we'll insert some data. So data should be captured in the differential backup. Let it complete. Similarly, we'll go for incremental backup. Before doing the incremental backup, we'll just insert some data and finally we have a 9 rows and we'll go for the incremental backup. So we'll verify the backup and we'll go for the restoration process. So let it complete. We're running the full backup pgBackRest. Okay, so completed successfully. Now again I'm logging /c testdb and we'll insert some more data. So full backup is done, completed. So this is again we are inserting some data. Okay, now so we have 6 rows now. /q and we'll run differential backup. So completed. Now again I'm going to log in testdb and insert some more data. Finally we have a 9 rows. So exit and we are just doing the incremental backup. So completed successfully. So now verify the backups. So info. So here you can see we have a full backup size. You can see the size also, backup database size, backup set size, and then we have a differential backup. So refers to total one full backup and then incremental backup. This will refer to one full backup and one differential backup. So all the backups are related to each other. Means full backup is okay. Differential backup should means require the full backup, and incremental backup should require the one full backup and differential backup only. Also, then only it will be restored. So next, restore the backup. So now I am going to stop the PostgreSQL database. Then restore. Option 1. Restore with the delta recommended for the partial restore. So delta option will allow the pgBackRest to restore only the changes file and reducing the time and risk. So we have a stop and we can restore the delta. Next, once the restore is completed, restart the PostgreSQL, check the status. And this one second, perform the full clean restore. If you want to fully restore the database without any remnants from the existing data directory, so stop the PostgreSQL. Now we're going to move this file folder backup for creating the backup folder, then make a directory and give the permission and ownership. So perform the restore. So restore command completed successfully. Now restart the PostgreSQL, then and verify the status first. And let me log in. So /L list of the databases, /C testdb, and let me run the command employee. So we have all 9 rows are there. Now if you want to check the this one pgBackRest log, then you can check with this path. Okay, maybe log path is in the okay. I'll check it later. So summary of the difference between the two options, the delta, this is the partial restore, only the changes file, clean restore, full restore, wipes the data and fully restore. So if you are recovering from the corruption, a clean restore is better. If you are recovering from the data loss and specific issue, use delta. So start the PostgreSQL. Now we can automate the backup with the cron. So open the cron tab, one for the nano, go to the end. Here at the following line. So 2 a.m. we are going for the full backup. Then Sunday 2 a.m. and this one there we put a 0 means Sunday, and except Sunday every day 2 a.m. we'll take a this one incremental backup. So you can keep this control X Y and save. Now monitor the pgBackRest log. So you can go through the log file or not created, then we have create. So test recovery plan. So regularly test the backup restoration to ensure the reliability. Document our recovery process. Troubleshooting. Check the PostgreSQL and pgBackRest log. So you can check this. So general CTL it will give. Verify the configuration. So pgBackRest configuration you can verify with this command. So completed successfully. We don't have any issue. And conclusion is that you have successfully installed the Postgres 18, installed the pgBackRest, configure while archiving, perform the full backup, differential backup, incremental backup, tested the restore process, automate the backup using cron. So with proper backup validations and recovery testing, your PostgreSQL environment is now for the more resilient and production ready. So in day 8, PostgreSQL 18 DBA backup and restore with the pgBackRest we have completed successfully. Disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me a mail on this mail address. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly as shown in the video. If do you have any question, then drop them into the comment box. Like, share, comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL DBA tutorial. In this video we are going to learn in day 9 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days series PostgreSQL 18 remote backup setup with pgBackRest. So we'll go through the step-by-step full process for that. So first question is that what is pgBackRest? So pgBackRest is an open source backup and restore tool designed especially for the PostgreSQL databases. It's provide reliable, efficient, and customizable backup and recovery solution for the PostgreSQL, ensuring data protection and disaster recovery readiness. We need two servers, so there is a server details are there. So server 1 we are running the PostgreSQL DB server. The IP is 192.168.50.128 and pgBackRest there is a 192.168.50.129. In my case both the servers is running VMware Workstation. Here you can see VMware Workstation and Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server 1 and server 2 is this. Next, key feature of the pgBackRest. So this is a reliable backup, support full differential and incremental backup. Here is the step-by-step guide for the setup pgBackRest on the remote host with PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. Now we'll set the timeline. So there is Asia and India. So setup of overview is there. PostgreSQL DB server example is 192.168.50.128 and backup server with the 129. So we'll configure the passwordless SSL from the backup host to PostgreSQL server. Install the backrest on the both the servers. So create configuration file, enable the remote backup and restore. So there is a step 1, install the Postgres 18 and backup rest on on both the host. Now, so to get the PostgreSQL 18, we need to add the official repository, apt repository. So now I'm going to access my server that is a 128 cmd ssh and my username is Chirag. While installing, I've given the username and password. So same username and password I'm going to take and I'm going to access this. Now I'm going to run this one sh file. So by default, the repository is PostgreSQL 16. So here I'm going to install the PostgreSQL 18. So I need to add the repositories for that. So if you already installed the PostgreSQL, then you can skip this video. And next I'm going for install pgBackRest with the PostgreSQL 18 on 128. Now I'm going to install PostgreSQL 18. So here you can see Postgres 18 is going to be installed here. And with this, we are installing the pgBackRest. Meanwhile, on backup server, this is a 129. Let me access the second server also. SSH, Chirag at the rate and IP address. Now I'm going to access through the SSH and username, password and IP address we have already defined before. So here also I'm going to add the official PostgreSQL apt repositories. Click on enter. So after that, we'll install the pgBackRest. So in server 2, I'm going to install only pgBackRest. So let me complete on server 2. So let me give the name. This is the PostgreSQL 128, and second word is pgBackRest. So 129. Let me change the tab color also. So this is red. So I can come back to 128. Now I'm going to access my Postgres server. So sudo -u user Postgres and psql. So we are logged in. Now create a PostgreSQL user for the backup. Role is created, and now update the HBA file. This is the host based authentication file. Now I'm going to edit this. First exit from this and edit this one. Go to the end and add this file. Here we're adding the host, then the database is replication, Postgres user is backup, and this is the IP address, and 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 this is method. Control X, Y, and C. So next I'm going to apply the changes. For that, so here you can see we have created the role backup. So apply the changes. For that, we need to restart our Postgres service. So restart is also done. Next, set up SSH access passwordless on the PostgreSQL DB server, that is a 128. Set the password for the Postgres user. So sudo, so the 128 password admin at the rate 123, admin at the rate 123. So passwords updated successfully. Now on backup server 129, set the password for the Postgres user. 123 admin at the rate 123. So password updated successfully. So on Postgres DB server, that is a 128, on root, as a root, I'll just run this one and I'll create the ID RS key. 128 as a root user, I'm going to created. Next, I'm going to copy this SSH key to the backup server. So copy the SSH key to the backup server. So I'm running onto 128 and I'm just pushing the data to 129. So yes, and password for the Postgres user admin at the rate 123. So done. Edit. Now passwordless connection, I'll check for this. So password is a SSH connection and echo OK. So it will give you the OK. Means this is accessible from 128 to 129 without a password. Next, on the backup server, that is a 129, what I'll do, I'll just create the RSA key. Same process, I'll go through this. Done. So key is created. Next, I'm going to run this one to the 128. From 129 to 128, we'll just pass this key. Yes, and admin at the rate 123. So this is copied. One key added. Now let me check the passwordless access. So okay, means without password we can log into both the server. This is a server 1 and this is a server 2. So both the way this is working. Now next is the create the backup directory on the PostgreSQL 128. So I'll create the backup, that is a library pgBackRest, then I'll give the ownership, then change mode. Next, configure the pgBackRest. So on PostgreSQL DB server, that is a 128, I'll edit the configuration file, and here I'll add this one. So already we have this part. So repo path, or I'll comment this one. Better to comment. So comment it. Now I'm going to add this from here. So we have added. Now Control X, Y, and I'm testing with the Postgres 18. Just remember that if you are using with the Postgres other version, then you have to change the version here. So on backup server, I'll just configure pgBackRest on 129. So go to the end. All are in command line, so no need to change anything. So Control X, Y, and save. Let me open again. So there's a pgBackRest path, and main thing is this, where pg1 path is this is the Postgres path, and pg host name is 128, and pg host user is Postgres, and port is 5432. Already we have created the passwordless access. So next, make sure the directory exists. Let me create, give the permission. In step 6, we are going to configure the PostgreSQL for the archive command on the PostgreSQL DB server to the 192.168.50.128. So edit the configuration file. Go there. First you test with the test server, then we'll go for the production. So archive mode. So archive mode should be on. Next, archive command will go through the stanza. Wall level max wall center is 3. Wall level is replica max wall center. So max wall center I'm going to put. So Control X, Y, and save. So restart the PostgreSQL on the Postgres DB server 128 to apply all the changes. Whatever the changes we have done in the configuration file, that should be reflected in our database configuration database. So we need to restart our server. Next, stanza creation test. So run on the 129. So we are running from the 129 to 128. Server is running on 128. So stanza created commands completed successfully. Now check the stanza status. So here you can see all the details are there and completed successfully. Next, in part 2, we are going for the testing data. Let's perform the following step to create a database, create a table, insert the sample data in the PostgreSQL 18 for the testing purpose. So access the PostgreSQL cell on the Postgres DB server. So 128. So now I'm going to access the server. So now create database and database name is MyDB. Let me check testDB. testDB. Let's see HDB. So we have connected previously, we have connected with the PostgreSQL. Now we have connected with the our database. Just now we have created TestDB. Next is that we'll create a table, that is employee table we can create. This is simple table creation command. So we have created slash dt. So here you can see employee table is created and slash dt employee. Okay, slash d. So you can get the details about that. Now insert some sample data. Insert it. Now check the data. So we have inserted that three rows are created. Next, we are moving for the next part. That is the next thing. So perform the full backup on the backup server. So 129 will create the full backup. It will take some time because we are taking first time in full backup. So after creating the full backup, we'll insert some more data. Then we'll create the differential backup. Then we'll create some more data, insert with some more data, and we'll create the incremental backup. So insert again some more data on the DB server, that is 128, and verify the inserted data. So we'll verify. So we have a 6 rows now, and then we'll take a differential backup. So let it complete, then we'll go forward. So we are taking the full backup. Wait for some time. Here you can see the command. This is the command. So completed successfully. Now we are going to insert some more rows. So we have taken the full backup. After that, just in database, I'm going to insert some more rows and let me check the rows. So we have a 6 rows now. Now I'll create a differential backup. Here you can see deep backup. Go to 129 and differential backup. So differential backup is completed successfully. Next, we'll insert some more rows. So we have a 9 rows. So what I'll do, I'll just create the incremental backup, INCR backup. So main thing I want to show you here, we have created database, inserted three rows, then we took the full backup. Then we have inserted three more rows and we have took the differential backup. Then we have inserted three more rows and we have created the incremental backup. So pgBackRest support the differential backup, incremental backup and full backup. So verify the all backups on backup server. So main info. Here you can see status is okay. Full backup we have. Differential backup and this is the incremental backup. So this incremental backup depend upon one full backup and one differential backup, and this differential backup is depend on one full backup, and this is the already full backup. So three rows is here in this part, three rows in this part, and three rows in this part. Now restore the backup on the Postgres DB server 128. First I will stop this. Sorry, not here. Let me exit and I will stop. And restore. Option 1, restore with the delta recommended for the partial backup. The delta option allow to pgBackRest to restore only the changes file, reducing time and risk. So here you can run with this command. So completed successfully. Now you can start. And we have a status active. Now we can log in and let me connect the test DB and let me go to the select employee. So we have all the employees. So we have not changed anything here in case. So this is for only recommended for the partial backup. Now in my case, I will create one more case there in option 2, perform a full clean restore. Just assume that I have stopped the PostgreSQL. Then I'll move the main directory, and I will create the main directory and give the permission. So if you try to start also PostgreSQL and if you log in, so it won't work. Okay, because you don't have the main file, and you can check the status. So it will show you active and running. So now I'll stop again. I'll stop, and here I'll show you one thing. So let me go to the main. Yes, we don't have any data. Means all the files we don't have, all the database files. Now I'll just restore from 128. Perform this one is 128 restore, and our backup is in 129. Here you can see cd pgBackRest. So from listen. So cd slash pgBackRest. So archive and backup you can see. So backup, here you can see main. So all the files are here you can see. Okay. Now I'll restore from this. So let me stop first. Let's stop and I'll run this command. So completed successfully. Here you can see I'll start PostgreSQL start. Let me check in this folder. Previously we have nothing was there. Now all the files you can see here. So now let me log in to my Postgres database /c /l, that is a test DB is this one. So /c /db and then /dt. Employee table is there. Select extract from employees. So here you can see all the rows are there. Means that we have successfully took the backup in remote server and we have restored from the remote server. We don't have data. I have already shown you this one. Uh, yeah, this one LL in the pgBackRest we don't have data and pgBackRest actually data in my second server. So these things are done. So summary of difference between the two options. So method there is a delta, there is a partial restore and restore only changes file. Clean restore, there is a full restore, wipe data and fully restore. So here if you are recovering from the corruption, a clean restore is better. If you are recovering from the data loss and specific issue, use dash dash delta. Now you can restart your server and automate the backup with the cron on the backup server. So there is a 129. There I will create a cron 1 for the nano. Go to the end and add the following lines. So these two lines. So it means 2 o'clock 0 minutes and every Sunday. For that I am putting here day and this is the day. So in day I am putting 0 for Sunday and 1 to 6 means Monday to Saturday. This will go for the 2 a.m. incremental backup. So this is a full backup. This is incremental backup. So control X and Y. And now let me restart the cron. So /etc in init and cron restart. So now cron is restarted. You can check cron tab -L Harry. Okay, just now sudo. Okay, Postgres user I've created. Now so I'll go su minus Postgres and I'll go for the cron tab L. So here you can see I've set the cron tab. Okay, with the Postgres user. So in this video we have seen in the day 9 how to configure the PostgreSQL pgBackRest on remote server backup. So conclusion is that you have successfully installed, configured and tested the pgBackRest for the PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS on remote server. Regular backup and periodic recovery test will be ensure the database resilience and reliability. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 copyrighted 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. And for any copyright concern, you can send me a mail regarding this on this mail ID. For support, you can just subscribe a YouTube channel and follow me on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. And do you have any questions? Then drop them in the comment box. And like, share, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn PostgreSQL PITR explained, and this is the day 10 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. So first question is that what is PITR in PostgreSQL? PITR is point-in-time recovery is the PostgreSQL backup recovery techniques that allow you to restore a database to an exact moment in time. Example, database crash in 10:35 am. Someone accidentally deleted the data in 10:20 am, and with PITR we can restore the database backup to 10:19 am before deletion or 10:34 am before crash. So PITR combines the base backup and while archiving. So core concept of the PITR is PostgreSQL continuously write every database changes into the wall. Wall is the write ahead log. Things of wall is this is the database transaction history. PITR works like that. Take a full backup. This is the base backup. Continuously archive log files. Restore backup. Reply wall file until the target time. So PITR architecture will be there. PostgreSQL server, generate wall and wall archiving location. So base backup, recovery process and replay wall until the target time. So why PITR is important? PITR protects again accidental delete, drop table, data corruption, server crashes, human mistake, failed deployments, and ransomware recovery scenario. PITR components, so base backup, a full copy of the database cluster. So created using pgBase backup, while archiving. So PostgreSQL store transaction log continuously. Enable using archive log mode on. Archive command is this on cp wall archive folder. So recovery process restore full backup wall files, then replay logs line until specific timestamp, transaction ID, and name store point. So here is the point in time recovery PITR guide using the physical backup and wall archiving in the PostgreSQL 18 across the two servers. So my environment is there. We have two server. One is the primary, second one is the recovery. IP address of this 192.168. Okay, my IP change. Let me change the IP. So 50.128. And description for this server is active PostgreSQL server before crash and server used for the performed PITR. So this is the second IP. PostgreSQL root and Postgres user is Postgres and password I am using admin@123. Let me access both the server. So in my case, my both the servers are running with the VMware workstation. There is a server 1 and server 2, 128, 129. Now I'm going to access both the server. Home SSH Chirag at the rate. So this is a server 1. Now I'm going to access the server 2 also. So first we'll update and upgrade the server packages. Just assume that this is a core server. We have not installed anything. I'm going to install the PostgreSQL first. Next, I'm going to add the repositories and update the server and installing the PostgreSQL and start and enable. I'm running all the commands in same time. Let it complete. If you have already installed PostgreSQL, then you can skip this step. Here you can see we are installing PostgreSQL Client 18, PostgreSQL Server 18. So now PostgreSQL 18. Okay, installation is done. Now let me check the status. So active. Second server also I'm going to check the status. So installation is completed. Now set the password for the Postgres user on the both the servers. Admin at the rate 123. So password updated successfully on both the servers. Next, enable the wall archiving on the primary. So 128, we're going to inside this folder. So let me change the name. This is primary. This is recovery server. So this is 129 and this is 128. Now change the tab color. Tab color I'm changing to red. So black is 129, 128. This is the primary server. So LL. Here we have a main folder. Now I'm going to create one folder, that is the database archive, and give the ownership and permission. Ownership. So done. Now LL. So here you can see one folder is created, that is database archive, and the user and group is Postgres. Next, I'm going to edit the Postgres configuration file. Control W, and we'll just open on the archive mode. So archive mode should be on, enable. One level should be replica. Archive command. Put the archive command. So this archive command is into the database archive. Now I'm going to restart my service. Next, I'm going to create the simple database, insert some data on the primary 128. So let me log in. Create the database. Chirag DB1. Then let me connect. So next I'm going to create a table users and insert some data and list out this. Okay. Next I'm going to check the time, and second I'm going to pg switch wall. So it will create write at log. Now I'm going to exit from this. So cd database archive. So here you can see one archive is created. This one. So clear. Now take the physical backup, best backup. So go to same drive. I'm going to create a folder and giving the ownership. Now I'm going to create the best backup. So sudo -u postgres and pg best backup. This is a command for the creating the physical backup inside the database backup. So wait for a few minutes. It will take the full backup. Okay, base backup is created. CD database backup. Here you can see all the files will be there. So backup is created successfully. Next, I'm going to add more records after the backup. So simulate the recovery. So I'm logging to the database and inside this user, I'm going to create. So let me copy this more table. Now slash c Chirag DB, and here I'm going to create one more table slash dt. You can check the table, and now going to insert some more data. So after base backup, we have created some more data and we have just pg switch wall. So create the wall file. So done. So now we have two tables and different data. Now copy the base backup and our wall archive to recovery server. That is a 129. So let me copy this on primary servers, exit from this and run this command. So yes, give the password. We have set the Postgres password. cd where lib postgres 18 lx. So database backup is copied. Now we need to copy the archive log. So this one also copied. So here previously we have only one folder. Now ll we are getting the database archive folder also. So we are copied from the 128 to 129. Now perform the PITR on the recovery server 129. I'm going to stop the Postgres and just remove the main folder and create a main folder and copy the database backup to inside the main and give the ownership and just give the permission. So run this command. Next, restore the wall. So copy the wall into the PG wall. Now open the configuration file. So we have opened the configuration file. Control W. Restore command. And here I'll put the restore command cp this path to archive log to. Now control X and Y. Next, we'll create the manual recovery signal file. Done. Now start the PostgreSQL on recovery server and check the status. So active and running. Now let me log in. Sudo -u Postgres psql. So /l we have a Chirag DB1 database is there. /c connect and /dt check the tables. Select extract from accounts. So we have a same data. Now let me check from the users. So we are getting the data. So whatever the data inserted on the primary, same data we are getting on the recovery server after PITR. So we have done. Now we'll see all the records. So PITR is successful, but it is in read-only mode until the reply ends. So exit the read-only mode. So now I'm going to change this one. So PG wall relay resume. So recovery not in process. Recovery control function can be executed. Okay. So now let me go to the main and we don't have the signal file. So signal file is removed. So everything will work now. So finally, we have done this thing and now we can check the time and operation. So wall archive plus backup that is a 128 and PITR and restore that is 129 server. So disclaimer is there. This video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. Follow and support YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question? Then drop them into the comment box. Please share, subscribe and like and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn in day 11 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 11, PostgreSQL configuration of Barman backup recovery setup. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. So what is the Postgres Barman? So PostgreSQL Barman BA, that is the backup, R R for the recovery, and M for the manager. So this is an open source administration tool used for the managing backup and recovery operations for the PostgreSQL databases. It helps DBA automate and simplify database protection, disaster recovery, and point-in-time recovery. So key features of the PostgreSQL Barman. So automated PostgreSQL backup, while write ahead log archiving, point-in-time recovery, disaster recovery support, and remote backup management, compression and retention policies, and backup verification and monitoring. So why we'll use the Barman? So Barman is widely used in the production environment because it ensures the data safety, reduce downtime, simplify recovery process, and supports enterprise-grade backup strategies. So common use cases: A. DBA configure the Barman on the backup server to take full PostgreSQL backup, continuously archiving wall files and restore database quickly after the failure. So simple definition, we can say that PostgreSQL Barman is the centralized backup and recovery solution for the PostgreSQL databases. Now complete installation and configuration of the PostgreSQL Barman on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. This will include both the backup server and PostgreSQL server setup. So architecture, in my case, there is a role Barman server and PostgreSQL server. So there is a 192.168.50.122 to 128. This is the Barman server, and 129 I'm just taking the database server. So default password everywhere I'm using the admin at the rate 123. So in part 1, I'm going to configure the PostgreSQL server setup. So there is a 129. So let me access the 129 server, and in my case, my Barman server and PostgreSQL server both are running on VMware workstation. Here you can see 128 and 129 is there. Now I am going to access 129, that's a Postgres server. So cmd ssh Chirag at the rate 192.168.150.129. So password is sudo admin at the rate 123. For the default, I am using the same password for all. And this is my Postgres server. So PostgreSQL 129. And second server also I'm going to access now. This is a 128 home SSH username and password. While installing, I have set the username and password for the both the servers. So easily you can access. So this is Barman server 128. So now I am going to install the PostgreSQL. In your case, if PostgreSQL is already installed, then you can skip this installation part. So whenever you are going to install, always update and upgrade the system packages on both the servers. So we'll work with the 129. This is the PostgreSQL server. Now I am going to add the repository. So I'm going to adding the repository to the server. Next, I'm going to update. Let me continue this. Next, I will update and I will install the Postgres 18 and Postgres contribution library 18. So installation is going on. This is a Postgres 18. Okay, installation is completed. Now let me check the status of PostgreSQL sudo systemctl status and PostgreSQL. So this is running. Now I'm going to configure the PostgreSQL configuration file. So edit the PostgreSQL configuration file. So let me open this file and I'll change the address and wall level, wall archiving, wall command, and max wall center and max key wall size. So I'll go through this. First, I'll open the wall level listening address. This is localhost colon. I'll put the IP address 192.168.50.129. Control X, Y. Again, let me open this. Now, wall level. So wall level should be replica. Archive mode. Archive mode should be on. I'll go through the archive command. So archive command, I'll put this one and I'll create one wall archive folder. Control W, max wall sender. Max wall sender should be 10 and wall keep size I will give 1024, 1 GB. Next, I will create the directory. So create the wall archive directory. So this is the path and give the permission for the wall archive directory. So next part, I'm going to do the configuration PostgreSQL authentication. So for that, we have to go for the HBA file. That's a host-based authentication file. I'm going to edit this file and add this user and database detail. Control and next create the Barman user in the Postgres. Just now we have used the Barman user. So same, I'm going to create this. So log into your PostgreSQL and create the Barman user, and I'm using the Barman password here. So same password I'm going to use. So done, wait. And whatever the changes we have done on the configuration file, for that I need to restart the configuration, restart the service. Now set the password for the PostgreSQL sudo passwd Postgres. So admin at the rate 123, admin at the rate 123. Now restart the PostgreSQL. Set the password for the Postgres user we have done. And next Barman server setup. So this is the 128. Install the Barman. So update the system packages. Now let me update the PostgreSQL. Not in this server. So Barman server. Next, after adding the repositories, just update, and I'm going to use the install the Barman here. So update, And now I'm going to install the Barman. So sudo apt install Barman -y. Done. Let me check the version. So Barman. So we are running with the Barman 3.18.0 and this is by the Enterprise DB. So next configure the Barman. So create a main configuration file and add this line. So inside the Barman, so there is a Barman. Go to the last, add these files. Control X and Y and save this. Now create the server configuration. Create the server configuration. So PG server, and here we will pass the connection details. So description Postgres protection server configure connection info. There is a host name and username, database name, and the password, Burman password, and SSH command, rsync, and other details we are getting. So done, save. So here we are also adding the wall streaming. So wall streaming configuration, the server details and server login details, credential detail. So streaming archiver is on and slot name Burman and create slot auto. Next, set up SSH key authentication. Enter, enter. So created. Now copy this key to the Postgres server. So passwordless access, we want to copy this. So number of key added is 1. Enter the password for the Postgres user when asked. So test the SSL connection. So let me connect with the 128. So 129. I'm not going to insert any password. It will give you the OK means that this is connected with the 129. Test the Burman connection. Check the connection to the Postgres server. Yeah, connected. Now here you can check PostgreSQL is okay. Super user all. If you are getting any error, then you have to configure and again you have to run this one for the checking purpose. So all are okay. So everything is working fine. Now initial setup and testing. So first backup. Take a first backup. So from the Burman server, I'm going to take a backup. So backup is completed. Now let me check the status of the backup. Barman list backup and my server name is PG server. So all the details it will give you. So wall size is 0 and size is 54 MB. Now verify the backup. So the backup information latest. So here you can see server name PG server, system ID, and Postgres version 18.0.4, and this path and size and all the details you can find here. And retention policy is valid. Previous backup, we don't have a next backup. This is the latest backup. Now check the server status. So active is true, disable is false, and all the details you can find, and everything running good. Now create the test database. On the Postgres SQL Server 129, we'll create the test database. So logged in, I'll create the database. Create database test underscore DB. Let's see test DB. So connected. Now I'll create one table. Simple table. I'm going to create a employee table. So insert the test data. So add two rows, and let me select employees. Just now we have inserted two rows, and all the both the rows are available here. So take another backup. So Barman list backup. Okay, take another backup, Barman backup. So starting backup using the rsync concurrent method for the server pg-server in the this path. So after that we list the backup. So let it complete. So we are running the command Barman backup pg server, and this is taking time to take a backup. So wait, let it complete. Okay. So backup is completed. Now let me list the backup. So now we have a two backup. So one is this one and another one is 54 MB. So two types of backup we have. Now we'll go for the recovery testing. So simulate the data loss on PostgreSQL Server 129. Just log into your test database. Sudo minus u Postgres user PSQL and minus d the database the test DB. So we have connected with the test DB. Next, insert some more rows. And let me check. Now exit, and so next now we are simulate the disaster for the stopping PostgreSQL and removing the data. So let me stop the PostgreSQL. Then we'll remove the main file. So cd, okay, ll, there is a where lib PostgreSQL 18 main. So we don't have any data inside that. So next, in step 2, perform the recovery. So on the on the Barman server 128, identify the backup to recover. So list the backup. So which one is the latest backup you can find? So this is the latest backup. You can see as per the time. Now we'll run this. Recover the specific location for the testing, or recover the direct to the Postgres server. So I'm running on the running for the Postgres server recovery for this. So run this command. So copying the base backup. So copying the wall segment, generating this, and your Postgres server has been successfully prepared for the recovery. Now I'll start the PostgreSQL help. Check the status. So active and running. So now our PostgreSQL is working fine. So next we'll verify the backup. So let me verify the recovery. So here you can see we have a two rows, and after that we have inserted the data, took a backup, and we restore from the Barman. Now you can list this folder. You will get all the data, all the folders and files. So now we are going for the useful Barman command, that is the monitoring the command. So check server status. So Barman check PG server, list all the backup. So Barman list backup, PG server, see the server information. For that you are running this. Show the backup details. So Barman show backup details and latest, and verify the backup integrity. So you can check this one. So you can check these commands. These are the basic commands. So you can run. Verify PG verify backup is not working. Not a problem. So you can show the latest backup. So this is a valid, and all the details you will find here. So in this video we have learned how to configure the PostgreSQL 18 with backup and recovery with the PG Barman. So Barman is the backup and recovery manager. So step by step we have completed all the steps. So now disclaimer is there, this video is created for the educational and information purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. You can follow and support to the YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question? Then drop them in the comment box. Please like, share and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In day 12, PostgreSQL 18 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 12, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 auditing with the pgaudit. So we'll go through the step-by-step process for that. So pgaudit, the PostgreSQL audit extension, provides the detailed session and or object level logging for the PostgreSQL. It is especially used for the meeting compliance requirement like PCI DSS, HIPAA or SOX. What is the pgaudit provides? So statement level logging, like select, insert, update, delete query, etc. Object level logging, which table, schema, etc. were accessed, and session login, where log a session or user, including role switching, helps with the compliance auditing by capturing detailed action. Here is the step-by-step guide to enable use pgaudit. There's a PostgreSQL audit extension in PostgreSQL 18 on Linux system. Example, I'm using Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. In my case, my server is running with VMware orchestration, and this is the server Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. Now I'm going to access my server. SSH, my username, and while installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address for the server. Now I'm going to access this server using the SSH. Whenever you're working, first update and upgrade the system packages. So next we are going to install the Postgres repository. Now we are going to install the Postgres repository. Enter. Next I'm going to install the PostgreSQL and pgaudit. So sudo PostgreSQL -18-18 PostgreSQL audit. Okay, pgaudit, pgaudit 18 minus y. Yes, permission. Post. Okay. Sudo apt install. Okay, unable to locate the pgaudit. Okay. 18. Okay, I am forgot to update the system packages. So sudo apt update. Done. Now I am going to install the PostgreSQL 18. Why? Okay, so installation is started. So Postgres 18 git. Here you can see PostgreSQL -18 pgaudit is also installation is done. So installation is completed. So next, going to edit the PostgreSQL configuration file. This is the main configuration file. Here we are going to add the preload library, the pgaudit, and other extension. Let me open this file. Set preload set preload. So set preload libraries. Here I will add pgaudit. So now we are going to add pgaudit.log is equal to all, pgaudit log retention on, pgaudit log parameter is on. So these three parameters we are going to add here. Now one more thing. So pgaudit values are this. So you can use pgaudit log value just like for the read only select. We can use the read select and write for the insert update and delete. For function we can use function role ddl mis and all. So I'm going to give the all. So it will give all the logs of PostgreSQL. Now I'm going to restart my service. So whatever the changes we have done, for apply those changes, I'm going to restart this PG audit, the PostgreSQL. So now I'm going to access the PostgreSQL and enable the create the PG audit extension. So sudo -u postgre SQL postgres and psql. Now create extension PG audit. So then next we are going to create a test user and database for the optional. So I'm going to create a user and create a database. Now we are going to create a table. So /c audit DB and create a table, grant the permission. Now we are going to test the audit logging. So as a audit user, we are going to exit from this form and access as a user. We have a password audit@123. Here you can see we have created the user with the password audit123. So same with the same password we are going to log in. Next, perform the sum operation. So I am going to add select query and insert query, and then select q/q, check the audit log. Now here you can see there is a select extract from employee, insert audit value, all the things are coming. So we are getting the log and customize the logging. So audit log values, if you want only the select, so you can go through this. You want to the right, insert, update, delete, and function, role, DDL, data definition language, MISC, and all. So we are going to click on all. If you want for the read write only, you can pass the value like this on the audit log. And best security practices is there. So configuration, restrict the configuration file 640 and rotate the log periodically. So configure the log rotation size the Postgres configuration. Uninstall and disable the PG audit. So this is the process to uninstall. So remove from the set preload library, remove the PG audit, drop the extension, and you can remove the PostgreSQL 18 PG audit also. If a user performs a delete, it will get a log like this. So let me go with the parallel some code. So I'll open one more tab, SSH DPT Chirag @192.168.50.128. Okay, so now let me log in. So here you can see we have logged in and you are getting the detail here. So password authentication is audit user. Now, okay, there is a wrong password. Audit@123. So we are logged in. There is success. /c. Okay, audit log already there. I'm going to select query, run the select query. So select query reflected here. Now insert one more row. Dhruv Sanchit. So we have inserted one row. You can see the detail. Dhruv Sanchit. Now I'm going to access one row. So select query and I'm going to delete um, employees where this ID is equal to 1. Okay. DELE delete. So deleted one, and here you can see in the audit log session 10 write delete and delete table. There is a this one public employee, and there is a delete from employee where ID is equal to 1. So all the logs are capturing the audit log file. This is the audit log file. So home name. So here you can see control and all the details you can find here. So statement, what we are running. So all the details you can find here. So now, so in this video we have learned in day 12 PostgreSQL 18 auditing with the PG audit. So all step-by-step process we have completed. And disclaimer is okay. Next is that you can forward this log to your SIEM or central logging solution for the security auditing. Next disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose under the Fair Use Section 107 copyrighted 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address and follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. And do you have any question, then drop them into comment box. So go through the like, share and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 13 and PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 13 we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 disaster recovery step-by-step process for this. So PostgreSQL there will go through the backup, recovery, high availability and data protection. So this is the total overall is the disaster recovery. So first question is that what is disaster recovery in PostgreSQL 18? Disaster recovery DR is the PostgreSQL 18 is the process of recovering databases from failures like the server crashes, hardware failures, accidental detection or the data corruption using the backups, wall archiving, replication and point in time recovery. So our environment is that component and value. There is a database. We are running with the Postgres 18 OS Ubuntu 24.04 LTS primary server IP 192.168.50.128. The server user, we have a Chirag, password is admin@123. We have a two servers. One is the primary server, another is the standby server. So introduction to the PostgreSQL disaster recovery. Disaster recovery in PostgreSQL means that protecting data from hardware failure, OS crashes, data corruption, human mistake, cyber attacks, and accidental deletion. A complete DR setup generally includes the base backup, while archiving, point-in-time recovery, standby replica server, backup automation, and recovery testing. So update Ubuntu server. So we have two servers. Both the servers in my case running in the VMware workstation. Here you can see server 1 and server 2. Both the servers are running here. Now I am going to access both the server. So using SSH, CMD, SSH, Chirag at the rate 192.168.50.128. So this is the first server. Let me copy this. I'll create the second server also. So admin at the rate 123 sudo su clear. So this is a server one PostgreSQL SQL 128. So IP I'm going to give this. So server one. Then I'm going to create one more server 129. Okay. So this is server two. Here you can see. Now I'll rename this one server two standby replica. You can give replica 129. Let me change the tab color. So both the servers we have access. First, I will update and upgrade the system packages. Whenever you are starting new installation, always update and upgrade the system packages. Okay, completed. Now need to install the required tools. Always run these tools. In my case, some of the tools are already installed. Next, we'll install the Postgres 18. So add the PostgreSQL official repository. So PostgreSQL common packages, just install this sh file on both the servers I'm running. Next, we update the packages. So whenever you're changing source list file, you have to update the packages. So now we are going to update the package. Enter. Finally, we are going to install the Postgres 18. So sudo apt install Postgres 18 on and client Postgres 18. Next, we'll just start the service, enable the status of the service, enable the service. Enable means that whenever the server will boot, automatically PostgreSQL 18 service will start. For that, we are going to enable the service. So done. Now we are going to check the status on both the servers. So active, both the servers, service is active. Now enable the services. So this is the installation part. If you have already installed, then skip up to this. Next, we are going to configure the PostgreSQL. So let me open the 128. Now I'll work with the 128 and there I'll configure the Postgres user. Open the PostgreSQL, pSQL, and here we'll create a user. So create user and username is I'm going to give Chirag with password and my password is admin@123. Now going to create a database, create database and database name is company DB owner I'm giving to just now we have created Chirag user. So done. Now I'll grant the privilege, grant all privilege on database and database name is company DB to user. So user is Chirag. So this is done. Now configure the remote access. So I'll edit the PostgreSQL configuration file. So sudo nano slash etc PostgreSQL 18 main PostgreSQL.config. Okay, so I'll go with the root command. Again, I'll run this as sudo. So done. Now let me open the listening address. I have to allow the remote connection first. So Control W. So address instead of localhost only, I'll just change this to asterisk. Port is 5432. So Control X, Y, and save. So this is done. Now, sorry. Now I'll edit the pgHBA file. That is the host-based authentication file. pg underscore HBA. So go to the end. Here we'll allow host all 192.168.168.50.0. If you are giving the 0, then it will allow the subnet of this, or you can give the direct IP also, just like a 129/24 or 32. So I'll copy this method and put this method. Control X, Y, and save. So whatever the changes you have done, we need to restart the service for apply the changes. So sudo systemctl restart. My service name is PostgreSQL. So restart it. Done. Now I'm going to access this one again. So sudo -u postgres psql. Then I'm going to create a database or table. So we have already created database. So now Control C and company DB. You can connect like this also. Previously PostgreSQL and here connect DB. And second way we can just connect with the directly with the name like this. So pSQL like this also we can connect directly. We can run the pSQL and here user is Chirag, database is company DB, and this is the IP address. And if you want to connect with the remote also, you can connect like this. because we have allowed the remote connection, so you can connect with the remote server also, and you can create the table also. So I'm going to do here. So we are going to create a table. It's a simple command, create table name, ID is in the serial, primary key, name is varchar 100, department is varchar 50, salary is numeric 10 and 2 for this one decimal, and create date time, default and timestamp. So done, created. Now insert some data and I'll check the list. So we have a list of the data. Here, if you want to connect, then here also you can check we are connected with the same data. Next, understanding the wall in PostgreSQL. Wall is the write ahead logging. So PostgreSQL first write the changes in the wall file before updating actual data files. So wall helps the crash recovery, replication, point in time recovery and disaster recovery. So wall location is this is the wall location. So let me check. So ls or ll. So these are the wall. So here you can see this is. So configure the wall archiving. So create the archive directory. So I'm creating the directory slash pg archive and give the ownership PostgreSQL and change the mode to 700. Means owner can rewrite update and other can't do anything. So run this command. So cd slash pg archive. Let me check. We don't have any data. So next we are going to edit the PostgreSQL again, and we're going to change the modify the parameter. So with the nano, I'll go nano, or let me open this. And here we'll search Control W wall label. So wall label should be replica, archive mode. Archive mode should be on. Archive command, archive command, archive command will put same as this one. So cp, and it will just go to the archive new folder. Control W max wall center should be 10, and wall keep size I'm going to change this one 512 MB. Control X Y and save. Now I'm going to restart the service to get the apply changes. So we have changes the configuration file. Now we should run this command. This is very important to whatever the changes we have done, that should be applied. So this is done. Now verify the wall archiving generated activity. So I'm going to insert one more data. Company DB inserted. Exit. So ls minus lh pgwall. No. Let me check on the wall folder. Here created. Okay. Now you can see wall file is created. So wall archive file is created now. So next, create the best backup. So best backup is the starting point of the recovery. So create a best backup. So create a directory. Given the ownership also. Now run the best backup. So here, whatever the options we are using, U for the user, and this the pg base backup is the command, -d is the backup directory, -fp is the plan format, -x stream is the stream wall files, and -p is the for progress. Let me run this. So completed successfully. So verify the backup. So here you can see all the folder and files, base backup, and all the pg or dot auto and other files also. Now simulate the disaster recovery. Suppose database corruption happened. So create the additional data first. So let me log in. So you've inserted disaster test. Exit. Now, okay. Select from the employee. I will show you the list. So here you can see we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rows are there. Disaster recovery is also included there. So we are going to stop the PostgreSQL. Stop PostgreSQL. Then rename the original data directory. Then now restore from the base backup. So copy the base backup to main. So I'll show you the main folder doesn't have any data or any files. So ls, so C cannot access no such a file or directory. So this file is not exist now. Now I'll just copy this, change the ownership, and next we will give the permission. Now check the same command, ls command, you can find all the files here now. So previously we have got cannot access no such a file or directory or the same path, but the data is copied from the base backup. So configure the recovery using the wall file. So create the this recovery.signal file and edit the command. So go to restore command and here will put the path of the PG archive. Control X, Y and save. Now I'm going to start our services. So let me check we have done everything. So we have done. Now start the PostgreSQL service and we'll check the log also. So finishes Postgres services started. So PostgreSQL will restore the base backup, replay the wall file, recover the latest transaction and open database normally. So verify with the login. I'll check with the this. So here you can see disaster test is also available. we took the base backup after 2 or 3, and then we inserted the data. That file is also created on the uh, PG archive, and finally we got the all the files. So recover the row should appear. So point in time recovery. So PITR allows the restoring database for to a specific time. Suppose that your accidental deleted happened on 26. We want to restore in this time. Okay. So step one, we have to stop the PostgreSQL, then remove the existing main, and we'll go through the this one pg-based backup, and we give the ownership and permission as you whoever we have given. Create the signal recovery file, and here only one thing you have to change, this the recovery time target. That target you have to fetch there. Okay, you have to give the target just like current time and before recovery. Just like accidentally you have deleted some data, or some data is not appearing due to some mistakes, so you can go for the specific time of recovery with this command, and then start it. So PostgreSQL relay while only until the specific time stamp. So you can go through this process also. So you have to capture the time stamp also. So next is set up the standby server for DR. So assume we have a standby server that is a 129. So this is the replica server or standby server. So configure the replication user. So on primary, we'll create one user. So sudo -u postgres psql. So create one user, that role is the replicator and password is the replica @123. Edit the HBF file. PGHBA, go to the end, write down this, go to the end. I'm going to remove this one. I'm going to change the method. So SCRM SHA 256, Control X, Y, and save. Now I'm going to restart my service. So whenever you're doing any changes on the configuration file, so you need to restart your service. So prepare the standby server. So on install the Postgres 18 on the on the standby. So already we have done. Now we are going through the. So let me change the name. So we won't confuse on this. So server 2 is my standby server. So stop the services. Installation is already done. So now you will stop the services. Next, remove the default data. So default main folder we are going to remove. Now let me check ls. So we don't have any data. Now to take the stream backup on the standby server. So using the Postgres user, we are going to copy the, we are going to take the base backup. So -h is the primary server IP, -d is the data directory, -u is the user, -p is the progress, and r for recovery. Go to the standby server and run this command. 128. So connection, let me check the connection here. status status. Okay, not running. Why so? Start status. stop. So stop here, then run this command. So connection is server, this says failed, refused, accepting the connection. It's active and running. Let me check the, again, let me recover this. So I'll go through the Postgres configuration file, pghba OK, and Postgres config file. It's file. Start, and I'll just log in. Some mistake I have done. Let me stop this, and I'll just change this one. Ls. Okay, we don't have any data. So I'll stop this. I'll stop the Postgres and just copy this and give the ownership and permission. So done. Create the recovery signal file, and now start the PostgreSQL. Now finally let me try to log in. No, still we have a error. Main old is there. So what I'll do, I'll recover from the old file. So let me stop the PostgreSQL mv main to main to ls mv main underscore old to main. So ls main is there. Now I'll start with this start. Next, let me check to login. So slash l. So we have a company database. So slash, there I'll see company db slash dt, and we have employees, select extract from employee employees. So we have all the data. Control Q and exit from this. And now let me check from all the configuration we have done after this. So I'll just create the replicator user. So, so we are logged in. Create the user. I will just edit the HBA file. I will take the path. So this is the HBA file. So slash q pg.hba, go to the end, and we have added this to the 129. Okay. So control X. No, let me check. Control N. Okay. Replicator, there's a 129.32. Okay. This is okay. So now we'll restart the service. So whatever the changes we have done, that should be reflect. Next, prepare the standby server. We have installation, we have stop, and we have removed the file also. So by mistake, I have done on the 128. So it should be on 129. And take the streaming backup. So run this command. So replicator user, what is the password for the replicator user? So just now we have created. So this is the replica@123. So same password I'm going to use there. Checking and table space copy it done one by one. So we have done this. So this is done. Now start the standby server. Next, verify on the primary. So PG state replication. So login and check this one. So streaming replication, you can get the second server details here. You should the standby connection. So suppose your primary is fail. So you can promote the secondary as a this one. So now let me check the second server as a recovery or not. So sudo -u postgres psql. So here I'll run this. So this is true, means this is in recovery. You cannot insert the data. One more thing we'll check. So company DB and let me select DT, select extract from employees. So we have a 5 rows. Now I will go and to the first server slash c and company DB, and here I'll check with the employee. We have a 5 rows. Now I'm going to insert one row. So already we have written to insert command. No. So I'll collect the insert command from above. So here I'll write new test. Anything? So let me copy this, Control Z, and I'll put the same. So I'm going to insert the data in the primary. So data is inserted. Let me check data is reflected on secondary or not. So new test data is reflected here. You can see. Means that our replication is working fine. So let me go up to this. We have completed, done. This one also completed. Now you are getting this one in recovery is equal to true. True. And if you want to insert the data, if you try to insert the data on the secondary, you will get a error. Cannot execute a insert on the read only transaction. So if you want to promote to the secondary, this one as a primary, so you can run this command. So automate the backup using the cron. So in cron tab, you can take a backup. So daily backup at 1 a.m. So automate the backup using cron. So cron tab. Let me open the cron tab. So here one, I'll go through the nano, go to the end. And here I will write this command. So here 1 o'clock PG base backup, and this is the path with the date. Will automatically it will take the base backup. So backup retention policy, keep daily backup for the 7 days, weekly backup for the 1 month, and monthly backup for the 1 year. So delete all backup. So find the backup, run this command, find pgbase backup type, and m time is +7. Those who are older than 7, execute the rm-rf for that command. Next is the important disaster recovery command. So show wall level. I'll show all the commands. So here, go with this. So wall level is replica, wall command, archive command. So archive command is on, wall command is cp to pg archive. Next is that check the recovery mode. So you can check the recovery mode. So in first server this will be false, but the second server it will be true, because this is in recovery. You cannot write any transaction on the second server. So check the replication. You can run this command on the primary. So this is the streaming replication, and check the wall receiver. So this command will run on the secondary. So this is the receiver. Wall receiver. Okay, wall receiver. I'm not getting. So state wall receiver. Okay, I'll check this. So next is the disaster recovery best practices. Always follow 3 to 1 backup rule. So keep 3 copies of the data, 2 different media types, and 1 offsite backup. So best practices is that enable the wall archiving, test recovery regularly, monitor the replication lag, keep the backup encrypted, store the backup on site on cloud, automate the backup verification, use RAID storage, and monitor disk space, document DR process. And real production architecture example is that application, it will connect with the primary server, and streaming replication, there is a standby server, and wall archiving, there is a backup storage. So full recovery workflow summary is that normal operation, so user insert and update data, wall generated, wall archive, and the base backup created, standby receive replication. During the disaster, server crashes, restore the base backup, replay the wall files, recover the transaction, promote standby if required, and resume application. So troubleshoot is there error, permission is denied, fix the permission ownership. The PostgreSQL is the user, so give the ownership to particular. So wall file is missing. So couch of the wall command is failed. Wall detected too early. Wall deleted too early. So fix. So this is the verify the archive directory, increase the retention policy, and replication not working. Check the port number. If you will check the port number, it will give you the port for all. So control Q. So here you can see it will available for all. Means with the IP you can access this one. 5432 is open. If not working, then you should allow the this one firewall. So firewall rule you have updated. In my case, I have a firewall is stop. So if firewall is on, then you have to allow in the firewall. Next, monitor the wall. So here you can do minus DSH. It will give you the size of the backup. So always check size of the backup. So 145 MB, and the base backup size backup is size 47 MB. Next, security recommendation. So restrict backup access. So always give the 700. So for the ownership or owner will read write update, and other won't do anything. So encrypt database. So you can encrypt with the this command. So open SSH encryption, ACS, and you use the salt and backup.tar will be encrypted. So if you run this command, so give the enter the password, admin at the rate 123, admin at the rate 123. So warning duplicated by the tutorial use. So cd pgbackup ls. So final verification checklist is there. PostgreSQL install completed, user creation is completed, wall enable is completed, archive configure is completed, base backup is created, PITR is tested, and standby configuration is completed, failover tested also completed, and cron backup is added to cron job. So conclusion is there. You have now completed full PostgreSQL 18 disaster recovery implementation on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS, and this guide will cover the PostgreSQL 18 installation, user and database setup, wall archiving, base backup, retention process, point-in-time recovery, streaming replication, standby failover, backup automation, and security best practices. So this architecture is suitable for the production environment, in enterprise application, banking system, e-commerce platform, and critical business application. So all the useful commands already you have used. So all the commands you can see, and you can log in with the particular database we're using this command. So we have completed the day 13 PostgreSQL 18 disaster recovery. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. You can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to follow, like, share, and comment, and subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. And this is a day 14 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 14, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL streaming replication setup. And here we'll go for the high availability, data protection, disaster recovery, and read scaling. So day 14, there is a two servers are there. One server is the primary server that called the master, and while streaming on between master and replica, there is a standby server. So we'll go through the configuration of streaming replication on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. So step by step process will go through that. First question is that what is PostgreSQL streaming replication? So streaming replication is the PostgreSQL built-in high availability and disaster recovery features that continuously transfer WAL, that is the write ahead log, and record from a primary server to one or more replica standby servers in near real time. Instead of the copying entire database rapidly, PostgreSQL sent only the transaction changes record to WAL files and making PostgreSQL replication efficient and fast. So architecture will be there. There is a WAL record on the primary. This is the primary server IP. Okay. So IP is change. In my case, so this is the primary server, this is the replica server. So primary server IP is 192.168.50.128, and standby, that is a replica server, that is a 129. So why is streaming replication is important? So it give you the high availability, that is if the primary server fails, the replica can be promoted quickly to the minimized downtime. Disaster recovery. A standby server maintains a continuously updated copy of the production data. So read scaling, read-only workloads such as the reporting and analytics can be redirected to the replicas. Backup protection. So protect against the hardware failure, OS crashes, and storage issue. Maintenance flexibility. So database maintenance can be performed on a standby server without affecting production. So common use cases is there high availability, automatic and manual failover, disaster recovery, secondary copy of the data, reporting server, upload the reporting queries, analytics, run the BI workload on replica, and backup validation, test the restore safely, and database migration, migrate with the minimum downtime. So in our case, the environment is there is a primary server, there is a secondary server, one role is master, another role is standby replica. So this is the IP address. And in my case, my both the servers are running on the VMware workstation. Here you can see this the server 1 and server 2. There's a 128 and 129 server IPs there. I'm going to access my both the servers. So CMD and SSH. My username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address for the particular server. Copy this. Then another server is 129. So I have accessed my both the servers. Now PostgreSQL 18 replication setup on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. My both the servers running on the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. Now install the Postgres 18 on the both the servers. In your case, if Postgres is already installed, the not installed, go the skip the installation part. So in my case, I am going to install. So update and upgrade the system packages on both the servers. Next, I'll install the Postgres common package, provide the script to configure the pgdg repo for you, and we'll go through the installation also. Next, we'll start and enable the services. So enable and start the services. So click enter to continue. So let it complete. So here you can see PostgreSQL client 18. Here also PostgreSQL client 18. So Postgres is installing. Now Postgres 18. So here also Postgres 18. So installation is in progress. So now enable and start the services. Now check the status. Systemctl sudo and systemctl, then status PostgreSQL. So active and running. So in both the servers, check this one. So active and running. Now switch to the Postgres user on which server. Just remember that. Now configure the primary server first. So switch to the Postgres user on primary server. So go to the primary. Let me give the name. This one primary 128. Replica or standby 129. Change the tab color. So now on primary, we are going to switch to the Postgres user. So here previously we are working with the root. Now this is changed to Postgres user. Then set the password for the replication. So here PSQL -c command we are running to the create role replicator with the replication log and login password is admin at the rate 123. So role is created. Now edit the PostgreSQL configuration file. So path is nano /etc postgres 18 main, and there is a PostgreSQL.config file. Control W listing address. I'll change this to the extract instead of localhost. Then wall level should be replica. Archive archive mode should be on, and I'll change the archive command also. So archive command cp and will provide the path for the archive. Go to the end home and this one uncomment this. Control W max wall sender should be 10 and keep size I'll change to 512 MB. Now I'll save this one. So here we have used this one. Inside the 18 we have an archive. So if you list this folder, let me first check it. So we don't have in archive folder. So we'll create the archive folder and we'll keep the ownership for this. Okay, not with this command exit. I'll go to the root, and now I'm going to edit the pghba file. So nano slash etc postgres 18 main pg underscore hpa. So go to the end and I'll just write down this. So host replication username is replicator, and IP address, I'll provide the IP address to the secondary servers 192.168.50.129, and password method this one, and keep the same. So here one more thing we have to do, /32. So control X, Y and save. So this is a very important file you have to do on this. This is the SC, SCRM SH256, and whatever the changes we have done in the configuration, we need to restart. We need to reflect that. For that, we need to restart our services. Now configure the secondary server. So done. Now secondary server status is running. So first we'll stop the PostgreSQL. Now check the status. So this is not running. Okay. So then clear all the old data. So go to the Postgres user. Now remove all the files from main folder. Now you can check ls. So we don't have any data. Now take a base backup from the primary. So here the pg underscore base backup -h 128 the primary server IP, -d this is the path, -u the user, and -p for the password. Wall method is string. So completed. Now you can check with this command, ls command. So you will get a files. Next, create a standby signal file. So touch this, create this, created. Configure the PostgreSQL auto.config. So just open this configuration file, and here we'll write the configuration for 128 for the replica. So here you can see primary configuration, host name, port number, user, password will pass there. Then now save and exit from the Postgres user. Start the PostgreSQL. So exit from this prompt, go to the root and start. So then now verify the replication on, go to the primary server user and just run this command. It will give you the client address and client details. So this the username is replicator, replication name is replication1, client address is 129, and replication state is streaming. So this is a database replication is going on from 128 to 129. So on replica server, we'll check that is in recovery or not. So run this command. So this is simple command, select PG is in recovery or not. This is T means true. So it should return the true T means that server is on recovery mode. So testing the replication. So on primary, just create the database. So create database test DB. On primary, I'm going through the direct PostgreSQL. So slash L, we have three databases are there. Here also we'll check pSQL and slash L. So here also we have three databases. Now we'll check. So here I'll create one database and let me check on the second server. So database is reflected there. Okay. Now slash C, I'll connect with this and let me check slash DT slash DT. So we don't have any table. And here slash C test DB, and I'll create one simple table. So we are creating on the primary server. So table is created. Now check here. Yeah, table is reflected here. Now select extract from employees. We don't have any rows. What I'll do, I'll just insert some rows there on the primary. So inserted. Select command. Let me check. Select extract from employees. So two rows are inserted and same rows will reflect on the second server also. This is the replica server 129. So we'll get the same. So we have verified everything. So now you have the Postgres 18 streaming replication working between the two servers, that is primary and replica. Conclusion is that PostgreSQL streaming replication provides the robust and efficient mechanism for the maintaining one or more synchronized standby servers. By continuously streaming wall record from the primary server, that is 128, to the replica server, that is 129, organization can achieve high availability, disaster recovery, read scaling, reduce time, faster failover, and improve the data protection. In this setup, Process 18 uses the physical streaming replication with the wall archiving replication slot and the dedicated replication user, that is the replicator, to ensure the reliable and near real-time synchronization between the servers. This architecture is widely used in the production environment and forms of the foundation for advanced HA solutions such as the Patroni, repmgr and pgpool2. I'll just in future videos I'll go through this also. So in day 14, PostgreSQL 18 streaming replication setup is completed. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the education and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. No copyright. For copyright concern, you can go through this email address. Send me email on this. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Question, drop them into the comment box. Share, like and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 15 in PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days series course. So day 15 we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 logical replication guide. Step-by-step process will follow, and there is a two databases there. One is the source database, another is the target database, and we'll do logical replication between them. So first question is that what is logical replication? So logical replication is a Postgres feature that replicates data changes, insert, update, delete, and truncate at the table level using the publish or subscribe model. So publisher sends the data changes and subscriber receive and applies to the those changes. So replicates only selected table, not the entire cluster, database cluster. So architecture will be there. So publisher, publication, logical replication slot, and subscription and subscriber. So use cases of the logical replication. Selective table replication. So replicate only the specific table. Just an example, we'll create the publication sales pub for the table customer and orders. So database migration with the minimum downtime, migrate from the database Postgres 16 to 18 while keeping data synchronized. 3. The reporting and analytics. Send the production data to the reporting server without replicating the whole database. 4. Multi-version replication. Publisher and subscriber can run different PostgreSQL version. Example, PostgreSQL 16 and there is a PostgreSQL 18. So data integration. Replicate selected data to the external application, data warehouse and microservices. 6. Geo-distributed application. So replicate specific data sets to the server in the different region. So there is a logical replication versus streaming replication. So feature replication level. So logical replication will go with the table and data changes, and streaming replication physical wall blocks. And next is the granularity. There is selected table and entire database cluster. Cross version support, yes, both are yes. Read only standby. Logical replication we cannot do, but streaming replication we can do. Selective replication, logical replication yes, and streaming is no. Replicate DDL no, and on streaming replication yes, physical copy. So publisher and subscriber yes, and there will be the primary and standby. Failover ready, this is the limited, this is the excellent. Analytics use cases, this is excellent, this is limited. And HA and disaster recovery, not primary goal, this is the primary goal. Means that if you want to do some tables and changes reflect to the subscriber server, then you go with the logical replication, and streaming replication will go in that database cluster. So example, logical replication replicates only the employee, customer, order, not replicated the log, audit and archive. But streaming replication replicates entire database cluster, employee cluster, order, log, audit and archive. So everything is copied exactly. When to use which? Use logical replication when you need only specific table, migration between the Postgres version, building reporting on analytics database, sharing data with the external system, creating the distributed application. And use the streaming replication when you need the HA high availability and disaster recovery is required. You need to eject standby copy. Fast failover is important. Entire database synchronization is needed. So one line we can say that logical replication replicates table level data changes through the publication and the subscription, allowing selecting and cross version replication will while streaming replication replicate the entire database cluster at the one level for the high availability and disaster recovery. So use streaming replication when you need HA disaster recovery exact data copies, and use the logical replication when you need flexibility, partial table, cross version, cross platform, and external data system integration. So here is the step-by-step guide to setting up the logical replication in Postgres 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server using the following setup. So there is a publisher and subscriber. So there is a two servers 192.168.50.128 and 129. And my both the servers are running on the VMware workstation. Here you can see 128 and 129. I'm going to access my both the servers. So SSH, my username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address for the server. Here. So this is my first server. I'm going to access my second server also. So SSH username is Chirag and IP 129. So I've changed the IP. So here you can see this is a server one, this is server two. Now let me give the name. So the server one is the publisher and IP 128, and this is subscriber 129, and change the tab color. So this is red. So this is my publisher server. This is my subscriber server. Okay. Now install the Postgres 18 on both the servers. If you have already installed the Postgres 18, then you can skip this part. Or in my case, I'm going to installation also. So first update your system packages to ensure that everything is up to date on both the servers. On both servers. Now add the PostgreSQL apt repository. To get the Postgres 18, you need to add the official repository. So first I'll install the pgdg helper. Next, this script will add the apt postgresql.org repository for your distro. So Nobel pgdg. So now next, install the Postgres 18. So update. After adding the repository, update the package list and install the Postgres 18. So installation is started. Next, we'll go to the start and enable the Postgres SQL service. So ensure the Postgres SQL service start automatically. So we'll start and we'll enable, then we'll check the status. Done. Now enable. Now check the status. So active and running. Here also check the status. Status active. Now next we'll configure the primary publisher server. So edit the PostgreSQL configuration file. So let me edit this in the publisher. This is 128 and here I'm going to edit. So I'll start with sudo nano then path of configuration files. So PostgreSQL slash 18 slash main slash PostgreSQL configuration file. Go to the Control W address. So here I'm going to put extract, or you can put the specific IP address, or also I can put 192.168.50.128. So this is the IP address of the server. We can so this will allow the connection from all IPs. Next, we are going for the one level. One level should be replica. Instead of replica, this is a logical replication. Okay, so one level I will change to logical. Logical. So it will enable the logical replication. Max wall sender. So make wall sender is 10, and I'll create the max replication slot also 10, and password encryption will go Control W. One password encryption is SCRM SHA 256. Now I'm going to close this and going to edit the PgHBA file. This is the host. Okay, Control X. PgHBA file. This is the host based authentication file. Go to the end, and I'm going to have. So we have done this. So going to add the replication, replicator, and IP address of the secondary server, and I'm allowing the all also. Edit. So save. Next, restart the PostgreSQL. So apply the changes. So whatever the changes we have done, configuration changes, so it will apply after restarting the service. Completed. Now create a replication user. So log in into the PostgreSQL and create the replication user. So let me log in. So Postgres prompt, and here I'll create the replication user slash q. So exit from this. Now create a publication. So log into PostgreSQL, and here we'll create a database, create database and test DB slash c test DB. So connected with the database. Previously, this is the Postgres database. Now this is changed to test DB, and we'll create some table. So table is created. So slash dt employee table is created. Now we'll insert some data. So these are the simple commands. So I'm showing directly. So insert it. Now let me check. Select extract from employees. So we have a two rows. So now create a publication for the replication. So create a publication mypub. This is the publication name for the table employees. So create publication is done. Now exit. Now we'll go for the grant permission for the replication user. So we'll log into the database. Sudo -u postgres psql -d and database name is hdb. So we are logged in. Now we are giving the select, insert, update, delete on the employee table for the replicator user. Just now we have created the replicator user. I'm talking about this user. And then we are giving all the sequences in the schema on the public to replicator. So run these two commands. So grant is success. Now control Q. So this part is done. Now moving to the subscriber server. So here we'll just edit the configuration file and allow the remote connection. So sudo nano /etc PostgreSQL main and Postgres.config. Control W, string address, and instead of localhost, we'll just insert the IP of this server 192.168.50.129. Control W, password, encryption is SCRM SHA256. So we have done both the changes. Control X, Y, and save. Now edit the HBA file, that's a host based authentication file. Go to the end and we'll add host, all, an IP address of primary server. So 192.168.50.128/32. So let me copy this. Control X, Y, save. Okay. Now apply the changes. For then that we need to restart the service. So this is done. This publisher work is done. Subscriber we are working. Now let me log into the subscriber server. So sudo -u postgres and psql. So here we'll create the same database, but because logical replication cannot copy the ddl command. So here we have to create the manually. So create database and my database name is testdb /c testdb. So /dt, we don't have any tables. So we have to manually, we have to create the same table. Whatever the table we have created above, and which table we want to this one replicate. So create the same table structure as in primary. So create this and create the subscription. So here you can see the connection host is 128. So you are connecting with the primary server and DB name is testdb and user is replicated. And we are creating the, now run this one. So created slot is my subscription on the publisher and create the subscription. So verify the publication status on primary. Run this command. This is secondary. Exit from this. This is a primary server. So run this command. You will get, so my sub we have created on the subscription. So you can get IP address is also there, streaming and asynchronous, and all the parameters are there. On replication, we'll check with the PG state subscription. Here PG state replication. So in subscription, run this one, you'll get the apply and other details you can find here. So my sub, apply, other details. So now check the user data in both the servers. So check the selected from the employee. So in first server, we should have two rows and second server also we have a two rows. So data is replicated from the prime publisher server to subscriber server. Now you will get the same output. So test the logical replication, insert data in the primary. So primary server, I am going to insert a row. So insert it and check on the secondary. So data is replicated on the second server. So here before we have a two rows only, and after inserting this one, we will get a three rows, and the rows that is also reflected on the second server. So check the data in replication server. So we have seen. So conclusion is that you have successfully set up the logical replication on PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. Now any data changes on the primary publisher server will be automatically replicated to the replica, there is a subscriber server. So this is the day 15. We have learned about the PostgreSQL 18 logical replication guide. And disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. No copyright infringement intended. For copyright concern, you can send me mail on Chirag Mahto@gmail.com. So follow and support YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question? Then just drop them into the comment box and like, share, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 16 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So day 16 we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 bidirectional replication setup. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. So first question is that what is bidirectional replication? Bidirectional replication BDR is the PostgreSQL replication method where two or more databases can simultaneously send and receive the data changes, allowing updates on any node to be synchronized with each other. So use cases of this one active database architecture, high availability, disaster recovery, multi-region global application, branch office synchronization, load sharing across the databases, and benefits. There is no single point of failure, reduced downtime, faster access for the global user, data redundancy and disaster recovery, read and write operation on the multiple nodes, and better scalability and availability. So to set up as a bidirectional replication between the two master slab, there is a primary and replica setup on the PostgreSQL 18. We'll use the logical replication of the new features introduced in the PostgreSQL 16 and enhanced in 18, such as the original parameter to be prevent infinite loop and improve the failover slot synchronization. This example assume you want to bidirectional replication between the two primaries, there is a primary 1 and primary 2, while there is a respective replica 1 and replica 2 serve as the standby server for the high availability. So below is the setup for the guide with the example for your architecture. So in my case, my architecture is that there is a setup one, there is a one primary IP is 192.168.50.128, and this one in primary 1 there is a replica 1 to the 129, and similar we have a primary 2 and replica is 131. So we'll do the bidirectional replication between the primary 1 to primary 2. There is a logical replication and master slab replication between primary 1 to replica 1 and primary 2 replica 2. There is a physical streaming replication. So we'll configure physical replication streaming replication for the each primary and replica pair. There is a primary 1 replica 1 and primary 2 replica 2. So logical bidirectional replication between the primary 1 to primary 2. So we'll go through the step-by-step process for the setup. We need 4 servers. So all the servers are running on the VMware workstation. Here you can see 128, 129, 130 and 131 is there. So now I am going to access all the servers. So perform the following step on the both the primary and standby servers. So install the PostgreSQL in all the servers. So now I'm going to access cmd ssh username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username and password. So all the servers I'm going to access 129. We need to install on all the servers. So we need to access all the servers 130. And last is 131. So we have access to all the servers. Now I'm going to update and upgrade the system packages on all the servers. While installing, when you are starting, you should install, update and upgrade the system packages for the other servers. Next, add the PostgreSQL repository. To PostgreSQL 18, we need to add the official PostgreSQL apt repository. If already you have installed this, so avoid, just skip the installation process, then continue with the next process. So done all the servers, we need to install the Postgres. Next, after installing this, install the Postgres 18. After adding the repository, update the system packages list and install the Postgres 18. So run this command. Let me complete the previous command. So click enter to continue. Now done. Now going to install. Let me give the name of the servers. So this is the primary one, the IP is 128. Replica 1, 129. This one primary 2, 130. And this one is the replica 2, 131. Change the tab color. So this is red, yellow, and that is blue. So all the tabs are in different color. So let it complete. So now let me check the PostgreSQL version. So PSQL. So we are running with the 18.4. So let me check on all. This would be same. So we are running with the 18.4 on the all the servers. Now configure the streaming replication. Perform the following step on the primary one. So 128 we are going through this and create a replication user. So let me log into my PostgreSQL database. So I'm talking about the 128. So just log in. And inside the PSQL shell, run this command. So there it will create the user, that is replicator, and password is admin@123. Exit from this /q. Now configure the PostgreSQL setting. Edit the Postgres configuration file. Allow the replication connection and configure the wall setting. So let me open this. This is the configuration path. So Control W and we'll search address will be instead of localhost. I'll put asterisk to allow all the connections. Then max wall max wall max wall sender should be 10. Max replication slot, I'm going to give the 10. wall keep size, it will change to 512 MB. Wall level should be replica. We are going to the replication, and then last what standby should be on. Now save this. So similarly, we'll just adjust the authentication method. So edit the pghba file, pg underscore hba. So here, go to the end, go to the end. So we have done this. So add the replication user, replication database, replicator user, and this IP address and method. So method I'll use scrm sh256. Control X and Y and save. So reload the PostgreSQL services. Whatever the changes we have done, for that we need to restart the service or reload the service to apply the changes. Next, configure the standby server, that is a replica 129. So already install the Postgres or follow the previous step to install the Postgres 18. We have already installed. Perform the following step on the standby server, that is a 129. Stop the Postgres first. So stop. Now copy and clear the existing data directory. So moving to the main to main old. And now I'm going to remove. So warning is that this will be remove all the existing data on the standby server. So before doing this, just take a backup or just remember that where you are doing this. So take a base backup from the primary. Now and run the base backup. So -h is the host. 129. So why are we? So here 129 will be there. 128 will be there. Okay. So 128 and I'll do the all the steps. So base backup is completed. Here you can see. Now, when you promote the password into the admin at the directory, notice that signal dot standby dot signal is created, and this file indicates the server is on standby. So just go through ls. So here you can see standby dot signal file is there. Now exit from this prompt. So alternative, you can create the standby signal by using this command. Okay. So set the permission, give the ownership and change permission for the main folder. Now start the PostgreSQL on standby server. Now check the status. So active and running. So verify the streaming replication on primary. Let me check this. So here this is running replicator and streaming replication and asynchronous mode. Next, output is like this. And if you want to enable the synchronous, run the below command to on the master. So let me log in. I want the synchronous replication. So synchronous is there. I'll show you once more. So here async is there. Okay. Now I'll change this to synchronous. Now change, quit, exit. Now reload the PostgreSQL. Let me log in again. Let me check. So this is changed to synchronous. Okay. We have done. So standby server. Now check on the standby server. So this is on recovery or not. This should be written true. T means true. So indicates the server in the recovery mode. Let me check the world receiver. So here you can see we are getting the streaming replication. So this part is done. Now repeat the above steps to the primary to 130 to replica to there is a 131. So let me go above from here. So perform the following step on the primary. So now let me log in. 130, I'm talking about the 130. Let me log in, create the user, exit from there. Now configure the PostgreSQL setting. Open this. So this is the configuration file. Here we'll change the required changes. So Control W, address. So it should be allow all the IP address. So I'll put extract max val sender. Max file sender should be 10. Max replication should be 10. And max keep size is I will change to 512 MB. Then val level should be replica. Hot standby should be on, and save this. Now change into the HBA file. This is the host based authentication file, and go to the end and let me insert this data. Copy this. I'll use MD5 instead of this. This is a 131. I'll change the IP. And this is a 130. I want to connect to the replica too. So Control Z, save this, and save this one also. So whatever the changes you have done, this should be applied. For the applying this, the service should be restart sudo systemctl restart PostgreSQL. So done. Now configure the standby server. In my case, there is a replica 2, that's a 131. So I'll stop that. Stop the services. Copy and clear the existing data. So note is there, warning is there. This will be remove all the existing data. So before doing this, just remember that. So done. Now take a best backup. So here we want, so this is 130. Wait, Control C. First, just change the user and then run this command. So here we'll connect with the 130. 130, this is the primary to replica 2. Replica 2 will connect with the 130, this is the replica primary 2. So password is admin@123. So base backup is completed successfully. So now let me check the file. So here's standby.signal file is created. Let me check. That means that this is the standby server. So standby.signal file is created there. Alternatively, you can create the file if not available. So we have already this file. So set the permission and change the ownership. Control C, exit from here and run this command. Done. Now start the PostgreSQL on standby server. Check the status. So active and running working file. Now on primary, let me check status of the replication. This is working and asynchronous mode. Now let me log in and I'm changing. So done. Exit. Restart the service. Run this command. So this is changed to synchronous mode. So if you want to check already signal dot standby dot signal file is there, this will return is true. So this is done. We have repeated and now move to the step 3. There is a setup bidirectional logical replication. So on primary 128. Now let me go to the 128 and here I'll change the wall label is logical. This will be logical. Now restart the service. Control X, Y, and save and reload the service. So create the replication user, log into PostgreSQL and create a role logical REP with the replication login admin@123. Control Q. So we have created the logical replication user. Allow the access in the pgHBA file. This is the host-based authentication file. Here I will allow. Let me log in, go to the end. I'll change this. So 130. So no, 129. So logical replication between, okay, 130. This is okay. So logical replication between the both the primary. So done. Control X, Y, and save. So restart the services to apply the changes. Log in and create a database MyDB. Now I'm going to create a database. Create database MyDB. /c MyDB. So we have connected. Now give the sequences for the test table ID sequence. Start with the 1 increment by 2. So it will go like 1, 3, 5 like that. So create sequence is done. Now create the table. Grant the permission. and create publication. Publication is the primary one for the table test table. Exit from this. Next, on the primary two, there is a 130. Enable the logical replication. So open the configuration. 130 I'm talking about. Open this. So here one label should be logical. Control X, Y and save. Now allow on the pgHBA file. Go to the end. So instead of MD5, we'll use SCRM HA, and this is 128. Now just restart the PostgreSQL. So apply the changes. So whatever the changes you have done, that should be applied for this. We need to restart. Now log into PostgreSQL. So we have logged in. Now create the logical replication. So done. Now create a database. Create database MyDB with the same name we are going to create and connect with the MyDB. And next we'll create the sequence. So here previously we have incremented starting with the 1 and incremented by 2. Here we are starting with the 2 incremented by 2, means that it will come 2, 4, 6 like that odd number. So done. Now create a table. Table structure is same as we have created on the primary one. Grant the permission and create the publication. So create the subscription on the primary one, that is a 128. So run this command. Here we'll create the subscription. Name is the sub to the primary two. Connection host name is 130 and DB is MyDB. User is logical replication. Password is admin@123 and publication name is per primary two. Just now we have created this one and copy data false origin is equal to this. So run this one on the 128. Okay. /c MyDB. So create it. Next, we'll do on the 130, create the subscription, the same logic. So created. Now verify the bidirectional replication. On primary one, select the subscription. So here you can see sub to primary is coming. And similar, we'll just run this command on the primary two. This is the primary two is 130. So sub to primary one. Here is the sub to primary two. So both are connected now. Test the replication by inserting data on the primary one. So primary one, I'm going to insert one data. So insert it. Let me check. Select from test table. So hello from the primary one. We are getting the data. Let me run this same command on the primary two. Here also we are getting. Now let me check with the So sudo minus u postgres psql /c mydb is created. Here also we need to check. So on the replica server also we are getting, let me log into here also, sudo minus u postgres psql and /c mydb and here also. So all the four servers we are getting the same data. Now just insert from the primary 2. Inserted. Now let me test getting the data on primary 2. This is very important to this will show in the primary 1 also. So we are getting the in primary 1 and replica also get the same data on both the replicas. So we're getting the same. Two rows are created. So we are getting the vice versa. So conclusion is that you now have to bidirectional logical replication between the primary 1 to primary 2 while keeping the primary replica setup on the place. Let me know if you need any refinement. So this is the day 16 PostgreSQL 18 bidirectional replication setup. So we have done the step-by-step full process. Disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. You can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Drop your question in the comment box. So like, share, comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video we are going to learn, this is the day 17 and the PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 17 we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 replication and failover with the repmgr. So rep manager. So there is a replication and failover with configuration with the rep manager, and there is a Postgres, two servers are there. Between that we'll go on for the replication. So in my case, we have a two servers. The servers is a primary DB and replica DB 192.168.50.128. This is server 1 and 129. This is a server 2. In my case, both the servers are running on the VMware workstation. Here you can see 128 and 129 is there, and we're running with the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. So now, first question is that what is Rep Manager? repmgr is the open source suite for the managing Postgres HA cluster. It closely integrates with the PostgreSQL to configure the primary node and clone replica node, monitor the HA cluster and perform a failover. So Rep Manager supports as a single read-write primary server and one or more read-only standby nodes. So also known as the replicas. So this guide focus on the focus on repmgr because it is an efficient and robust solution with the long-standing popularity in the database management area. So the complete list of the setup required to provision PostgreSQL and repmgr follows this sequence. So install the PostgreSQL on the both the nodes, access and secure the PostgreSQL on the both the nodes, install repmgr on both the nodes, enable SSH connectivity between nodes and create a repmgr used on the primary node and configure the database replication setting on the PostgreSQL configuration file on the primary. Next, configure the PostgreSQL authentication setting on the primary, configure the repmgr HA cluster setting on the both the nodes and register the primary server, clone and register the standby server. So install the PostgreSQL on the both the nodes. So ensure the server is up to date and use the apt update command to install any update and reboot the server if necessary. So all the nodes as sudo user. So let me run this. First, let me access both the servers are running on the VMware workstation here. So SSH username is Chirag, IP is 192.168.50.128. Let me copy this. So admin at the rate 123. So this is server 1. Now let me access server 2 129. So this is server 2 and let me give the name. So one is primary DB, server 1 is primary DB. So here I will put name primary DB. This IP is 128. And second is the replica DB. This is 129. Let me change the tab color. So red. So this is the primary DB. This is replica DB. Now we are going to update and upgrade the system packages. Next, install the PostgreSQL. All the nodes are sudo user. So install the Postgres common, then update the system packages, then install the PostgreSQL. So we'll run this command. So on both the nodes, in my case, 2 nodes are there. So click enter to continue. Press enter to continue. So here you can see Postgres client 18, Postgres 18. Both the servers we are installing Postgres 18. Next, we will ensure the PostgreSQL service start automatically. Now sudo systemctl and we'll start postgre PostgreSQL. Then enable means that whenever the OS will start, automatically service will start, Postgres service will start. For that, we are going to enable this. Now check the status. So active. Same will run on the first server also. So active. So both the servers are ready. So we have done this. So access and secure the PostgreSQL on the both the nodes. So change the password for the Postgres Linux account. All nodes as the sudo user. Here I am using the admin at the rate 123. In production, used some strong password. So done. Password updated successfully. Now switch to the Postgres user to access the PostgreSQL prompt. So all the nodes as the sudo user. Let me check this. So logged in now. Select version. So we are running with the PostgreSQL 18.4. Same, let me check on the replica server also. Here also we are running with the PostgreSQL 18.4. 4. Q for exit. So add a password for the Postgres database account using the following commands. So alter user PostgreSQL with the password admin@123. So in both the servers, we are going to add this. Next, install the repmgr on the both the servers. So install this. So /q/q. So we are installing the Postgres repmgr. Now all nodes as the sudo user enable the service. You can check the status also. So active. Okay. Similarly, we'll check with the second server also. So active. So both the servers are running with the repmgr service. So enable the SSH connectivity between the nodes. On the primary node, switch to the Postgres user. So in the primary node, just switch to the Postgres user. So this is previously root. Now we have changed to the Postgres user. Now we'll generate the SSH key and primary node as the Postgres user. So using the keygen. So enter the passphrase, no. Enter the passphrase again, no. So create it. So copy the key to the each standby server. We have only one server. If you have multiple servers, then you have to copy the key to all the servers in the HA cluster. In the following example, replace this IP with your IP on the your node. So in my case, this is only one server. If you have a 130 also, then you have to change this IP. So SSH can now used for the access the standby node without a password with the primary. The following commands when you run the PostgreSQL account on the primary, replace the user in the Postgres user directly on the standby. So let me run this. So yes, and password for the second server Postgres. So number of key added 1. Now we'll test directly with the SSH to 129. Let me run this. So this is, you can see this is server 1. Here I am just accessing the 129. So automatically this without password we have access to server 2. This is on server 1. Okay. So now exit. So connection close to 129 close. So well done. Then type the exit to log out on the second server. Repeat this step, create a key on the each standby node and share it with the primary. So let me go to the standby server. Postgres user, here also we have changed. Now we'll create the RSA key. Create it. Now we'll copy the key to 128. So this is a 129, we're copying to 128. So yes, and password. So one key is added. Now you can check SSH, and this is a 192.168.50.128. So here you can see this is a server 2, and automatically it will connect with the server 1. Means inside the server 2 we are connected without password into the server 1. So that is 128 IP. So we'll check with this command also. So access. Okay. So now and check the make sure that only the key you want were added. So create a repmgr using user on the primary node, such as 128, to allow the rep manager to manage PostgreSQL data replication, create a rep manager user on the primary server. Then create a new database for the rep manager data and command into the section must only be executed on the primary server. Do not create any database entries on the standby server because the interfaces in interference with the replication. Means that we are going to do all the database work on the primary, automatically it will reflect on the replication servers. So while logged in the Postgres account, create a rep manager user. Primary node as a Postgres user. So create user repmgr to come to the primary. So create it. Now create the rep manager database with the rep manager user as a owner. So primary node as the Postgres user. So we've created database repmgr. Next, in step C, configure the database replication setting on the PostgreSQL configuration file on the primary. To configure the replication setting on the PostgreSQL.config, allow this step and this file must be only changed on the primary node. RPA copies it to the standby node in the later configuration stages. So edit this configuration file. So this is the main configuration file. Changes are in below. So let me copy this. On primary, we are going to do sudo exit and let me edit this. I will change address. We should allow instead of localhost all the IPs. So extract, set preload libraries. Here I'll put repmgr. Then wall level should be replica. Archive mode should be on, and archive command I'll change this to /bin/true. Home, enable this. Max wall sender should be 10. Max replication slot 10, and I'll enable the hot standby should be on. Wall log control. So wall log hints should be on. So control X, Y, and save. So all the configuration we have done. This is the easiest to set up the listening address to extract. However, some network with the might pose additional security concern. For extra security, set the value to the comma separated listed consisting the localhost and the IP address on the all nodes of the HA cluster. So configure the PostgreSQL authentication setting on the primary. So we'll open the HBA config file. So this is the configuration file. This is called the host-based authentication file, and go to the end. And here we'll put 24 instead of 32. I'll put 24. So copy this. So here this is the host, this is the database name, and this is the user, and this is the IP. That's why I'll save. Now restart the PostgreSQL process on the primary using the account to sudo privilege. As a sudo user, I'm going to restart Postgres. So apply the changes. Whatever the changes we have done, that should be applied. For that, we are restarting that. So ensure that your server is running. So I'll check with the status. Status is working. Now let me log in and test. So sudo -u postgres psql. So we are logged in /l. We have a list of the databases. So here you can see we have created the repmgr. So q for exit. Now allow the firewall port 5432 on the both the nodes. So run this command on here also in root user, allow both the sides. So we can access the 5432 TCP IP on the both the servers. So ensure the primary server is accessible from the standby server. So let me run this command PSQL with the Postgres user, and it will give so accessible without a password. We can access the database from the primary/q. So now configure the repmgr HA cluster setting on the both the nodes. So create the log folder on both the nodes and the as a sudo user. That's it. Both the nodes we don't want to create as a root user. So we have a created. Now on primary node as a sudo user, we're going to configure this one. Configure repmgr config. So sudo nano/etc repmgrconf. Okay. Now here we are providing the repmgr configuration. So node 1, this is a pg1 node name, and configuration is the 128, and rep manager, database and timeout, and data directory will be just now we create. This is the original directory, and failover is automatic, and these are the commands. So prompt command and other details are there. So copy this, run this in server 1, control X, Y and save. Now copy this, and same will go through the second server, or similar command is there in for the second server also. Only changes are there: node id, IP address, and remaining things are same. Copy this configuration and put that. So done. Next, register the primary server. Let me log into primary. So as a Postgres user, primary node as a Postgres user, we are going to register this one. So here you can see primary node is recorded ID is 1 register. So the rep manager utility confirms the primary is registered. So confirm the primary is running using the cluster show. So this is the command where we can show list of the cluster. So now we have only one IP, that is 128. This is a running. Okay, this is act as a primary and running. Next, clone and register the standby server. So stop on the PostgreSQL on second server. Then go to the Postgres user, and here standby node as a primary user. So we'll run the dry run first. So all the prerequisites for the standby clone are made. Okay. So we are getting the same output. Now, if the dry run is successful, run the command again without a dry run option. Run this command. So executing the PG base backup. So there is a rep manager standby register successfully. So now standby node at the to make the further adjustment the PostgreSQL. So check this directory path. Directory path should be same. So let me check and we'll get the same directory path. So directory path is where lab PostgreSQL /18 slash main. So no need to change anything. So start the PostgreSQL on the all standby node. We have only one standby node. I am going to start this. Not in the Postgres user. Go exit and run as a sudo user. Check the status. So active and running. So verify the Postgres as the standby status of the this one standby node as a sudo user. We have checked this one. Now check the replication is active across access the PostgreSQL cell on the primary node as the Postgres user. So primary node as a Postgres user, we can run this and select the PG state replication. So we'll get this detail. So let me log in the primary. So psql and here we'll run this. So here we got the REP manager pg2 and this is the IP of the secondary server and streaming and asynchronous mode. So we are getting the details. So each of the active standby nodes should have its own entry and is scan for the following details for the output. So we got all the details. Asynchronous state is the async. Return to the standby server, log into the PostgreSQL account if you are not already. So standby node as a sudo user. So now register this one standby node as a Postgres user. So PG2 is successfully registered. Now so repeat the operation on the each standby node. So you have only one node. If you have multiple node, you have to repeat this step. So standby node as a Postgres user. Now let me show this one. So here you can check both the servers are running. So this is the primary and running, and this is the standby and running. So we are getting the same data. So register all the nodes you will listing, you will get the list here. So test a failover event. So confirm the HA cluster is working following the step. On the primary node, access the Postgres database as the PostgreSQL database user and the primary node as a Postgres and create a new customer table inside the Postgres database. So let me run. Now create a table and insert some data. So then /dt. So we have an employee table. Select extract from employees. So we have two rows. Now access the Postgres on the standby server. So here also /dt employee table is visible here. Now select extract from employee. So we are getting the same data on secondary also. So that the same table appear in the output and update the primary is replicated to the node. So we are getting the same data. So primary node as a sudo user, we can stop this. /q exit, and we're going to stop this. Now /q show this. So we're getting the error and this is unreachable. So standby is running. So the table appears, this primary is failed and secondary PG2 will be running. So wait for some time, it will promote. Ensure the new primary allow to write operation, create a new table on the Postgres database. Verify this. So standby node as a sudo user. So let me promote this. So standby is running. So I have manually promoted this. Now psql and /dt, you can see the table is appear. So standby Postgres user on the so ensure the new primary allow to the write operation. So we'll check. Create table is done /dt. So table is created. So now it will allow the all the operations. /q, and let me show this one. So this one primary is fail, and the second one is the this one primary is created as a primary, and this is running. So we have a read write operation on the secondary. This is we have stopped this one, this server. So done. So in this video, we have learned on day 17 PostgreSQL 18 replication with the repmgr. So disclaimer is there, this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address, and you can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question, then drop them into the comment box, and please like, share, and comment and subscribe to my channel for the latest update about the certification, about any course, about databases. So hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 18 Postgres 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 18 we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 HA with pgDog setup. So we'll go through the step-by-step process to configure the PostgreSQL and pgDog also. If you have already installed the PostgreSQL, then you can skip the installation part of the PostgreSQL and you can go through the pgDog installation. But configuration is important. You have to go through the same configuration as I have done. So here, first question is that what is pgDog? pgDog is the high availability HA and automatic failover manager for the PostgreSQL, similar in the purpose of tool like repmgr, Patroni, or PG Auto Failover. So it's a modern, lightweight, and agent-based solution designed to monitor PostgreSQL cluster, handle nodes failure, and promote standby nodes to the primary automatically when needed. So we'll go through the step-by-step tutorial for the setting of the pgDog PostgreSQL 18 high availability on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. In my case, my architecture is there. Two servers are there. One is the primary server, another is the replica server. IP is 192.168.50.128 and 129. In my case, for the testing purpose, testing environment, my both the servers are running on the VMware workstation. Here you can see 128 and 129 is there, and running with the OS Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. Now I am going to access my both the servers. So Windows are CMD. You can use to access any SSH tool. So directly I am accessing. This is my username is Chirag and IP address is 128. This is the first server. So this is the first server. Let me give the name. This is primary server and IP is 128. Second SSH username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username and password. So same username, password, and IP I am using. So this is the core server. We have to install from the starting. So there is a two server, server 1 and server 2. So let me give the name replica. This is a 129. So one is the primary server, one is the replica server. IP is 129. So both the servers we have access here. Now let me change the tab color. So this is red. Black is 128 and red is 129. So we'll go through the step-by-step process next. And default password everywhere I am using the admin at the 123. This is the testing environment. In production, use some strong password. Next, we are going to install the PgDog and Postgres 18 on 2-node HA cluster HA setup. This is the on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. So system preparation run on the both the servers where update and upgrade the system packages and we will install the prerequisites. So let me run on both the servers. Okay. So next we are going to install the Postgres 18. So add the Postgres repo. So pg common and pgdg repository we are going to add Postgres global development group. We are installing all the steps here at once. So installation is going on. Prerequisites. We have updated and upgraded the system packages. Then let me install Postgres command, then update, then install the Postgres 18 and Postgres client. So please enter to continue. So after installation, we'll just set the password for the Postgres. So run this command sudo -u Postgres is the user PSQL -c alter user Postgres with the password admin at the rate 123. Again, I am saying that admin at the rate 123 is the weak password. Use some strong password in production. So there is a Postgres 18 git is installing. Now installation is near about completed. So here you can see Postgres 18. PSQL minus version. So we are running with the Postgres 18.4. Now let me check the second server vSQL minus version. So 18.4. Now let me change the password, alter the password for the Postgres user, set the password. So we are setting the password for the Postgres user is admin at the rate 123. Now let me enable the services and start the services. Sudo systemctl enable PostgreSQL. So enable means that whenever the system will boot, automatically the service will start. For that, we are enabling this and starting. So same, let me run on the both the server, enable. Then I want to start. Now let me check the status. So status is active and running. Active and running. So both the servers are working fine. Next, we are going to configure the Postgres for the replication on both the servers. Edit the PostgreSQL.config file. So sudo and I know, and this is the Postgres configuration file path. So we are going to edit on both the servers. So first, we'll go for Control W for the search address. So address will change to the extract to access from the all the servers. Otherwise, it will work for the only local host. This, okay. So here also in both the servers, I'm going to do the parallelly. So extract. Now one level should be replica. One level should be replica. Max wall center should be 10. Max replication slot should be 10. And same I'll search there on the second server also. 10, 10. Control X, Y, and enter for the save. So both the files I have saved. Now change the PgHBA file. That's the HBA means host based authentication. So go to the end. Here also pg underscore h pg underscore HBA file. Go to the end. Now I'm going to add these two lines. This is the host. This is the user. This is the database. This is the user. And this is the IP. And this is the method. So adding to access. Otherwise, other servers will not able to access the detail. Access the Postgres database. For that, we have allowing to from the HBA file. Now restart the PostgreSQL to apply the changes. Whatever the changes we have done, that should be applied into our server. For that, we need to restart our server. Now install the pgDog on both the server. Install the dependencies on both the nodes. So next, pgDog is written in the Rust. So you need to also you will also need Rust installed. So we are going to install this. So proceed with the standard installation. Default, just press enter. Now clone the official repository. So this is the official repository, post github.com, pgdog dev and pgdog.git, and we are going through the this folder inside the folder. So it will download the repository, clone the repository, and go inside the this. So then now we are going to clone the pgdog and build the pgdog from the source. So cargo build hyphen release. So using this command, it will just build the pgdog. So I'm running this. I'm not going to skip the video. It will take some time because around 670 packages will be downloaded. So here you can see there is a 670 packages. So cargo build is going on. Let let me discuss about the further. So if you are if click if pgdg binary is exist. So let me check this one. If exist, then we'll give the permission only. If not exist, then we'll copy the release pgdog from the user slash local slash bin to bin, and we'll give the permission. So next we'll create the pgdog toml file, and we'll create the folder. Inside that we'll create and paste the following the both on both the nodes cluster. So here the where I allowing the IP 0.0.0.0 from the pgdog, and port number we have changed here 6432. Default port of the Postgres is the 5432, and this is the 128. This is the role is the primary and the database detail. And second, there is a 129, and this will act as a replica. Create the user. So user.uml, and here we'll give the user detail. So name is Postgres, database is the Postgres, and password is admin@123. So default password we are using. Again, I told you that in production, just use some strong password. So configure the pgdog. So create config. So nano etc pgdog.config. On primary, we are giving the server one, IP is 128, and role is primary. And we will provide both the details in cluster nodes. And second, same as primary, but only changes the name, IP address, and role. Remaining things are same. We are calling the server one, server two, and this is the IP 128 and 129 on the both the cases. So before using the systemd confirm it's run, so we'll check with the run with the TML file and user file. If this is pgdog is running, then we'll create the system service. So system service will provide, and as you know, there's a description, and only changes the description and this one. And reminding, if you are giving the user and group, so you have to provide this, and the service will be created. Then we'll enable the service, start the service, and status of the service of pgdog we'll see. It will show you active and running. So next we initialize the replica. So here we'll stop the replica first, then remove the main files. So you are removing all the data from the main folder on the Postgres 18 on second server, replica server. Then we are going through the base backup. So 128 and base backup will, and while asking the password, we will provide the password admin@123 for the Postgres. And then we'll start the Postgres. Next, we'll restart the pgdog for the HA configuration, and normal connection will test, and from any client. So with using the 6432, this is the pgdog port, and when you will just enter and provide the password, automatically it will go to the Postgres prompt. So we'll check the server address and recovery as a replica. So if the replica is app, you are on the primary. If replica is the true, you are on standby. So we'll test the failover. We'll stop the Postgres, and we'll just log in again to the any server via pgdog proxy. So 6432. Then we'll run this one. You should be able to connect to the 1 to 29 because it is promoted. So you will see like this. So we'll check with the recovery and switchover also. So we'll go through the all the step by step process. So let it complete the build process, cargo build. So 614 packages are building process is going on. So we'll go further after completing this. 623, 640. So up to this, we'll go for the same configuration for the both the servers. So we have done what is the PgDog. This is the high availability and automatic failover manager for the Postgres 18 Postgres server database server. This is it's a modern lightweight agent-based solution designed to the monitor Postgres cluster and handle the nodes failure and promote standby nodes to the primary automatically when needed. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. We are going through the two servers. So here, this is the primary server. This is the replica server. And here we'll go through the pgDog installation and PostgreSQL 18 installation. If you are already installed the Postgres 18, then you can skip the installation part. Just remember that we have this is the pg PostgreSQL configuration file changes. So you have to do this, and you have to do this one also, pghba. Here you have to provide the subnet 0 for the this IP subnet. You have to allow for the replication database and all database for the Postgres user. Then whatever the changes you have done on the configuration file and this host-based authentication file, for apply the changes, you have to restart the services. Then we are going through the installation of pgDog. So install the dependencies on the both the nodes, because both the nodes we are using here. If you have a multiple nodes, then you have to do the same process for all the nodes. So near about to complete it. 666 fire building is completed out of 670. Waiting to complete this. Now 667. PgDog bin file is going to be building. After doing this, we'll check the bin file on pgDog. Final part is going on. This is 669 out of 670. Okay, installation is completed. Now let me check this. So no such a file or directory in both the servers. We are checking the same. Now what I'll do, I'll just copy in both and then give the permission. So give the execute permission for on both the servers. So this is done. Now we'll create the pgDog TOML file, create the folder on both the servers. I'm going to do the same thing and so open Nano and create this file and here give this detail. So this will be same control X Y and enter, control X Y and enter. Now I'm going to open the users.toml file and here we'll give the user details. So this part is done. Now we are going to configure the pgDog. Let me open the configuration file and in 128 we'll go with this code. Here we are putting the server 1, 128 and this is the role is primary. So 128 I'm going to insert this data and secondary we'll just go for the replica and server 2 and IP of the server 2. Now test pgDog manually on both the servers. If you are getting any error, no, this is working fine. Control C here also. So we're running and working fine means we are getting the log means this is working fine. So next we are going to create the services. So here you know how to create the services. This is a simple task. So create the services and now restart the service. Enable the service and restart the service and check the status. So here you can see there is active and running and second one also these are active and running means that our pgDog is working fine. Here you can see admin password generated, these other details are there, open description limit and all the pgDog listening address is 6432. So we're getting the detail. Now next we're going to initialize the replica. So let me stop the Postgres on second server, replica server. I'm going to stop this one and remove the files. Remove the main folder files, Postgres files. So here you can see ls, we don't have any files. Now I'm going to take a base backup from the primary. So download it now ls, and you can see all the files are copied, and one more file, this standby.signal, is created here. Now start the PostgreSQL. So started successfully. Now restart the pgDog on both the servers. So restart pgDog on server 1 and server 2, both the servers. So now let me check with the connection, test the connection. So psql -h 192.168.50.128 -p, and 6432 is the port number, -u postgres, and -d post small postgres postgres. So password is admin@123. We are logged in. Let me try with the second server also. So I am able to log in. /l list of the databases, /l list of the databases. So there is a 3. Now I'm going to create one database. Create database and giving the name Chirag. Okay. /l, we're getting the database Chirag here. And same thing I'll do with the 129. This is working with the same server, so I'll get. So what I'll do for the testing /u, I'll log in. So sudo -u postgres minus p. Okay, psql. So enter /l. Here you can see Chirag database is available there. Means 129. Directly I have logged into 129. Also I am getting the data. So let me check the server. So here you can see 129 is replica is false, means this is running as a primary. Okay. So failover test, we are going to stop the 128. Now what I'll do one more thing. I'll try to create a database. Create database Purav. So cannot execute the create database on read-only transaction, means that 129 server is read-only mode. This is a replica. So here I'm going to stop the PostgreSQL. Now let me access from the so /l. So now we are getting this detail, and when we'll check this, we are getting now 129. So 129 is promoted, and here we can directly log in. So 129 is working. Okay. And here you will see sudo -u postgres and psql. It won't work because this is down now. And one more thing I'll do, I'll log in here /l. I'll try to create one more database. So create database and Chirag 2. Waiting to complete this. Let's queue. So testing purpose, I won't take time. Let me log in. This means the server terminated successfully /L. I'm getting the data. U /C Chirag server 128 port failed. Let me start the Postgres. And now let me connection and check. Let me check the IP. So 129 is a replica and true. And this is my primary server. Okay. So now I'll create the database. Create database Chirag 2 invalid send database. So create database is done. Now in /L. So this is working. And 129 also directly I'll check. So I'll check directly and here /L. So Chirag 2 is also created. Means that the replication is working and failover cluster is work after some time. Means you have to wait and pgDog will automatically promote to 129 as a this one primary. So you should now be connected with the 129 because this got promoted. So if you stop this one first server, then automatically it will connect with the 129. And recovery and switchover start the all primary again. So primary again, pgDog will see this come back online. So in this video, we have learned how to configure the Postgres 18 HA with the pgDog. So step-by-step process we have completed this. And disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. So follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question? Then just write on the comment box and go through the like, share, comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn in day 19 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 19, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 monitoring with the Prometheus and Grafana. So we'll go through the step-by-step process for that. So here is the step-by-step guide to configure the Prometheus plus Grafana to monitor the Postgres 18 using the PostgreSQL exporter on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. Assuming that we have a two servers 192.168.50.128, there we'll install the PostgreSQL 18 plus exporter, and another server is 2, that is 192.168.50.129. There we'll use the Prometheus plus Grafana. So first question is that what is a Prometheus? Prometheus is an open source monitoring and alerting system organized or originally developed at the SoundCloud and now part of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation CNCF, the same foundation that hosts the Kubernetes. So what Prometheus does? So collect and store the matrices. This is numerical time series data from the servers, database, containers, and application. Use a pool model. It scrape matrices from endpoint like share matrices and exposed by the apps and exporter. So store the matrices in its own time series database, that is the TSDB. So support a powerful query. That language called is a PermoQL. This is a Prometheus query language. So send alert via the alert manager for the email, Slack, and etc. So common use cases. So monitoring CPU, memory, and disk usage. Track PostgreSQL, MySQL performance via the exporter, and monitor the Kubernetes port, container, and nodes. Create alerts when the threshold are exceeded. Example, the CPU is more than 80% like that. So what is the Grafana? Grafana is the open source visualization and analytics platform used to the display matrices collected by system like Prometheus. So what Grafana does? So collect the data and data sources. There's a Prometheus, InfluxDB, MySQL, etc. Create the beautiful and interactive dashboard with the graphs, gauges, and alerts. Allow sharing dashboard with the teams. Integrates alerting and annotation features. Common use cases. So real-time visualization of the server performance, application monitoring dashboards, and central monitoring portal. So combining matrices from multiple tools. So in server 1, there is a server 1 192.168.50.128, and in my case both the servers are running in my VMware workstation. This is server 1, server 2. This is Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. So both the servers are running with the Ubuntu 24.04. Now let me access the server 1. So CMD you can use to access any SSH tool. Username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username and password. So now I will update the package list and install the Postgres 18. So update the package list, install the Postgres command, update the package list again, and then we are going to install the Postgres 18, Postgres contribution 18, and enable the Postgres and start the Postgres. This is server 1. PostgreSQL server 128. Click enter to continue. So Postgres 18 installation is going on. So installation is gone, completed. Now let me access the PostgreSQL. So sudo -u postgres and psql. We have logged in /l. These are the databases. So command is working. So now we'll create a user Postgres exporter with the password admin@123. You can use some strong password on your production. Then Postgres exporter set search path to Postgres exporter and public. Connect database Postgres and grant schema public to Postgres exporter and give the select on all tables in the schema public to PostgreSQL exporter. So this is the command I'm going to run once. So done. This create role, alter role, grant. So all are completed. Now install the PostgreSQL exporter. Let me run this command. /q. Now add user add rs and Postgres exporter. So go to the opt folder and get the latest URL, wget and tar and all the commands I am running into words and give the permission also. So done ls. Let me check. Postgres exporter is there. So now configure the PostgreSQL exporter. So open the service and create a service for the Postgres exporter. So this is the source path. Now start and enable the services. Let me check the status. So active and running. So working fine. Next open the firewall port 9187. This is the Postgres exporter port. So server 1 work is completed for now. So on server 2 there is a 192.168.50.129. This is my second server. We'll install the Prometheus and Grafana. SSH username is Chirag @ and this. We are logged into second server also. So now let me change the name, tab name. Prometheus Grafana. So 129. Change the tab color. So this is the red. So now create user, add user, and then we'll go to the opt folder and we'll download the Prometheus 2.5.2. You have a latest, then you can download the latest one also. Then tar mb cd Prometheus. So extract this one and move the Prometheus 2.5 to Linux AMD64 to Prometheus and go inside the Prometheus. Okay, check this. So all the files are there. Now configure the Prometheus. So configure the Prometheus.yml. Open this. Here, add the following job under the script settings. Control W search. So script setting is there. Job is there. So now inside this, go to the tab and here we'll add this job. So So this job means job name is Postgres per exporter and static config is the 192.168.50.128 and this is a 9187 port. So it will access through this port. Save. Now create the Prometheus system D services. So create the services and start the Prometheus. Give the ownership and start the daemon, reload the daemon and start enable the services and just run this. So active and running. Now allow the port 9090. So if you open in any browser, it will give you the Prometheus UI. Okay, here you can see Prometheus is coming now. Next, we'll go for the install the Grafana. Let me install the dependencies wget update, then Grafana installation, enable, start the Grafana server, enable the Grafana server. So, and allow the TCP. So all the commands I am running at once. Enter to continue. So Grafana we are using for the visualizing the alert. So after installing this one, we can able to access the Grafana using this command. There is a login, username is admin and admin is the password. Change the password on the first login. So installation is started. Total size is 279 MB. Installation in progress. So after installing that, we will login and add the Prometheus data source in the Grafana. So other details will be there. So step by step we will follow. Then import the PostgreSQL monitoring dashboard. So installation is completed. Now let me open this. So Grafana is open now. So I'll go through the username is admin, password admin. Go to the next. you want to set the password, then okay, otherwise you can skip. So this Grafana GUI. So add the Prometheus data source in the Grafana. So go to the connection, dashboard, connection. So add a new connection. So here connection data source, add a data source, select Prometheus, and the data source URL is localhost 9090. Home. Let me check one by one. So there is a data source, add a data source, Prometheus, and be careful about this. So connection, I'll put 9090, and no need to change anything. Directly we are going to save and test. So successfully queried to the Prometheus API. So working fine. Next, import the PostgreSQL monitoring dashboard. So go to the and import, plus and import. So there is a plus and import dashboard. So here 9628. So let me check. Something is wrong. Plus import. Okay. So 96, this one 28. 9628. So the Postgres database dashboard, node, data source, Prometheus, and import. Then one more we are going to add. So PostgreSQL database matrix, add, import, ID 455, load, overview, change that this one data source and import. So go to the home. Let me check one by one. So click on dashboard. Where is my dashboard? So these two are there. So click here. We're not getting data on this. So here you can see we are getting the data. So average CPU usage is this much, average memory usage is there. This one shared buffered, effective cache, maintenance work memory, this one work memory, there is a max wall size, there is a random page cost, and other details are there. So now there is a template and this is page data from Slack, and these are returning data. These are the databases. So everything working fine. We are getting the data. So final checklist is there. So for PostgreSQL plus exporter is in server 1, that is a 128. Prometheus in server 2, that is a 129, and Grafana is on server 2, 129, and port is 9187 for the exporter and 9090 for the Prometheus, 3000 for the Grafana. So step by step testing process is there. So in server 2, test the connection the PostgreSQL exporter running on the server 1. So you can curl this URL. So here you will find one thing. This one pg up is equal to 1 means that PostgreSQL database is working. You should see pg up is equal to 1. So pg up is equal to 0, then exporter can't connect to the PostgreSQL. So check the PostgreSQL config or password. So test the Prometheus web URL. So you can open this one and run a query. So 9090 will run a query here and click on execute. Here you can find a instance detail and Postgres exporter. In right side you will get a 1. Simulate the PostgreSQL activity on server 1. Just log into the Postgres and now create a database. Connect the database. So previously this was in Postgres. Now this is changed to Chirag DB. And then we'll create a table, insert some data, random data. This is a generate series. So 1000 and select strict from T. So now we'll go there and wait a minute and we'll see. See, Chirag DB is added there and there is a spike. Okay. So how much this took and all that everywhere you will get this one. So all the details, there is a Chirag DB, there is a Chirag DB added there and there is a spike. See, in the transaction you can see there is a spike is there. So committed is the, you can find the Chirag DB. So all where you will get the usage is more. And we are running with the PostgreSQL 18.0.4. So alert, set an alert of the Prometheus or Grafana. So for example, pg up is double equal to 0, then PostgreSQL is down alert. You can send a alert via email, Slack, etc. And the extra configuration is required. So in this video, we have learned how to configure PostgreSQL 18 monitoring with the Prometheus and Grafana. So step by step process we have completed. And disclaimer is there, this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. And for any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. And follow and support on the YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. And do you have any question, then drop them into the comment box. And please like, share and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is a day 20 and we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 20 we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 monitoring with the Nagios. So we'll go through the step by step full process on that. So here, Nagios is an open source IT infrastructure monitoring system. It continuously checks the health, availability, and performance of servers, databases, application, network devices, and services. Then alert administrator when issue occur. So the most common version is the Nagios Core, while Nagios Enterprise provide the commercial editions and plugins. So Nagios in Postgres, Nagios is used to monitor Postgres SQL service status, that is the up and down, database connectivity, replication status and lag, active connection, long running queries, and disk space and resources usage. So benefit of the Nagios is early detection of issue, reduced downtime, automatic alert, email, SMS, etc. You have to configure extra for this. Centralized monitoring, performance and availability tracking help maintain database reliability. So in my case, my lab setup is there. I'm running with the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. There is a two servers I'm giving, server 1 and server 2. And server 1 we are going to install the Nagios, and server 2 we are installing the PostgreSQL database. So there is IP 192.168.50.128. There we'll install Apache and PHP, and second server OS will be the Ubuntu, and there we'll install the Postgres 18. So update both the servers. So let me access my both the servers. In my case, my both the servers are running with the VMware workstation. There is a server 1 128, server 2 is 129, and both are running with the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. If you have already installed the Postgres and Nagios, then you can skip this step and follow the next process. So here we are going to access this. So home, any you can use any SSH tool. My username is Chirag and IP address is 192.168.168.50.128. So while installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address. So I'm using the same 129. Now, first update and upgrade the system packages. Whenever you are starting to installation any package, then update your system first, so it will get you the latest package. So this is 7 Nagios 128, and this will be my PostgreSQL 129. Change the tab color also, red. So done. Now install the Postgres 18 on the server 2, that is the 192.168.50.129. So in single command I am going to install this. So please enter to continue. Next, check the services and set the Postgres password. So Postgres password, default password I am going to set. This is the admin@123. For protection, use some strong password. So let me check the services when it will complete. So Postgres 18 is going to be installed. Okay, so active and running. Now we are going to set the password for the default Postgres user. So alter role, it's completed. Now I'm going to allow to the 128 server, that is a Nagios server from 129. For that we have to edit the configuration file. So sudo nano slash etc PostgreSQL 18 main and PostgreSQL. So Control W and go for the address. So addresses instead of localhost only, I'll put the asterisk. So Control X, Y and save. Now in the same path, we'll open the HBA file, that is the Postgres host based authentication file. Here we have to give the entry for the IP details to accessing from the second server. So let me copy one. I'll change. So this is okay. I'll change this one to 24 IP address 192.168.50.128. Next, I have host all user, all databases, and this is the IP, and there is a in last, this is the method. So Control X, Y, and save. So whatever the changes we have done for the configuration, for the apply the changes, we need to restart our services. So systemctl restart PostgreSQL. So this part is done. Now create a monitoring user. So Nagios MON user, and I am giving the Nagios password 123 and grant this for the all databases. So I'm running this in the 129 itself. So create role and grant permission is success. Next, install the Nagios core 4.5.x on the server 1. So this is the 128. So first I'll install the dependencies. Go to the server 8. I'm talking about the 128 and install this. These are the dependencies. Next, create user and group. So we'll create the add user, that is an Nagios group with CMD, and user group next CMD to Nagios, and then we'll allow to this give the user mode for the www-data. So run this command to create user and groups. So done. Now go to the temporary folder, TMP folder, and download the latest version of the Nagios. Now extract this. So tar zxbf Nagios. So done. cd Nagios. So go inside of this. Here we'll go for the configuration. Next, we'll make all and we'll run these commands. These are the warnings. You have to ignore this. Next, we will enable the CGI and connection. Apache to enable mode, there's a rewrite CGI, and then we'll start the Apache 2. So Nagios Apache config file is installed. Now this is already we have done. Now enable the CGI and restart the Apache. So we have restarted. So done. So next create a web admin. So password. So adding password for the user Nagios admin. So admin at the rate 123. Enable the Nagios and start the Nagios. So done. Next check the configuration. So total warnings is 0, total error is 0, means working fine. Now let me also access the web UI. So this user is Nagios admin. Password is admin at the rate 123. We are logged in. Here you can check with the services. So all are pending and we're not getting anything. Host, local host, and this is down now. Next, we'll install the NRPE. So check Postgres on server to 129. So go to the 129. So now this is the 129 server. Here we are going to install this plugins. So these are the plugins, and then allow the Nagios IP. And finally, we are going to restart the Nagios NRP server. Then test the plugin locally. So head 1, copyright, and this is description, Postgres detail. All are seems good till now. So optional, download the full check Postgres script, and you can go with this and you can download the script and run this script and you can test the connection. So let me go to the bin. I'll download this. So download is completed. Check PostgreSQL and I'll give the execute permission for this file. Then let me check the Postgres is going to be connect or not. So Postgres connection is okay. DB is Postgres and this is okay. From 129 we are able to locally able to access the Postgres. Let me check here. So check is enabled, but host is still down. So next add the Postgres host to Nagios host to 128. So create the command and add this one. go to the end and add the commands. So check Postgres, and this one also we have done. Control X, Y and save. Now create a Postgres host service file. Then add this host detail service define service. So Linux server Postgres 18, so it will be visible on host. So ensure it's included. Go to the end and add and confirm. So let me copy this. So we have to add this. So adding this server 1 and save. So now verify this. First verify the configuration. So okay, and then we'll just restart the service. So done. Now validate the GUI and test. And create link file. And 129 we're going to access this Nagios and host is Postgres. Same path and go to the host. There is a host 18 will be there. So it will take some time to become available. So manually check the Nagios server. So run this command. From 128 we are able to access or not. So NRP version 4.1.0. So there is a Nagios server and server 1 will update and install the Perl packages. Download the check the Postgres. So we'll just check Postgres. This one TMP. Let me wait. Check the services. Next, give the set the permission and we'll verify the Postgres check. So Postgres check version is 2.26.0. Now we can this one install the Postgres client. Meanwhile, that is taking time, so we can install the client and we'll check the PostgreSQL.pl again using this. So we are able to access Postgres database from 128. Our Postgres database server is 129. So 18.04 is running and this is working fine. Now we can install the other things just like ping and update. So this is the extra things we can install. Meanwhile, let me check. There is services, Postgres services. Let me install the plugin also. Ping check. So file is there. Now create the link file and update and install the this one Nagios plugin extra also. So all the plugins we have installed. Okay, plugin extra is not available. Okay, that's not a problem. So this become up now. So here you can check all the details are there. This is up and other details are there. View host this one. This is critical. So here up soft and other details you can find there. There is a starting. Go to the services again. So Postgres backend connection and go to the host. So ping is okay, packet is 0 and you have to add the plugins as required. So after some time it will show you like this. The host status is up and you can find all the details. So trend, alert, available reports, so up, down and other details. So finally our host is up now. So in this video, we have learned how to configure the in day 20 Postgres 18 monitoring with the Nagios. So step by step process we have done. This is the Nagios, the open source IT infrastructure monitoring system. Everything depend upon your plugin, how you are configuring your plugin. So go through the step by step to configure this. And disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. You can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them into the comment box. Please share, like, comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 21 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So day 21 we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 query tracking using pg underscore state underscore statement. So we'll go through the step by step process. So first question is that what is a PG state statement? So PG state statement is a PostgreSQL extension that track and record execute the statics of the SQL queries. It helps DBA identify the slow, frequently executed, and resource-intensive queries. So key benefits of this: find slow running queries quickly, identify high CPU consuming SQL statement, detect frequently executed query, improve application performance through the query tuning, monitor query execution time trends, and reduce the database resource consumption. So common use cases is there: performance tuning and optimization, troubleshooting database slowness, slowdowns, and capacity planning, detecting inefficient ORM generated queries, identifying missing indexes, monitoring production workload, information collected, number of executions call, total execution time, average execution time, row return, shared buffer hits and read, and temporary file usage, planning time. That is a if you are using PostgreSQL 13 plus, then you will get this one. So finally, we'll go through the step-by-step guide to Postgres 18 plus installation configuration plus PG state statement on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. In my case, my server is running with the VMware workstation. This is my server, and server is the 128. And now I am going to access my server. CMD SSH, and my username is Chirag at that is 192.168.136, okay, 50.128. This is my IP address. So while installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address for the server. So we have accessed the server. Now, first we will update and upgrade the system packages. Next, install the Postgres 18 official repository. So install the prerequisites. So let it update. So install the prerequisites. Done. Now add the PostgreSQL repo key. So enter to continue. Next, install the Postgres 18 plus contribution libraries. So without contribution, it won't work. So Postgres, here I'll write 18, then contrib like this. Okay, so I'll change this one. Postgres contribution contrib 18. Okay, I'll change this. So Postgres. So here we are installing the PostgreSQL 18 PostgreSQL contribution libraries. So verify the services. So completed. Let me verify. So active and running. Now I'll edit the PostgreSQL configuration. So path is sudo nano slash etc PostgreSQL 18 main, and there is a Postgres configuration file. So click on this, find shared preload libraries. So shared preload libraries, here we'll add this library pg state statements, and go to the end. We'll add some more lines related to this, just like pg state statement.max and statement track all, and save is equal to on. Control X, Y, and save. Now we'll restart the PostgreSQL for apply all the changes, whatever the changes we have done. Done. Now create the database and user. We'll go through the Postgres, PSQL. Now we'll create the admin user and log in with the admin at the rate 123 and create the test database owner we are giving to the admin. /q exit from this. Now directly I'll access the enable the extension inside the DB. So we have created the test DB. Inside that we'll go. So directly we have accessed the database, test database. Now we are creating the extension pg state statement. So extension is created. Now verify. So there is a pg state statement is there. Next, so we'll go through the example queries. Generate query history. So edit the HBA file. Exit from this and go to the end. And there is a option is there local all peer to change to SCRM SHA 256. So local all peer, this one, go to the end, change this to this method SCRM SHA 256. Next we'll restart the PostgreSQL to apply the changes. So this is done. Now I'm again going to access the database, test database. So this one, I'll create the table. So create table command is simple. ID is the primary key and serial. Name is the text. Department is equal to text. Salary is equal to int. So run this query. You can find DT. So there is an employee table is there. So select extract from employee. So we don't have any data. Now I'm going to add some data. So done. Now I'm going to run some query just like a select and with the condition, with the salary and with the name. So there is a multiple conditions we have run. We have create this one select, update and delete, and we already created the create. So cut operation we have done. Now /q. So view all the capture query pg underscore state underscore statement report, log into the database again, and here we'll just top queries, top 10 queries we'll select here. So these are the top 10 queries. So select extract from this one, grant and view, drop, this alter and select extract from user. Then you go down, you will get all the queries run inside. So we have run this one. Now queue for the exit and top slow queries. If any slow queries, then it will give you the limit is 10. So 10 slow queries it will give you. So this took time. So select extract from PG state. This is true. How much time execution time this took. So this is the other detail. So these are the queries. So create this took 5 and go to the and down. All the details are there. Next, slowest average queries. So this is the code. So here mean execution time is 81 and there is a create table. This took 5 and all the queries you can find there. So up to 10 we are giving that a limit 10. So 10 queries you can find. Now reset the query state optional. So if you want to reset the query statement, then you can run this command. So it will reset all the query statement. So this is query statement is reset. So all the step-by-step process are done. So in this video, we have learned in day 21 PostgreSQL 18 query tracking using the PG state statements. So step by step, we have completed all the this one, all the code. And disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. You can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them into the comment box. And like, share, and comment and subscribe to my channel. So hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn in day 22 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero and 30 days course. So in day 22, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 log analysis with the pgBadger. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. First question is that what is pgBadger? So pgBadger is an open source PostgreSQL log analyzer that reads PostgreSQL server log files and generate detailed HTML reports, charts, and statistics about the database activity and performance. It is especially designed to help DBAs and developers identify slow queries and performance bottlenecks. What is pgBadger used for? It is primarily used for the PostgreSQL performance analysis and troubleshooting. Next, common use cases are included about the pgBadger, so analyzing slow query and finding the most frequently executed queries, detecting log waits and deadlocks, monitoring connections and sessions, tracking errors and warnings, understanding database workload patterns, identifying queries and that need optimization, generating performance report for the production database. So PostgreSQL server IP. So this is the my IP of the database. Now let me log in and my database servers is running with the VMware workstation. Here you can see, and this is the running with the OS Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. So now I'm going to access this server. So CMD, home, SSH. You can use connect with any SSH client. So this is my server. We'll go through the step-by-step process. So pgBadger is the powerful log analyzer for the PostgreSQL that generates the detailed report from your Postgres log file. Here is how to install, configure, and use pgBadger on the Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS with the PostgreSQL 18. So first is that install the PostgreSQL 18. If you have not installed already PostgreSQL 18, start doing with the next step. So you update your package list and install Postgres 18. So here we'll just update the package list, install the Postgres command, and we'll install the Postgres 18 and contribution 18 libraries. So enter. Next, we'll start and enable the PostgreSQL services. So we'll start. So command is the sudo systemctl start and PostgreSQL. And when you want to enable, then you enable the place of the start. And enable means that whenever the server will boot, start, automatically service Postgres database service will start. For that, we need to enable the service. Next, we'll install the pgBadger. So let it complete. Now press enter to continue. So click on enter. Now it will update the package list. Y for the additional disk space. You want to continue? Y, yes. So installation is going on. So installation is completed. Now I'm going to start and enable the services. So sudo systemctl and start PostgreSQL. Let me enable the services. So instead of start, enable, then check the status. So active. So PostgreSQL working fine. Now install the pgBadger. pgBadger is not a part of the PostgreSQL package, so you will need to install it separately. So install the dependencies. So pgBadger return the Perl, so you need to install the Perl and few modules. So run this command. Now next we'll install the pgBadger. Yes. So installation is completed. Now let me check the pgBadger version. Okay. So no, we forgot to install the pgBadger. So install this. So installation is done. Now check the version. So running with the 13.2. So you will get a 13 point something. So configure the PostgreSQL logging. For pgBudget to generate the reports, Postgres needs to be configured to the log enough information. So edit the configuration file. So this is the configuration file path. So we'll enable update the following parameters. So first we're going to logging collector should be on. So control W. So this is the logging collector should be on. Next, we are going to give the login directory, log directory. So log directory instead of direct log, we'll put the directory path. So let me check. So where slash log slash Postgres. So log directory will be this. Next, log file name. So I'll change the name. So this is my log file name. Log rotation age and log rotation size. Home. Log rotation size. I'll put 0. So no limit. And next, log mean duration for the queries. For log the slow queries. So this is the log mean duration statement. Next, log line prefix. Log line prefix. Now we need to change this also. Log statement should be all. So log statement. So all the logs we are going to capture. Log checkpoint should be on. Log connection, I'll go through the on, and log disconnection should be on. So these are the parameters we have changed. Now these settings ensure that PostgreSQL generates the detailed log file suitable for the analysis by pgBadger. So restart the PostgreSQL to apply the changes. So whatever the changes we have done in the configuration file, that should be applied. That changes should, for that we are going to restart our service. Now for the test login to create database and create tables, we will access the database. So now I am going to use sudo -u postgres and psql. So we are logged in. Now I'll create the database. Create database testdb. Yes. Now I'm going to connect with that testdb and we'll create the test table. So I'll create the test table, insert one value and just select and drop and just drop the database. So it cannot drop the database. So /c postgres and just run this command, drop database name. So we can drop the database. Now exit from here and check the log path. Okay. So here you can see there is a connection authorized, there is a disconnection, then drop the database, and all the queries you can find here. So DB, select this one, authentication, HBA. So generate a pgBadger report. So required to install the Apache 2. We are going to install the Apache 2 web server. So now once Apache is installed, you need to restart the service and ensure that start on boot. So we'll do this, start Apache and enable the Apache. Next, run the pgBadger on your PostgreSQL log. Now that PostgreSQL is logging data, you can use the pgBadger to analyze the logs and generate a report. So full log will create a HTML report file. So generating HTML report is completed. Now this command generates a report from the PostgreSQL log file and save into the inside the where slash ww slash html inside the pgbadger underscore report dot html. Now I'm going to open this one. So here you can see in the pgbadger we are getting this, and you will see a detailed visual report of PostgreSQL performance and activity. So total number of normalized query, number of queries and other details are there, duration, events, vacuums, temporary files, session, connection, queries. You can find the queries also. So all the details you can find here. Query by database, table, query by user, and query by application, host. You can find all the details here. So establish a connection, connection per database, per host, session, session per database, checkpoint, temporary file size. It won't come. So checkpoints. So top, so lowest query. So we have insert into the this one and how much time this took, and you can go with the details also. So all the details you can find, and log level. So where error entries. So cannot drop the open database, and database system are shutting down. So event distribution, most frequent queries. So all the details you can find there. So you will see a detailed visual report of the PostgreSQL performance and activity. So 6, there is a step 6, automate pgBadger report generation. This is optional. So you can automate the generate of pgBadger reports by adding a cron job. Open this cron job configuration. One, go to the end, and here we'll add this cron. So every day 6 a.m. this will run and it will create the HTML file. So this cron job runs at 6 a.m. every day and generate a new report. So conclusion is that you have now installed, configure and run the pgBadger for the PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. You can use the pgBadger export to analyze and optimize your PostgreSQL performance. So now you can save this and /etc cron init d cron restart. So whatever you have changes, that will be restart. So cron L, you can see last line is our this line where this log is generated for the pgBadger report. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the fair use section 107 copyright 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this mail address. You can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly as shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them into the comment box and like, share, and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn in day 23 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. In day 23, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 table partitioning guide. So we'll go through the step-by-step process for the table partitioning, and will be the parent table and multiple table we can partition by key and partition by other details, just like a partition 1 January to March, partition 2 April to June, partition 3 July to September, and partition 4 October to December. We can partition the table. So we'll go through the step by step full process on that. So first question is that what is PostgreSQL table partitioning? Table partitioning is the PostgreSQL means divide the large table in the smaller table. More manageable pieces called the partitions while still allowing you to query it as a where one is single table. So it's like breaking the huge book into the your table into the smaller chapter partitions for the better organization and faster access. So how it works? So in PostgreSQL, partition uses the parent table and several child tables. The parent table is defined normally, but it does not hold the data. Each child table partition stores a subset of the data defined by a partition key. For the example, a date range, a ID range. When you query on the parent table, PostgreSQL automatically routes them to the right partition. So why use the partitioning? This is the very important. So partitioning usage of partitioning. So partitioning improve the performance. Queries that target specific partition are much faster. Maintenance, you can easily drop and archive old data. Example, drop in the old partition. Parallelism. So PostgreSQL can scan multiple partitions in a parallel. So index size, each partition can have smaller and more efficient indexes. So types of the partitioning in PostgreSQL. So PostgreSQL supports several partitioning methods. Type example, description, range partitioning. So split data by the continuous range of values by date range. So gen data on one partition, fab on another partition. So list partitioning. So split data by specific value by region, US, India, UK partition. Hash partitioning. So split data by hashing a key uh, e- evenly evenly across the partition. Distribute user IDs into the four hash partition. Composite partitioning. Combine two methods like range and plus list. Range by year, then list by region. So benefits of this, faster queries on the partition key, easier data cleanup, drop all partitions, and better index and vacuum performance can use parallel query execution. So there is some limitations. So only one partition key per table. So global indexes across all the partitions are not yet supported as per the Postgres 17. So too many partitions are slow performance, use partition purring widely. So real world use cases. So time series data, log, IoT data, matrices, and partition by date. Geographical data, this one customer by region or country. Archival system, all data can be easily dropped or stored elsewhere. Prerequisites is that we need the Ubuntu server running with the 24.04 LTS server. So this is the testing environment. So this is for the testing purpose. Your environment may be differ, but for the testing, you can follow my prerequisite. So Postgres install basic PostgreSQL knowledge. So install the Postgres if not already installed. So first we need a Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server. My server is running with the VMware workstation. Here you can see that Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server is running. Now I will just access my server using any SSH key, or you can use the CMD also, and you can use the SSH client. So SSHD Chirag is the username and 192.168.136. Okay, okay. There is a 50.128. So this is the IP address. When you click, it will ask you the password. While installing, I have uh, created the username, password, and IP address for all. So clear. So this is my server. Here you can see my server is running with the VMware orchestration. Here is the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server is running there. So now, so add the PostgreSQL apt repositories. So update and add the repositories. Whenever you're starting to installation in any Linux or Ubuntu, so just update and upgrade the system packages so it will get the latest security patch and updated packages. So it will help you to achieve your goal. So next we'll install the Postgres 18 and Postgres contribution library. So these two we are going to access this. So let it update and installation complete. Now continue, please enter to continue. So apt-get update will run and will install the packages. So this now start installing package from there. So we have to update and install the Postgres 18 and Postgres contribution libraries 18. After that, we'll check the PostgreSQL status. We'll enable that, start the Postgres and check the status. So installing Postgres 18.4, you can see here. Now we'll enable the PostgreSQL. So sudo systemctl and then enable and PostgreSQL. Now start. So I'll change the start, then status. So this is running. Now switch to the Postgres user. So sudo -i -u and my username is Postgres. Postgres user is automatically created when you install the Postgres. Now just log into Postgres. So I'm going to create a database, simple database. So create database and database name is partition DB. So database is created. Next we create a user for the partition. We are going to create a user. So user role is created. Now grant the privileges on the partition DB to the partition user. So partition DB to the partition user. We have given grant is success. Now connect with the partition DB. Next, we are going to create a partition table structure. So create a parent table. /dt. So here partition table table type is partition table. This should be important, and you can go through the D and cells. So here you can see all the description of the table. So the partition table public dot sales, and there is a details are there. Next, create the partitions for the different months. So just like Jan, and this first month to second month. You can create like this to create it. Now create the indexes on the partitions. So with the date we are going to partition this. So indexes also created. In step 4, insert the sample data. So we are going to, this is the first is date, this is the product ID, then quantity, then amount. So this is the, for the first month to second month to and third month also inserting the two values. So insert this. So done. Now verify the data distribution. So check this one. All the tables will have two rows, two count, because Genman we have inserted two rows. Fab also Gen we have created two. Fab also we have created two, and this month also we have created two. So here first month, second month, and this is the third month. So now create the partition function for the automatic partition creation. So create a function to automatically create the partition. So if you create the function and automatically just insert the data, so automatically it will create the partition. So let me run this. So create function is done. Now test the query that benefits from the partitioning. So execution time took the 0.0207 millisecond for the getting the data. And test across the partition queries. You can run this command. So here it will take to 0.09 millisecond. Execution time is this. So insert the data that should be created new partition. So 4 month is not there. I'm going to insert the data because we have created the function. So it should create a new partition. So now let me check with this. So previously there is a 4. In the 4 one, there is a 1 count is there. If you go to that above, here we have a only 3. Okay, 3 partition. Now we have created the 4 partition automatically by using the function. So when we created the function and insert the new data, so automatically it will create a partition. So this is create for the 4 month. Here you can see up to 3 months we have. So this is very important. So creating the function, it will help you to create a new partition when automatically required. So list the partition example. So create a list partition table. So create it. So this I'll create with the this one books means books partition. So there is a partition by product by category. So what is the product? Sometimes books, electronics, and clothing. So we will insert the data, and here you can see verify the data is inserted. So here you can see electronic 1, electronic 2. 2 electronic is there, count is 2. Clothing is 1 and 1, 2. So this is 2. And books we have only 1. So books we are getting only 1. So this is the count we are getting from the partition. So hash partitioning example. So we can create the hash partitioning. Now insert some data. So create it. So now insert some data, and here we'll check verify the distribution. So user ID and session data. Just remember that we created the partition by the user session. So user session, how it is inserted, you can get the data like this. So you can create with the hash value also. So next is the monitoring and maintenance. So check the partition information. So run this command for the sales table. So these are the partition details. So there is a child schema is public and partition table is sales, and the parent schema is public, and there is a child table is this one partition, this one constant is this the value. So from value this to this it will keep on this table. So this is a very important part is there. So check the partition sizes. So here you can run this query, or you can check the partition sizes. So this took 24 KB, and you can check with the other also. Next, backup and restore the consideration. So permission for the partition user. Grant all the privileges on the parent table. This might not be enough for the partition. So grant all and grant the specific privileges on the partition table, just like all privileges on the particular table. If you want to give for the particular partition table, then you can run this one also. So this also you can run. There is all privileges on the sales. This is on the partition table of the sales partition. So this one also you can run. So also grant a usage on the schema. So the usage of the schema public to partitions user. Next, grant permission to execute function if you created any. So just like we have created the any function, or you can particular function, all function you can give the grant permission to this user, but it's partition user, so it will execute the function. Now grant usage on the select permission on the sequence. So sequence automatically created. For that we need to give the sequence. Now alternately grant all the privilege on the sequences. You can run, there is a select only, and here we are giving the on all the privileges. So execute and exit. Backup the specific partition. So just go through this. Exit, exit. So come into the root, and here backup the specific partition. Let me run this for the Jan month. Let me go to the ls. So here you can see sales partition or SQL is created. Let me cat, and here you can see grant all the these things are there. We have only two rows. On the both are data on the gen only. You can able to see. Now what I will do, I'll just create the backup of the full table. So now ls and cat sales full. So enter. Here you can see you will find the where is the data. Sales partition DB. Okay, backup entire partition table structure we are taking. Okay, so structure we are getting. So structure you can check. So this is the sequence, and this is the structure of the sales table. Next, testing the script. So we can create a script. So create a test to verify the partitioning work perfectly. So you can connect to the PostgreSQL. Test one. Let me check some partition table. Test partitioning.sh. Let me read. Test partitioning.sh. Let me open configure this. So nano test partitioning.sh, and now I'm giving the all the commands. So this and from here end of file. So control X and Y, save this. Now let me run this command. So give the permission, and here I'll run this. So we are getting all the details. So here you can see count of the table, test performance, query execution, how much time this is taking for this query, cross query, and this how much time it's taking. So all the details you will get. So common issue and solutions is there. Partition not created automatically. Ensure that trigger are properly created and active. Permission issue. Grant necessary privileges to the partition user. Performance issue. Create the appropriate index on the partition key column. Storage issue. Monitor the partition size and consider the archiving all partition. So best practice is that plan partitioning strategy based on the query patterns, use meaningful partition names for easy identification, create indexes on the each partition for better performance, monitor the partition size and plan for the maintenance, consider using the time-based partitions for the time series data, and test partitioning strategy with the realistic data volume. So this is the comprehensive guide should help you to successfully implement and test the PostgreSQL partitioning on your Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server. So in this video, we have learned SQL Server 18 table partitioning guide step by step full process. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purposes uh, only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. And for any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. You can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Drop your question, drop them into the comment box, and share, like, share, and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn in day 24 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So day 24, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 MySQL migration using the pgloader. We'll go through the step-by-step process. So we have a two database. One database is running on the MySQL and another database server is running with the PostgreSQL. So we are going to migrate the database from the MySQL to PostgreSQL. We'll go through the step-by-step process for that. So here we are using the pgloader. So what is the pgloader? So pgloader is the open source data migration tool primarily used to load data into the Postgres from the various sources with the minimal manual effort. So what pgloader does? So pgloader automates the process of extracting data from a source database or file, creating PostgreSQL tables and schema if desired, converting data types between systems, loading data efficiently into the PostgreSQL, creating indexes and constraint after loading. So it's especially popular for migrating existing applications to PostgreSQL. So common source supported. So pgloader can import data from MySQL, MariaDB, SQLite, CSV file, fixed with text file, DBF, DBAs files, and some other database format. So working guide for the MySQL to PostgreSQL migration is different server using the pgloader. So MySQL to the PostgreSQL migration using the pgloader, we have a different server, and there Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS is running. So in our case, our both the servers are running with the VMware workstation. There is a server 1, server 2. There you can see Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server is there. Here also Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server is there. Now I am going to access both the server. Server details are there. MySQL server source 128, 192.168.50.128. Postgres server. This is the target server for the pgloader. So 129 database name is testdb. MySQL user is root or migrate. Postgres SQL server is Postgres, and password we are using the admin at the rate 123. You can use the different password in production. So now I'm going to set up my MySQL server setup. So cmd. So home SSH. You can use any SSH client for this. Okay. Let me log in. Sudo su. Clear. So this is my MySQL server 128. Okay, and we want another server that is a 129 sshd chirag at the rate, so admin at the rate 123. Okay, by mistake I'm blocked out, so sudo user. So done. Now this is server 2. This is the PostgreSQL server 129. Change the tab color. So this is red. This is black 128. This is red 129. Now go with the 128. Install the MySQL on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. Now I'm going to install MySQL. And then install the MySQL. So update and upgrade the system packages. So install. So you're installing the MySQL 8.0. So installation is going on. Now I'm going to secure my MySQL. So sudo MySQL secure installation. Validate your password, no, and remove anonymous user, yes. Disallow root login remotely, yes. Remote test databases and access to it. Reload the privileges, yes. So this is done. Now set the root password, remove the anonymous user. We have done this. Configure the MySQL for the remote access. So open the configuration file and so change or confirm bind address. So bind address will change this to 0.0.0. So allow all the IPs, and next default password authentication plugin, not there. So we are going to add this. So configuration is changes is done. Now I'm going to restart the MySQL to apply the changes, whatever the changes we have done in the configuration file. So sudo systemctl restart MySQL. So done. Now I'm going to log into MySQL database. -u root -p admin at the rate 123. Now create a database. Create database test_db. Use test_db. So we have changed the database. Now our database is test_db. So we are going to create a table and insert some value and just list the value. So this is a simple task. So we have a two rows are there. We have inserted on user table. There is a one is detail of Chirag Mahto and Purab Kumar. Now allow the remote MySQL user. So this should be available on this. Okay, let me log in and let me try again. Set global password policy is low. Okay, leave it this one. Now we are going to create a migrate user for 129. So MySQL -u root -p admin at the rate 123. Now create a user. Grant all the privilege to my user and flush the privileges. Means apply the changes. So done. This one also completed. Now move to the part 2. There is in part 2 PostgreSQL server setup. So we are going to log into our second database, that is Postgres database, and install the Postgres. So let me install. So press enter to continue. So installation is done. Let me enable the Postgres service. So sudo systemctl enable PostgreSQL. Okay. Now start the service. So we have done this. Now configure the PostgreSQL for the remote access. Let me edit the PostgreSQL.config file. So sudo nano/etc postgres 18 main postgres.config. Control W. So address instead of localhost, we are going to put * Control X and Y. Now edit the pghba file, that is a Postgres host-based authentication file, will be available on the same path. Go to the end and we'll allow host all 0.0.0.0 slash 0 slash 0, I'm going to allow all, and here I'm going to use, copy this, SCRM SHA 256, Control X, Y, and C, save. So this is done. Now I'm going to restart my service to apply the changes. So whatever the changes we have done, this should be applied. Now create PostgreSQL database and password. So let me log into this, sudo -i -u postgres and psql. So we are logged into Postgres phone. Now alter the password, alter user postgres password, and password I'm going to put admin at the rate 123 for the production. Use some strong password. Now create database text underscore db. So slash q, then exit. So our Postgres server is ready now. Now we are going to install the pgloader installation. Let me check. So we have done this. Now in part 3 we are going to install the pgloader. So on Postgres server 129 we are install the pgloader. First install the dependencies. Then download and build the pgloader. So download. Now run the Mac pgloader. Then so packages are installing. It will take some time. So loading the pgloader. So this is done. Now let me check the help. So string and all the details you can find here. Boolean, so the usage of exit and other details are there. Now what I'll do, I'll just alter the password. So done, exit. So next, the pgloader installed successfully. So run the pgloader migration command. So export the password, that is admin123, and then run the build pgloader. And this is the source IP, and there is a MySQL and Postgres is the destination IP with the IP. So import successfully. There's a number of rows two and took the 67 second. 0.167 millisecond. So what pgloader does? So create table on the PostgreSQL, convert MySQL data type, and copies data safely and maintains the integrity. So in part 5, we are going to verify the migration. Let me log into the PostgreSQL. Then directly go to the testdb/dt. So we have a user data table. So select extract from users. So we have a two rows. Here you can see we have a two rows, and same rows we are able to see on this. So in this video, we have learned the PostgreSQL 18 MySQL migration to PostgreSQL. So final summary is there. So MySQL install and remote enable, PostgreSQL 18 install and configure, pgloader compiled, and cross server migration is completed and data verified successfully. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. No copyright infringement intended. For copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. You can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them into the comment box, and like, share, and comment, and subscribe to my channel, that is Chirag Mahto Official. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. And this is the day 25 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. In day 25, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 SSL setup. This is the for the SQL connections. So we'll go through the step-by-step process for that. And here, complete and beginner-friendly production-ready guide to enable the SSL. This is the TSL in PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS for the both. So we have a two servers. Both the servers are running on the VMware workstation, and there is a server 1 and server 2. IP is 128 and 129. And this is the OS Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. So this will use for the local SSL connection, localhost, remote SSL connection from another server or laptop, SSL verify full or optional client certificate authentication, testing and real example difference between without SSL and with SSL. So what is SSL in PostgreSQL 18? So SSL encrypts the connection between the Postgres server and client, preventing the password sniffing, data interception, man-in-middle attack. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. So here install Postgres 18 on the Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server at the repository, and my both the servers are running with the VMware orchestration. So here we already discussed, and now I'm going to access both the servers using the SSH. So CMD, and their SSH and username is Chirag 192.168.50.128. While installing, I have given the username and password. So same username and password and IP address will use for the particular server. So we are logged in, and let me give the name. So this one, PostgreSQL Server 128. Okay. So I'll connect with another server also, that is a 129. So username and password use. So this is I'll write the Postgres client 129. Change the tab color. So this is the red and this is black. Now add the post official repository. So Postgres common add on the both the servers. Here you can see we are updating and upgrading the system. Then we are installing some curl, GNP, LBS release. So and then installing the Postgres common. Then there is a sh file is there inside the pgdg. So we are going to call this one. We want to install the Postgres latest version, stable version. So this will give you the Postgres 18 installation. Then we'll update the system. Then we'll install the Postgres 18. So let it complete. Enter to continue. Next, I'm going to install on the Postgres server only. So sudo apt update, and here also I'll just update sudo apt update. Then in 128, I'm going to install the Postgres 18. So sudo apt install yes permission PostgreSQL and 18 and PostgreSQL contrib and active. So in server 1 only I'm going to install this. So here you can see Postgres 18 is installing. Okay, installation is completed. Now let me check the Postgres service. So sudo systemctl and status PostgreSQL. So active and running. So click on Q for exit. And now check the version. So PSQL version. So we are running with the Postgres 18.4. Now we'll create the SSL directory for the certificate. So make directory, this is the etc PostgreSQL, and there we are creating the SSL, giving the ownership for Postgres and giving the change mode for the 700. Means owner can read, write, execute, other cannot do that. 700. So done. Now switch to the Postgres user. Now cd slash etc postgres and then SSL. Go inside that. So create an open source SSL certificate. This is a self-signed certificate, work for the lab and test and POC. For production, use the CA signed certificate. So we are going to do on the testing purpose only. So here I am passing OpenSSL and here you can see subject there is India, state is Jharkhand, location is Ranchi and owner is a PostgreSQL and CN is the name is Postgres CA. So run this one. So LL so LS. Okay, we don't have anything. Enter this. So LS. Now you can see there is a CA, CRT and CA key there. So create a server certificate for the PostgreSQL. So important for remote SSL verification, CN should be match hostname example db.example.com. So generate a server key. So done ls. There is a server key also created. Now create the CSR. Replace CN with your hostname, recommended hostname. So server hostname is server one in my case. Okay. So here OpenSSL, I'm going to create the server CSR. ls. So server CSR is created. Now sign the server cert using the CA. So ls. So here you can see there is a country India, state Jharkhand, location Ranchi, organization PostgreSQL, CN is a server one. So we have done. So create the client certificate optional but recommended. So we'll create this one. Now PG client and just sign the CSR. Done. Same. So configure the PostgreSQL 18 to use SSL. So find the PostgreSQL configuration file. So you can locate this file or you know the file path, then you can go through that also. So this is the file path. Now I'm going to open this one. So sudo nano slash etc postgres slash 18 slash main then postgres.config. Open this and control W. Okay, I'm inside there now. Okay, exit from this and sudo nano slash etc PostgreSQL 18 main and postgres.config. Go to control W and there SSL. So the SSL is on. Now I'll just put the file. So comment this and we'll give our files. So these are our files. So SSL cert file, SSL key file, and SSL CA certificate. So this is done. Now I'm going to enable the Postgres, this one, remote connection. So control W, address. So instead of localhost, I'll put asterisk and port 5432. Control X is Y and save. So this will allow the Postgres to accept the remote connection. Now we are going to configure the pgHBA for the SSL local plus remote. So same path here I will change pg underscore HBA. So enter this, go to the end, and here we are going to add this. So step by step process will go. So option A recommended SSL for remote allow the local normally. So local all and peer. Let me check. Local all and peer. This is okay. Then allows localhost via SSL. So this will change to host SSL instead of host. Only this will change and remaining things will be same. So here host SSL, and one more I will add. Where is this? IP6 host SSL, and go to the last host SSL all 0.0.0.0/0, and go to the SCRAM, then SHA, then 256. Okay. So control X and Y and save. Let me check. So allow the remote clients only via SSL. We have done the same thing. And if you want to block the remote connection, then you can add this one. This means remote clients must use SSL. So host SSL. So option B, SSL for client certification authentication, highly secure. So you can go with this one also, all and cert and client cert. This one verify full, and you can go with the rejection for reject. So now restart the PostgreSQL service to apply the changes. So let me verify the SSL enabled. So sudo -i -u postgres psql -c command, and so SSL. So SSL. Let me check the service. Any problem with the service? Status. So this is active and running. So sudo -i postgres psql psql -c show so SSL. This should be work. So there is a no such an file, some issue with this. So what I'll do, su sudo -u postgres and psql. So no, something is wrong. This server is running locally and accept the connection on the socket. So exit tail -app/etc postgres and /18 where log Postgres. Let me check there. So database is shutting down, could not this one. So SSL set could not load the private file. So file kit must okay. So Q Control C and let me go with the configuration file. Control W SSL and here I'll just enable this. So Control X Y and save. Then restart. Now yeah, working fine. Okay, select Q. So here we'll check the Postgres SSL. So sudo -i -u postgres psql -c. And here we'll write the show SSL. Postgres. Okay, exit. So here we'll run this. So we are getting the output SSL is on now. So next we'll allow the SSL for the firewall. So sudo ufw allow and 5432. First we'll allow the port TCP ufw reload and then status. In my case this is inactive, but in production always keep it active. So next we are moving for the test SSL connection, local or remote. So let me log into the PostgreSQL. So sudo -i -u postgres psql and here I'll just alter the passwords. So altr alter user postgres with password and my password is in my case admin @123. Done with w80 alter user postgres. So let me check this Postgres alter user Postgres with password. So record the option of the pass. Okay, there is a spelling mistake is there. Password. So alter role is completed. Now /q. So we have done these things. Next test the local SSL connection. So I'll run this command and here I'll pass the SSL mode is required. So when you will run this, press to the password, so capital A admin @123. So slash and we'll go for the con info. So here you can check there is a database is Postgres, client user is Postgres, host name, server port and protocol version 3.0, password used and authentication false. The SSL connection is true and SSL library is OpenSSL TSL we are using 1.3 and other details you can find it. So there is a TLS AES 256 GCM and SSL compression is off and super user is on, hot standby is off. So all the details will got this. Next, test the local without SSL. So if you use force SSL for the all TCP connection, like this as the S host no SSL, this one reject and this will be reject. So you can use like this. So without SSL it won't work. So we'll try to run this command. Not here. Exit from this. So here connection to the server, this one port failed and the entry host name local is not there and Postgres is no encryption. So this is not for the this one. So if you want to use this code, this lines for the local connection and check, so it will give you the rejection here, this one. I'm talking about this. Okay. So next we'll go through the remote SSL connection example. So just assume your SQL server, PostgreSQL server IP is 192.168.50.128. Copy CS certificate to client machine. So let me log into this account. So already in Postgres. Now I'm going to CP to that temporary. Done. So next, then copy it to the client machine. So I'll change the username. There is a Chirag. So exit from this and here I'm going to run this one. Yes, and admin at the rate 123. So fail to upload CA to home DPT. Okay. So there also I'll write the TMP slash. So certificate is copied there. Now on the remote server, I'm going to install the Postgres client. So let it complete. So now on client machine, we'll do this and Postgres on the 128 and Postgres and this SSL mode is required. So logged in. Now connection info. So here you can see SSL connection protocol TLS 1.3 cheaper TLS AES and there's other details you can find there. So encrypted but does not validate the host name. So remote connection with the full verification production recommended on server 3, run on server 2, run on the this one host, not here, exit, open the host name, so on one. So recommended to the run, so the 128, this one, I'll add this. So server 1, control X, Y and save. Next, we'll just ping with the server name. So working fine. So now we'll go through the this one as host name is server 1. We can go with this host name and SSL mode verify full and SSL root certificate ca.crt. First, let me do one thing. So tmp ls and move ca.crt to home dpt. Okay, home Chirag, home Chirag. So ls, here you can find the certificate. Now I'll go through this server 1 port 5432 SSL connection certificate verified failed. Let me check. So ping is working. So 192. Postgres user SSL mode. Okay. So su minus I sudo minus I minus u postgres. So let me log in this and run this command. So tested routes so the SSL mode disable on the certificate verification. Okay, I'm in different routes. So home Chirag. Let me run this. CRT does not exist. Either provide the file, use the system trusted root, ls. Okay, I'll give the full path. Leave it. Slash home slash Chirag. Still we have a same problem with the field of the root CACRT. Let me run this one and test. So this is working. And instead of this, when we are starting this PSQL hostname, instead of hostname, server 1. Let me check the hostname. So 192.168.50.128, this is the for the server 1. So host, let me check with the same command. So require SSL mode, and here I'll pass this server 1. So working fine. So con info, con info. So here you can see the SSL connection protocol is a TLS v1.3, and we are using the other things. So this is working with the this. Now remote connection using the CS certificate more secure. Copy all this file to the client. So the CS certificate, CA client and CA client key. So all the files we need to copy there. Next, then connect with this. We can connect with the all the using the all the certificate. So next is the verify the SSL using the per session. On per query, you can run this one. So here you can see the ID, the username, client address, and SSL is true, version is TLS 1.3, and cheaper is there. And there is a bits is 256. So working fine. SSL means the encrypted session. So difference between the with SSL or without SSL is very important. So without SSL insecure, what's happened? Client will connect to the PostgreSQL traffic is plain text or easy to snip. So problem is the password can be intercepted depending on the auth method, and this one query can be captured, result can be captured, and session can be hijacked on the some environment. So example is there, client will be connect with the plain data and PostgreSQL server. And with SSL is secure, what happened? Client will connect with the PostgreSQL traffic each encrypted using the TLS. Benefit of this, so password and data hidden from the sniffing prevents MITM, so man in middle attack with the this one verify full helps the meet compliance requirement. So example is that client will connect with the TLS encrypted data and PostgreSQL database. So there is a SSL connection mode, quick summary. So SSL mode is disable, then encrypted is no, verified cert is no, and best for the neighbor test only. So allow, so may be encrypted, and this one no and not recommended. So prefer usually, so this is no and default in the many tools. Required encrypted yes, and verified cert no, basic encryption, and verified CA yes, CA check, and okay. So verified full, this is yes, and CA plus host name, this is a production based. So you can go with the verify full for the production. So production recommendation for the Postgres 18 is use SCRM SSH 256 instead of MD5, use SSL mode verify full, avoid 0.0.0.0/0, use the trusted network only, rotate the certificate yearly, enable logging for the SSL connection, use client cert verify full for the high security, keep permission strict, and you give the permission 600 for the key, cert 644, and CA 644. So there is a final summary is there, Postgres 18 SSL setup. So install Postgres 18, created CA server and optional client certificate, enable the SSL in the PostgreSQL 18, enable local and remote SSL access, force SSL only remote connection, trusted SSL connection using the PSQL, verified session using the PS state SSL, and explain difference between the SSL and versus no SSL. So in this video we have learned PostgreSQL 18 SSL setup. So disclaimer is there, this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. So for any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them into the comment box, and like, share, and comment, and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 26 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. In day 26, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 data encryption with pgCrypto. So we'll go through the step-by-step process. So here is the complete hands-on step-by-step guide to the install PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. In my case, my server is running with the VMware orchestration. Here you can see server 128, and this is the OS of Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server is running there. So in this video, we'll learn installation of PostgreSQL 18, configuration of Postgres 18 on local and remote access, test pgCrypto before installing. It fails, install and enable the pgCrypto, test pgCrypto. After installation, it works, and real encryption example. There is a hashing, and random UUID, and symmetric encryption and decryption. So our server detail is Ubuntu 24.04 LTS, PostgreSQL 18, and this is the IP address of the server, and the simple password I'm using admin@123. For production, use some strong password. Now I'm going to access my server. So using SSH, we can access our server. So CMD You can use any SSH client, or you can write like that SSH and your username and IP address 192.168.50.128. So there is a password admin@123 sudo su. So this is my server. Now first, whenever you are starting, you update and upgrade the system packages. So let me discuss about the pgCrypto. So what is pgCrypto? pgCrypto is an extension for the PostgreSQL that provide the cryptographic function directly inside the database. It allows you to encrypt and or decrypt the data generate hash, create random bytes, and securely store sensitive information without relying entirely on the application side code. Means that directly we can encrypt or decrypt the data inside the database. So common capabilities there: symmetric encryption, decryption using the password, public key GPG, encryption or decryption, hashing example SHA-256, password hashing using the strong algorithm, random data generation for the token or keys. So use cases is there we can use with the encrypt sensitive data, customer data. So example is there Aadhaar or national ID number, passport detail, and phone numbers, address, and store encryption financial information like bank account number, payment references, invoice details. Password hashing: instead of storing the plain text, we can hash the password inside the database. Secure API tokens and secret healthcare record, and we can backup protection also. So these things we can do. So question is that when we use the PG crypto, so you need to protect sensitive column in a Postgres database. You want to hash password securely. You need to GPG compatible encryption or cryptographic helper function inside the SQL. You want to additional layer of the security beyond the disk or file system encryption. So on these things you can do this one. So here we have accessed the server. We have this one updated and upgraded the system packages. This is done. Now I am going to install the prerequisite. So that is a sudo apt install -y, and we'll install the curl CS certificate gnum pg and lsb release release. Okay, okay, lsb release. There is a spelling release. So this is done. Next, I'm going to you add the Postgres official repository. So let me add sudo apt install -y, and there is a PostgreSQL common. We want to install the latest version of the PostgreSQL. For that, stable version, that is the 18 is stable version. So where we want to use that, for that I'm just adding this one. Then sudo usr share Postgres common pgdg Postgres Global Development Group / /PGReSQL.org.sh. So please enter to continue. Click here. Now I'm going to update the system packages. So we have this change with the source list file. So we need to update the system package. So this is done. Now I'm going to install the Postgres 18 and contribution packages. So sudo apt install -y and PostgreSQL 18. We are going to install PostgreSQL client 18 and PostgreSQL, there is a contrib and 18. So these are the required packages. We are installing this. So installing the contrib is important because it includes the extension like pgCrypto. So when you are using the pgCrypto, so you need to install the Postgres client, Postgres contribution library, contrib 18. Okay. Here about completed. So now I'm going to verify the Postgres 18 service. So sudo systemctl and status postgresql. So this is active. So working fine. So queue for exit. Now check the Postgres version. Postgres version. So we are running with the 18.4. Okay. This is the Postgres 18.4. Now I'm going to log in the Postgres SQL. So sudo -i -u and username is Postgres is automatically created when you install the Postgres and go to the Postgres form. So use the pSQL. So inside the pSQL, we'll check Postgres form. We'll check the select version. So we're running with the 18.4. Okay. This is confirmed. Now I'm going to set a password for the Postgres user, database super user. So alter user and then PostgreSQL with password, and my password is admin@123. So done. Let me exit from this. This is done. So control Q means exit. Now I'm going to configure the PostgreSQL for the remote access. So let me access my configuration file of Postgres. So that is the inside sudo nano /etc postgres may 18 main, and this is the postgres.config file. So go there, control W, list address. So listening address, we will change this one to extract. Now this is not enough to access the Postgres from the remote server. You have to allow in the host-based authentication file. So pgHBF file is the important for the accessing from the remote server. So here at last I'm going to add this the in the host. I'm going to add host, then all the databases, all the user, and IP I'm allowing to same subnet mask. So 192.168.50.0/24, and password encryption I'm using SCR SCRAM and then SHA 256. Okay, control X Y and save. So this is done. Now I'm going to restart the PostgreSQL. So apply the changes. Whatever the changes you have done, you should restart to apply the changes or reload this PostgreSQL. Now I'm going to allow the firewall port 5432. This is PostgreSQL default port. So sudo ufw allow 5432/TCP. So then updated, and sudo ufw reload. Something mistake. LOAD reload. So in my case, firewall is not enabled, so this is skipping. But if your firewall is enabled, then you should run this two commands. Now I want to access this server using some remote server. So I need one more server. Let me access one more server. So let me start one more server. So here I'll access this server to serve SSH. Chirag is user 192.168.50. and this is the IP address 192.168, and this is 129. 128 is this one. This one Postgres server at PostgreSQL. This is a 128. I'm giving this one client 129. So password admin at the rate 123. Clear. Now here I am going to install the Postgres client. So sudo apt install Postgres client. So yes. So from the client server, we'll access the Postgres database. So psql -h, this is the host name 192.168.50.128. This is the IP address of the Postgres server. -u, my default user is Postgres, and default database is also Postgres. So enter, it will ask you the password admin at the rate 123. So we can access the database from. So we don't have any tables here. Now go to your primary server and we'll check the pgcrypto hands-on before installation. So now I'm going to access my Postgres psql and I'll run this command select digest hello comma sha256. So here we'll get an error, digest function is not found, this is not a function, not matches. So now we'll just create the extension pgcrypto. pgcrypto. So extension is created. Now let me confirm the extension. So dx. So here you can see there is a pgcrypto is there. Okay, 1.4 public and cryptographic functions. So we can able to see this one. So pgcrypto provides the cryptographic function like hashing and encryption. So pgcrypto hands-on will check with the after doing this. So now I will run the same command. So you're getting the output. And also we can run with the crypto hashing function crypto. So we'll write select crypto crypt. Okay, crypt. Then here we'll write admin at the rate 123 comma and we'll just add no where okay then gen salt for the regarding the password I'm talking about the ba. So no function matches the okay gen salt not is this should be salt. So we are getting the password encryption. Now if hashing 256, so I'll do this same. First encode, then digest. Here I'll pass hello SHA256 and hexadecimal HEX. So here you can find this one. Okay. So encode is done, crypto is done, then we Now, now we'll create the simple table. So create table and table name is employee employees, and I'm going to add this one ID serial primary key, and there is a full name. I will test not null, email text not null, salary numeric 10 comma 2, and secret note notes byte. Okay, there is a spelling mistake. So now create table is done. Now you can check with the DT. So we have a employee table. Now I'm going to insert some data. So let me check. We have a insert command will be there. So insert. So we are encrypting using the PGP SYM encrypt data and key. So the insert command is this. So data is inserted. Now let me check. Select ID, full name, secret notes from employees. So here you can see Ali is there, and there is some secret mm, data. So if you want to decrypt this data, so what I'll do, I'll just read this one, and here I'll add PGP SYM and DCRYYPT decrypt, and I'll pass this, and key is the key. In our case, key is that admin at the rate 123. So this is a personal note, early personal note, promotion next month. But in database, this is encrypted. So if you should know the encryption key. If I am changing the encryption key 1234, then wrong key or corrupt data. So this is very important. Where is the encryption key? And encryption key is important for the getting the data. So before in this one pgcrypto, we are unable to hashing. Now we can do this one. And if you want to drop the extension, then command is the drop extension pgcrypto, and other details are there. So step by step we have completed this, all the details. And here in day 26, we have learned about the PostgreSQL 18 data encryption with pgcrypto. And disclaimers there, this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail. Mail is given on the description, and you can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp, and follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question? Then drop them into the comment box, and follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp, and like, share, and comment and subscribe my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 27 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. In day 27, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 low level security, that is called the RLS. And question is that what is the PostgreSQL RLS? That is the row level security. So row level security is the PostgreSQL 18 is a features that lets you the control access to individual row in a table instead of only granting or denying access to the entire table. You define policies that determine who rows in user can access, like the select, update, delete, etc. So why we need the RLS? So if a user has select permission on the table, they can potentially read all the rows. With RLS, the database automatically filter rows according to your security policy. User only can see or modify the row they are authorized to access. And the final is that this is especially useful the multi-tenant SaaS application where each customer should only see their own data. So we'll go through the step-by-step process to complete this one. So complete step-by-step hands-on the guide to install PostgreSQL 18 on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS, and we'll just access from the local and from the remote server also. Then we'll implement the RLS security with full working example. So in my case, we have a server details are there. So we have a server IP is 192.168.50.128. This is our primary server, and password is admin@123. Password is weak or common. So for this is for the only for the lab testing, change in real production. So we'll go through the Postgres 18 installation on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS. In my case, my both the servers are running with the VMware workstation. So here you can see VMware workstation 128 and 129 server is there. Now I am going to access both the server. So SSH, then username is Chirag. While installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address. So 128. So I'm accessing two servers here. So one, so access clear, and one more server, we have a 129. So CD clear. So this is my Postgres server 128, and this is remote server. I'm giving the name remote 129. We'll test the remote only from that. Change the tab color is red. Okay. So first I will update and upgrade the system packages on both the servers. So done. Then install the required package. So this is also done. Now I'll just add the PostgreSQL official repository, that is a pgdg. So command is that sudo apt install -y and postgresql common common. So same I'll just do with the second server also. So installation is done. Now I'll just add the repository. So sudo usr, then sed postgres common pgdg postgres global development group /apt dot pogresql dot org dot sh. So let me copy this. So enter to continue. Now, we'll go through the server one only. Here we'll install the Postgres 18. So command is that sudo apt install -y then PostgreSQL 1818 PostgreSQL client 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 18 then PostgreSQL contrib 18 contrib 18. Okay, so I'll go to install this something. Okay, auto remove. Okay. So in second server I'll install client only. So remove all, only the client I will install the second server. So go through the step by step as I am doing this. So installation is completed. Now I'll just check the confirm the PostgreSQL is running or not. So sudo systemctl status PostgreSQL. So this is working. Q for exit. Now enable the PostgreSQL. So automatically system will start. System will boot. Enable. So system will automatically boot. Whenever system will boot, automatically the Postgres service will start. For that we are going to enable the PostgreSQL. Next, check the PostgreSQL version. So psql. So this is running with the 18.4. Here you can see there is a PostgreSQL 18.4 is there. Now I'm going to access the PostgreSQL prompt. So switch to the Postgres user. So sudo -i-u. The default user is Postgres for the Postgres. While installing, automatically Postgres user is created. So now open the prompt. So this is the command. Now set the password for the Postgres user. So alter user and my username is postgres and with password, and my password is, for the testing purpose I'm using the admin @123, but in real production use some strong password. So /q. So my password is admin @123 for the Postgres, and exit from the uh, prompt, then Postgres user also. Now we are in root user. Just remember that in which user you are working. That is very important. So next, I'm going to allow the remote connection. So I'll add the this IP. So first I'll allow the this one main config file. In main config file, so sudo nano slash etc postgres 18 main and postgres config. This is the important file. A configuration file, main configuration. Here we'll change connection listening address to extract. And same path we can find the pghb file. Sometime if you are not able to find the Postgres file, then we'll run like this and find sudo find and /etc PostgreSQL minus name, and name of the file is PostgreSQL dot conf config. So it will give you the path. Like that, we will check the path for the pghba.conf. So this is the path. Now, and same path I'll open sudo nano, and this is the path for HBF file. Go to the end and we'll allow the host. So here I'll allow host, then all the databases, all the users, and IP you can allow the secondary IP. So here we'll check IP. mm, IP. So command all this one IP. So option is there. Connect layer IP config IP. So okay. So I'll get the IP from the second server. So here I'll put the IP. So 192.168.50 dot the IP of the second server, or you can put the 0/24. And this one method we are using scram, then SHA, then 256. MD5 is deprecated, so I'm going to ipconfig. Okay, net tools are not installed. Let me check ipconfig why I'm not getting. Okay, so our IP is this one. Okay. So we are taking up to 50 and same subnet we are allowing 0. So it will the database is accessible from the second server. So whatever the changes we have done that should be applied on the database so that we need to restart our PostgreSQL service or reload the PostgreSQL service. Sudo systemctl reload PostgreSQL or restart. Now if firewall is on, then you have to apply the port number. So sudo ufw allow 5432 slash tcp. Then sudo ufw reload. So now I'll try to access from there. So we have already installed the client. So psql -h and IP is 192.168.50.128 minus U PostgRes and minus D database is PostgRes. Password is admin at the rate 123. We can able to access from the second server also. Now we're moving to the next part. There is a role level security. We'll go through the hands-on example. So here will the row level security ensure that user Chirag can only see the Chirag row and user Sanju only see the Sanju's row. And if you the both query on the same table, okay. So one table there is a two data owner is there. One is Chirag, one is Sanju. So let me create the database and let me check this. So let me log in. So Postgres. Now create the database. Create database and RLS LFB. LFB lab. Okay. So slash C RLS lab. So connected with the database. Previously it was connected with the Postgres. Now it's changed to RLS lab. So slash DT we don't have any table now. So what I'll do, I'll just create an roles and user. So create role Chirag login password. Login password is admin@123. So enter. Similar, create the another user, Sanju. Now create the another user also, that is manager. Okay. So we have created three users. Here you can see Chirag, manager, and Sanju. Okay. Now I'll create the sample table. Create table and payroll. Okay. ID serial, primary key, employee name, text, not null. Then department, text, not null. Then salary. This will be numeric and up to 2 point. So 10 comma 2, not null. And final is this one, owner username. So this is very important for the low level security. You have to define like this as a requirement. So create table is done. Now dt, now slash dt. So you can able to see the payroll. So on select extract from payroll. So 0 rows are there. Now I am going to insert some data. Insert into payroll. There is a, I'll take from there employee name. Then department. Then salary. Then owner name. Okay. Values. values, values. Okay. So now I'm going to insert. There's a first is Chirag. One person is there, and he's working at the IT, comma. Okay, comma. Then 70,000, comma, and username is Chirag, comma. So like that, I will add one more. Then here I'll change. This is Chirag and IT employee name, just like I'll change the employee name also. Purav. Change these names. Karan and this is so 72,000. So this is the owner. Now create one more and change this one. Anita 50,000 and owner I'll change this one. Sanju. Then I'll create one more. Is the CO and department admin 2 lakhs and owner is manager. Then enter. So 4 rows are inserted. Now I'll select the query. I grant basic select permission for this one. grant select on payroll to Chirag, Sanju, manager. Okay. These are the three users. So done. Now I'm going to set a role Chirag as a person. Set role Chirag. And I'm going to select the query. So select extract from payroll. Select role is equal to Chirag. And I'm going to check this one. So we are getting all the data. Reset role. So here we are getting the all the data can be able to see by Chirag. And same will just go through the Sanju also will get the same row. So without RLS, any user can select and see the everything. So now I am going to enable the RLS. So here ALTER alter table and the table name is payroll enable row label row level security. So alter table is done. Now I'm going to create the RLS policy so user can only see their own data. So create policy payroll underscore isolation policy on payroll for select using so what using so ONWO owner username is equal to current user. So create policy is done. So create policy means that the user logged into database with the username who can only access the data. So now I am going to test the Chirag. So here set role Chirag and here select this one. So here I can able to see only the Chirag data. So now I am going to reset this one and test with the other. So similarly, I'll just set with the username is Sanju and I'll select the payroll. So only one data is there. So owner name is Sanju. Now I'm going to reset this one and I'll set the payroll to manager. And here I'll run the same query. So he can get the manager data in in this case. Okay. So now what I'll do, I'll just create one more policy so manager can access everything. By default, RLS will block all the rows unless the policy matches. So allow the manager to full access. So what I'll do, I'll just create now. So create policy and here I'll give the policy here manager and I'll select payroll for so on payroll for select to to manager USIN using true true. Okay, now let me check set role manager. See here we can see manager can see all the data but other user cannot see all the data. Okay, So now, Postgres table owner and a super user may bypass the RLS rule unless forced. To force this one, will force the all the payroll means I'll just create alter table and payroll. So I'll just force force row level security. Sorry, secu- security. So it means that now event table owner must follow the RSS rule unless the super user bypass to UJ. So this is also completed. So now if you want a user to insert only the row, do allow to the user. So just like I'm going to create a allow insert to them. So grant insert on payroll to both the user Chirag and Sanju. Done. Now grant usage select on sequence payroll underscore ID underscore SCQ to Chirag Sanju. So this is also important to allow to increment the ID. So add the insert policy. So again, I will have to create the insert policy. Not this. So create policy, and this is the insert insert. So insert policy on payroll. So I will write like this so easily we can understand. For insert insert. Okay, insert with check. So policy is created. So now I'll just set the user to Chirag, set the role, set the role to Chirag, and I'll insert the data. Insert command, insert it there. So I'll remove all. I'll insert only one line. Okay. Here what I'll do, I'll take the name Mohan. Mohan. Okay. Enter. Then reset this role. So insert is done. So I'll try to insert for the Sanju, just like example, set role for the Chirag and insert for user Sanju. Sanju. So new row violation row level security policy for the table payroll. So we can not allow to insert the other user. Okay. So this is done. Now I'm going to reset the role. This is very important. So PostgreSQL will deny it and row level security verification commands. So check the RLS is enabled or not. For that we slash D plus and here we'll write payroll. So here you can see so indexes, primary key and next value, ownership is there, extended and policies force new. These are the policy. See, these are the policy are enabled. So here policy insert for the insert, isolation for the select using, and this is the manager policy. So all the policy are enabled there. So we have gone through the step-by-step process on the day 27 PostgreSQL 18 row level security RLS and So here we have installed the Postgres 18. We have installed the Postgres client on the another server. We have accessed the enable, and we have tested the row level security clearly before RLS. All the users can see all the data. After RLS, users see only their rows. So manager and managers can see everything. So disclaimer is there. This video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. This video is uh, created for educational information purpose only. So there is a social media links are there. You can go through the YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them into the comment box and like, share, and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn in day 28 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 28, PostgreSQL 18 upgrade using the PG upgrade. So we'll go through the step-by-step process, and here we are going to upgrade from the PostgreSQL 17 to PostgreSQL 18. So in my case, my server is running with the VMware workstation. This is my server and IP is 128 and Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS server is running. Let me access through the SSH. You can use any SSH client to access this. So SSH and there your username 192.168.50.128. So this is the IP address and password admin@123. So let me, by mistake I have exited. So admin@123, then go to the sudo user admin@123, clear cd. So this is our server. So you can able to see this. Now, whenever you are starting, always update and upgrade the system packages to get the latest update of the system libraries. Now, I'm going to add the official Postgres apt library. So add the key first, GPG key, and then add the repository. And after that, always update the package. So it will update the source list file. Then I'm going to install the Postgres 17. So sudo apt install -y means yes, we are giving the permission PostgreSQL and this is 17. And similar, I will go with this. So Postgres 17. There will be, I will add the CLI ENT client and I will add the contribution also. CONTRIB. So click on enter. So start installing. Here you can see after some time Postgres 17. So Postgres client 17, you can able to see now Postgres 17. So Postgres 17 is going to be installed there. So let it complete. So in your case, if already any older version are already installed, you are upgrading to any other version. So you have to install that one only. So you can go with the next part. So here, let me check the status of the PostgreSQL. So sudo systemctl status and postgre SQL system systemctl. Okay. So this is completed. Our server is running. Now let me check the Postgres version. So psql minus version. We are running with the 17.10. Let me go with the console also. Sudo -u postgres psql -c command, and I will command try this select version. Okay. So we are running with the PostgreSQL 17.10. Here you can see this. Q for exit. Now let me log into PostgreSQL. So, sudo -u postgres and psql. So we are logged in /l. Let me see. We have a 3 rows, means 3 databases are listed there. Now I'm going to create a database. So create create database and my database. Okay. So /c my database. So this is Postgres before. Now I am changing to my database. Now I am going to create a table. Create table users ID. ID will be I'm going to serial and primary key name varchar 100 age int. Okay, so close this and enter. So create table is done. Now let me check /dt. So there is a users table is there. Select extract from users. So we don't have any data. Now I'm going to insert a data. So insert users. There is a name, age, close this one, values, and I'll pass this one, Chirag, and age I'm going to 35. So I'm going to insert any data. Okay, insert into. So data is inserted. Now let me insert one more. Sanju 30. So let me check with the data. So we have a two rows are there. So we have inserted some data and data where we can access this. So Control Q, we are exit from this console. Now I'm going to add the PostgreSQL 18 Global Development Group PGDG repository. So let me install the PostgreSQL command. So sudo apt install -y and PostgreSQL command. So done. Now sudo -usr share. There is a Postgres command and pgdg /apt postgresql.org.sh. So continue. So running apt update and updated the system packages. Now I'm going to run the apt update sudo apt update. So same I will install the Postgres 18. Just we have installed Postgres 17. Like that I'm going to install the Postgres 18 here. So Postgres 17 is already running. Above of this I'm going to install the Postgres 18. So this is done. Now I'll start the Postgres 18 cluster. So sudo pg underscore create cluster cluster 18 main start. So this is started with the port number 5433, means default port is 5432, and this is started with the different port, that is a 5433. So this is done. Now let me check the cluster. So list the cluster. So sudo pg underscore clusters. So here you can see there is a 5432 with the default port, Postgres 17 is running. Okay, and here with the 5433 Postgres 18 is running. So this is confirm that both the Postgres are running. There is a VR version 17, version 18. So both the Postgres version are running. Now I am going to prepare for the upgrade. So stop and remove the newly created Postgres 18 default cluster. I'll recreate using the from version 17. So Postgres 18, I will stop. So this is done. Now check the PG cluster. Okay. No, no, no. I have to drop the cluster. So not create cluster, drop. So PG cluster here you can see only Postgres 17 is running. Now I am going to perform the in place upgradation. So new upgrade from the Postgres 17 to Postgres using the PG upgrade cluster. So I'll run this command pg upgrade clustr 17 main. So this will copy from the Postgres 17 cluster to the Postgres 18 format, upgrade catalog structure, recreate the configuration automatically. So at last we are getting this one. There is a if you want to remove the old cluster, so you have to run this command. Later on will run, and Postgres 18 is down, status is down, this is online, means Postgres 17 is down, Postgres 18 is online, and this is the new cluster we have, new database we have running this. Now I'll just run this command, and it will just, after confirming the post upgraded cluster working correctly, remove the old cluster. So let me log into the database and let me check the database before doing this anything. Postgres, so Postgres 18.4 and sudo -u postgres and psql. So here okay, so let me check. SCL is select, extract from select version. So we have running with the 18.4. So everything is running. Now let me check the list of the databases. We have a database. My database is there. Q/C my database and /dt. So users table is there. Now I'll check with this users. So same data we are getting. Okay. So data is working. Now exit from this and run this command home sudo. So it will drop the Postgres cluster 17. Okay. So this is done. Now let me run the PG cluster. So only Postgres 18 you will able to see this one. So everything is working fine. Now I'm going to clean up the all database Postgres 17 packages. So sudo apt purge -y and there is a postgre 17 postgre client 17 and okay, let me remove this one. Now here I will run sudo apt auto remove. Yes, so this is done. Now let me check the PG cluster. Let me log in /l. So database is there, my database /c, my database is there, and I will run the command. We have a data. So everything is working fine. So now you have successfully upgraded from the Postgres 17 to Postgres 18 using the PG upgrade without losing your data. So we have done step by step full process. You follow the process for the getting the PG upgrade and this one Postgres 17 to Postgres 18. So disclaimer is there, this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belongs to their respective owners. So for any copyright concern, just send me mail on the chiragmahto@gmail.com and follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel. All the links are given on the description. Follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question? Then drop them into the comment box and like, share and comment and subscribe to my channel. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. In this video, we are going to learn day 29 PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. So in day 29, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 Docker plus PgAdmin setup step-by-step process. This is the beginner-friendly guide. We'll go through the complete guide for Docker installation, PostgreSQL installation, PgAdmin installation on that, and how to access this. So we need a server Ubuntu 24.0 per server. So my server is running with the VMware orchestration. Here you can see Ubuntu 24.0 per server is running there. Now I'm going to access my server. You can access through any SSH tool. So SSH client. So Chirag at the rate 192.1 68.50.128. So this is the IP address of the server. While installing, I have given the username, password, and IP address of the server. So same IP address I am using here. So clear. And now I'm going to update and upgrade the system packages. Whenever you're working with the servers, always update and upgrade the system packages. And if Docker is already installed, older version is installed, then you can go through the command. So this is the command will just remove the Docker from there. So it's showing that package this is not unable to locate, means that Docker is not installed. Now I'm going to install the prerequisites. So these are already installed. Then I'm going to add the Docker GPG key, and next I'm going through the source list. So whenever you're adding any GPG key and just changing the source list folder, always update and upgrade the system sketchy. So sudo apt update. So this is done. Now I am going to install the Docker engine and compose a plugin. So sudo apt install -y, and I'll put docker -ce, docker -ce -cli, okay, then containre, yes, okay, nerd.io, then docker buildx plugin, then we'll go for the docker compose plugin. So these are the required. So we are going to install everything. So Docker C is CLI installing, Docker C is installing Community Edition. After that, we'll enable the Docker service, means that whenever the system will boot, automatically system Docker will start. Systemctl enable Docker. So it means whenever your system will reboot, automatically Docker service will start. For that, we are running this. Then I'm going to start Docker. Then check the Docker version. We are running with the 29.6.0. Now I'll check the Docker compose version. Compose version. We are running with the compose version 5.1.4. Now I'm going to allow the Docker without a sudo. So for that I'm going to allow sudo user mode and -a g group docker and dollar of users. So enter. Now restart your system or log out and log in again. So I'm going to restart init 6. So system will boot automatically. So here you can see my system is going to reboot. And servers is going to reboot. So completed. Now I'm going to access again. So done. So let me check the Docker ts pros. So everything is correct. Now create the Postgres 18 and pgadmin project. So first I'm going to create a folder. So mkdir, and here I'm going to create pg setup, cd pg setup. So I'm inside the pg setup. So create a Docker compose file. So sudo nano docker compose.yml. So this file is created. So you can type the code, and yeah, I have already the Docker compose file code. So I'm going to use this one, and I'm going to explain this. So here service Postgres image, I'm going to use Postgres 18. Container name is pgdb and restart. Let's stop. Postgres user admin, password is admin@123, database name is mydb. Port 5432 is outside port, and 5432 is inside the Docker port. Volume, this is the path where we are keeping the PG data, and image and container other details you can find, and ports for this one for the pgadmin 4. I'm going to latest one I'm going to use, and here username admin@admin.com, and password is admin@123. Port inside 5050, outside I'm using 80. Depends on Postgres. So this is done. Now I'm going to start the container. So docker compose and up -d for the background. So pulling the image Postgres 18, and there is a pulling the image for the pgadmin 4 also. So approx 177 MB for this, and that one is Postgres is 168. So pgadmin is near about to complete it. Is it pulled successfully? Okay. So here you can see image Postgres engine is pulled, image pgadmin 4 is also there. PG setup is default, volume creation is created, container pgdb, and container is pgdb pgadmin. So two containers are started also. Now let me check process, verify the container is running or not. So both are running. Here you can see TCP IP and this one also running with this. So both are running. Next, verify the Docker volume. So Docker volume ls. So this is the PG setup, PG data. So this is the local volume name is this one. So this is working fine. Now next, I'm going to open the pgAdmin port. So on firewall. So sudo ufw allow 5050 and slash tcp. So done. Now going to reload this one, sudo ufw reload. So in my case, my firewall is not enabled. So if your case this firewall is enabled, then always do this. So Chrome. So here I'll just open this. So http colon double slash, and this is the 192.168.50.128 colon 5050, and put the username admin@admin.com and password is admin@123. So click on login. So we can log in, and here the database is not showing. So right click on this, go to the register and server. Give the name of the database PGDB. Go to the connection. Here host name is 192.168.50.128, and username is admin, password is admin@123, and click on save. So here you can see database is connected, and here you see the MyDB is also created. And go to that this one, schemas, tables. So we don't have any table in my case. Okay. So we can able to access through this. Now let me install the client. So sudo apt update, and I will install the client here, Postgres client here, for the accessing the database. So sudo apt install -y PostgreSQL client. Now I'm going to access the PostgreSQL from here, psql -h localhost. This is running a localhost -p and 5432. This is the port number, -u, username is admin, and -d database. I'm going to the MyDB. So enter, it will ask you the password admin@123. So we can able to access this. /dt, we don't have any table now. So now I'm going to create a table. Create table employees, and here id will be serial, and this will be primary key, name varchar 100, and email, this will also varchar 100. Then last I'm going to add the salary, and this will I'll put numeric and 10 comma 2 up to 2 point, and close this and enter this. So create table is done. Now dt, sorry, /dt, so employee is there. Now select extract from employees. So we don't have any data. Now I'm going to insert some data. Insert into my table name employed, and there is a column name is name, sorry, name, email, salary. Okay. Then values, here I'll put my name is Chirag, so I'm putting Chirag. There is a email address I'm going to add, chirag@example.com. Now I'm putting some salary dot 00. So insert it. Now I'm going to insert another one with any other name, Sanju, Sanju. Here I'm going to put 65,000. So both the data are added. Now I'm going to edit one more thing. So this one for the row. So edit. Now I'm going to select this one. So able to access this. Now access from here also. So reload this. Employee table is there. Right click on the employee. Here you can option the view all rows. So here the data will be visible here. Okay. So data is visible there. So data is we can able to access from both. So this is completed. Now we have completed all the step-by-step process to installation of Docker, PostgreSQL inside that, and pgAdmin inside that, and how to access from the this one, use localhost and browser also. So we have completed this. For a real development, place the examples username and password just like admin at the rate 123. Use some strong password and always use some avoid the exposing the port 5432, some use some different port or just write some pghbf file so cannot access from the other is user. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. All trademarks and logos belong to their respective owners. And you can follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on the chiragmahto@gmail.com. You can follow me the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any question? Then drop them into the comment box and like, share, and comment and subscribe to Chirag Mahto official tutorial. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to Chirag PostgreSQL 18 DBA tutorial. This is the day 30th and PostgreSQL 18 DBA 0 to hero in 30 days course. In day 30, we are going to learn about the PostgreSQL 18 Kubernetes data recovery, restore, PV and PVC after the deletion. So we'll go through the step-by-step process for that. And we need a server Ubuntu. So my Ubuntu server is running with the VMware workstation. Here you can see Ubuntu 24.04 LTS server is running there. Now I am going to access this server. So Windows plus R CMD. You can use any SSH tool to client to access your server. So SSH, there is a username is Chirag at the rate 192.168.150.128. So this is the I okay 15 not 59 50. So while installing I have given the username password and password and IP address while installing. Now first update and upgrade the system packages. So we have done. So set the host name and restart your server. So already we have set the IP. If not set, then set with the net plan. So this is the IP address. So there is 128 and this is the gateway and name server 8.8.8 we are using. And apply the changes of the network. You have to run the sudo netplan apply. Next, we'll go through the installation of container. So let me access this. Now this is changed to K8-master instead of server 1. So next, update the system. We have already done. Disable the swap. So run this command. Next, enable the kernel modules and create the configuration. And now set the system parameters. So let me check this parameter. So I'll run the command sysctl system. So these are the parameters we have set. Now I'm going to install the container runtime. So sudo apt install -y container. Spelling mistake is there. CONTAINERT install. So this is done. Now we are going to configure this make directory slash etc slash container and just getting the default parameter. Next, enable the systemd group. So this is done. I'm going to restart the container service. So sudo systemctl and restart container. So enable the container. So whenever the system will boot, automatically the service will start container. Then check the status. So active and running. Next, we are going to install the Kubernetes. So Kubernetes have the three part. So kubelet and kubeadmin and kubectl. So I'm going to install this. So add the repository. Add the GPG key and repository, and then update the system packages. Sudo apt update. So this will update the uh, system cache. So now I'm going to install the kubelet, kubectl and kubeadmin. So sudo apt install -y kubelet kubeadm and kubectl. So in Kubernetes, kubelet and kubeadmin and kubectl are the three essential component tools, but they serve the different role. So kubelet, the worker node agent, and kubeadmin, the cluster setup tool, and kubelet is the command line interface for the user. Now I'm going to hold the version. So install here, I'll do mark, and hold. Mark hold. So these are the version we have hold them. So next we are going to initialize the Kubernetes cluster. So it will pull the image. So this is done. Now keep this command. So in future joining. So set up the Kubernetes for the user. So make a directory and give the permission and give the ownership. Next, install the network plugin. So, next, we'll check the nodes. So wait until this is ready. So Cube8 master not ready. So still not ready. So wait for some time for the getting ready and allow the scheduling of the master. So this is a lab test only. So I'm going to run this command, tend the node. So this is ready now. So previously not ready, now this is ready. Run this command. So next we are going to create the namespace. So kubectl and create namespace ck. So ck is created. Now create the pv and pvc. So this is the important part. Nano db and this is the volumes.yaml. volumes volumes db volumes.yml. So keep this one dbpvc namespace is this. Why? Now I'm going to apply the changes. It means going to start apply this. So volume pvc volume is created. Next I'm going to create the pv. So here similar thing I will go. Then this is the apply this. Next I'm going to create the. So this is a dbp is created here and dbpvc is created. Okay. So persistent volume claim both are created now. Next we are going to create the db deployment and then we will pass the code. Here you can see there is a name of the db deployment and here container. So Postgres, our image is the Postgres 18 and Postgres user is admin, password is admin at the rate 123 and my database and port container port 5432. DB storage, this is the path and persistent volume claim is the DB hyphen PVC. So now I'm going to apply this and run the get ports. So PODS ports minus N CK. So container creation is running. Let me check the space. So use 16 GB, develop by 12 GB. So see, now this is ready and one by one is running. Means ours, this is working. Now let me check the PV and PVC. So get instead of port PV, PVC. So here you can see bond DBPV. So this is also running. Next, we are going to connect with the PostgreSQL. So our PostgreSQL running inside that. So connect with the PostgreSQL. So we have a user is admin and password is admin at the rate 123. While installing, we have given /l. Here you can see my database is there. Now I'm going to create a database. So Q create database and I'm going to give the name Chirag. Now let me check. So database Chirag is created. Means our this command is working. So I'll connect with the database /c and my databases. So connected to the my databases. Here I'll just create a table. Create table and table name is users. ID primary key. ID is the serial primary key and then name will be text. So table is created /dt. So this is the users table. Select extract from users. So we don't have any row. I'm going to insert one data. So insert into users and there is a name, values. I'll pass there Chirag, Sanju. Okay. Both are different. So inserted two rows. Let me list. So two rows are inserted. So this is also working fine. Now you want to insert the data, insert the create the folder. You can just go with the second DB also. So from here you can switch select C and I have created the Chirag database. So we have connected with the Chirag. Previously we have connected with the my database. So all the step by step you can go with this. And now let me create one more table here. So create table products ID serial primary key. Okay. Then name is text. So create table is done /dt. So products table is done. Now I'm going to insert two rows. Insert into products and there is a name, values, and I'll pass there laptop and one more we are going to pass mobile keyboard and let me select and list the products. So select extract from products. So here we have a data. So now /l. So we have a list of the databases. Okay. So total 5 rows are there. So now we are going to simulate the disaster. So exit from this. I'm going to kubelet kubectl delete and deploy delete deployment db deployment minus n minus ck. So this is deleted. Now delete pvc db hyphen pvc minus n and ck. So pvc db pvc we have deleted. So ls now delete also pv. Okay, already deleted. So next, so kubectl get pv. So there is a reclaim is written and the status is released. Okay. So data is still safe because this is in the reclaim is written. So next I'm going to recover the data. So we have done this. So data is still safe because the written and recover the data. So remove the reclaim reference. So run this command. So here we are going through the recommend reference. So this is a db hyphen pv paste. Next kubectl get pv. So written is available there. Now I'll create the all the step by step process as we created. So kubectl apply minus app and db volume. So created. Now we'll go for the deployment. Created. Now we'll create the pv. Okay, dbpv until. So we have created all. So verify the this one recovery. So I'll just go with the get ports. So running, and then I'm going to log into our database. So there is a admin at the rate 123/l. So there is a list of the all the databases are available there. So Chirag /c q/c Chirag and pass the password admin at the rate 123, and here will /dt. So we have product. So select extract from products. So we have a same data we are getting. So previously whatever the data we are getting now the same data. So there's a main key is there persistent volume claim policy is written and volume name is db hyphen pv. So and /c my databases. Let me check here also, and here we'll check select extract from. Okay, users. Okay, so we are getting the same data. So we have done. So in this video we have learned PostgreSQL 18 Kubernetes data and Kubernetes data recovery and restore PV and PVC after the deletion. So we have done step by step full process. So full Kubernetes setup on Ubuntu 24.0 for LTS, so Postgres deployment, data persistence, and real recovery process. So disclaimer is that this video is created for the educational and informational purpose only under the Fair Use Section 107 Copyright Act 1976. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, WhatsApp channel, and Telegram channel is there. For any copyright concern, you can send me mail on this email address chiragmahto@gmail.com and follow the process exactly shown in the video. Do you have any questions? Then drop them into the comment box and please like, share and comment and subscribe to my channel. Hope this will help. Thank you for watching.